got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be
Yeah. Let me get a punch. punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get back pop on yao. Pop on now, yeah, of a kite being my pow pow pow pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกดังอ้าว Pick a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and fall ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
miss you. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish. Playing with my. Now we know you fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes.
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise. take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shine. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome into VCT EMEA, where we have a veritable banquet of Valorant set for you. And joining us here on the couch after a nice long break and a lot of bats, we have the man of the covered cameras himself, Mini. Welcome to the couch.
Thank you. Yeah, if I look shorter or like more shriveled, then it's because I've been taking about 2 or 3 baths a day. So yeah.
So you're shrunk? What's the
Shrunk.
past tense? I don't think that's a word.
Shriveled. I think I'm shriveled.
Oh, that's a nice word. I need to learn that one. Anyway.
Whatever
Welcome
shriveled
back.
on you,
Thank
Minnie,
you.
I hope it's not your brain, because we're going to be trying to access that today as we dive into the games. Let's take a look at our standings to see where we've gotten to this point. There's been a lot of games happening since you were last on this broadcast. Kakuka's been putting up with me a lot. What jumps out to you two immediately here?
You haven't been the worst. Minnie, we haven't had you. We haven't seen you in a long time. So
answer.
any surprises?
Any surprises?
Any.
Any. I mean, not too many, I don't think. I think that Fnatic and KC have been looking the strongest in that side of the group. I think that Heretics, it's not a surprise that they look a bit up and down.
Yeah.
Anything strike you?
I mean, it just makes me sad because it is July for us. We've been doing this now for a while, but I think that especially in the upcoming days for the teams in the bottoms, their chances are going to. What's the word?
Diminish?
No, but I like the word that you use.
Shrivel.
Shrivel a lot.
Sorry.
You know. So now I'm going to hyperfixate on that word.
Yeah.
And I think that the next couple of days, like with us having all of the season in just 3 weeks, like things are going to happen very quickly.
I do think though that the play-ins
Elimination
mean
included.
that if you are kind of starting off weaker here, that you do have that kind of last chance qualifier in a sense built for the playoffs. So
We've already heard some of the coaches mention that, right? Keeping that in the back of their minds, that it's like, if it's a total disaster, there's still a chance. There's always a hope.
there's a chance to get embarrassed by some tier 2 teams.
I know you're so excited to see that happen. You're so excited for that point, but we can't get there yet. We have games today, including our Emoda showstopper as we take a look at today's schedule. It starts off with the Turkish Derby, Foot taking on BBL. That's already going to be a banger. And then we wrap up the day with Liquid Fnatic. Could it be any better?
Yes, but Team Liquid Fnatic is going to be also interesting. I would invite. Yes, I can think of ways of making it better, but I think I am on the more excited for the Turkish Derby than for the Team Liquid Fnatic. I think that the second one is going to be more draining to watch mentally.
Draining to watch. I think both are in a good spot. They're both kind of derbies in a sense. We've got the El Clasico and the kind of team looking Fnatic. Some will say it's like maybe veering off a little bit, but I got a lot of faith in Fnatic from what I've seen. And then the Turkish derby, I think the way I'm phrasing this is the best Turkish derby we've ever had. I think that these two teams are playing phenomenal Valorant right now. They've both tasted success at global events, going quite deep. I think that we're in for a good day of Valorant.
We should be indeed, and we might as well dive into it, right? Why not? Let's talk more about it. These are two teams that maybe we've made a lot of comparisons between in the past. Maybe there's a lot of potential similar DNA, but we wanted to maybe get into the distinctions a bit more, shall we say, on this desk, because now we're going to see them square off on the server. And so the question is going to be, how do they differ? So we've got a little bit of a game here. Minnie, you've cooked up something for us. You got the paddles out here.
We don't have enough paddles, but me and Bear will be sharing a paddle each and voting on subjects of your choice.
Do you want to reveal what your inspiration was for this game?
I shared.
I got
was there inspiration?
What am I doing?
You mentioned it earlier.
Did I ask Mitch what to do with foot?
Now.
I don't remember this.
We'll be talking about this. So basically, we're going to talk about different aspects of the teams, and you two are going to pick which team you think is stronger within it, right?
Okay, I get it now. Yes, okay.
So here's the idea. So first, we'll talk about it. Who has the stronger set of double duelists?
Ooh.
I'm going.
Es que la rock.
We're sharing.
They're sharing. They're holding hands. Isn't this so nice?
A little bit too
Talk
intimate.
about team play. Talk about
HR.
coordination between a duo. My analysts are holding hands on the couch. This might
I
be
think
a first.
BBL, even though we got the foot graphic up, I think that overall, I think. What's going on? What's going on?
We're starting
I've
strong
broken
with
Bear.
Bear.
It's been 2 minutes.
we should go back to the couch
sorry,
view.
I'm so sorry.
Get off the rosters.
You okay?
Yeah, keep talking.
Okay. I think overall, I think that Lovers Rock and LaRock as the duo are the ones that have the higher ceiling. I'm trying to keep it sane here. I think overall, Sop has been maybe, if we're going to isolate one duelist, I think he maybe has the higher ceiling.
Yes.
But I think it's down to Zeus. He stepped up at London. But I think outside of the Waylay play, I think that I'm a bit worried for him outside of that.
I will give you also my 2 cents on this now that I've recovered.
We're both BBL, right?
I've recovered, yes.
Yeah.
We're both BBL. But I will say that also for the side of foot, we cannot like undermine just because of BBL and the double duelists that they have. To me, I've been mostly impressed by how effortless it is for LaRock to play anything else and still have the same kind of impact and still feel the same of support. For the side of foot, though, I do think that they have been better at innovating and being successful with it. They were better at taking risks. I think the BBL took a couple of them. They did. Yeah, I know, but I'm thinking about the double duelists as in like the 2 players that play the duelists and like.
Well, the thing about Foot, I think, is whether they teased it last week of they might play Yoru.
They might.
No,
we had some iconic
no,
moments
Foot,
here.
I get confused too. Now it's BBL playing. Yeah, the
Arage.
Even more argument for BBL is Lovers Rock maybe on that Yoru today.
Yes.
Even LaRock was coming by being like, oh, we might be playing Yoru today.
Don't say that. You need to wait until that
We're going to wait till we tease. We're going to move on.
Players lie.
We're going to move on
No,
here.
LaRock wouldn't.
There's more arguments to come later on,
Okay.
but for now, the question is, we'll move into leadership. We'll talk about the IGL, right? So here's the one. Who do you think has the stronger IGL? Whose captain do you think is stronger here?
I think, straight off the bat, if you're talking about fragging power, then
I like how we immediately abandoned the paddle.
I would go for no, I haven't. It's a big reveal.
You're withholding your paddle.
Happening. I would go for Foot if it was fragging power, but I think in terms of just the IGL specifics, I think that Rose is a very underrated IGL right now. When I'm watching BBL play, I feel like he's able to like with Turkish teams, we often just say, oh, they're Turkish, they just run at you, they're just aggressive.
Which they can.
Which they can.
Never forget.
Which they can and go to that place. But with BBL, I'm seeing a lot of interesting defaults. I'm seeing them being able to switch up that pace when they need to. But they can play a mature game of Valorant, I think.
And they have a lot of fakes. Like the other day, like there's a lot of very, very good mid rounds, and you could see it. That some of them are like 100% Rose. But I feel like I have to play devil's advocate because the one thing that you've said that I agree with the most is that this is the best Turkish derby that we have ever gotten in all of the years that we had a partnership. This Foot versus BBL, because also we have not seen it yet this year in VCT. So for the side of Sociable, he started off as like one of the oldest rookies that we've ever had in the league, and I love the fact that he stepped up as an IGL. That we see him playing in different roles. He literally took this team, a Foot that was sinking down, and retransformed into Human Blood, and I think that they made a very, very good team. I think that I would vouch for Sociable in this one.
So you're saying if you were making a new team,
Yeah, I would take.
You would
know. If you were making a new team, you would take Rose over Sociable. I would take
Yes.
Sociable.
Sociable could be just not an IGL.
Yeah.
Like that's how good he is fragging.
Oh,
wise.
okay. I thought you'd be like,
Oh,
yeah, I
no,
could get
no,
it,
you
but
think
not
I'd be
as
really
much.
mean?
There's
No,
two
no,
ways
no,
to
no.
have taken that.
Usually I do go for the mean option, but I was being nice for once. Sociable pretty good.
I would have never been able to tell.
No ulterior motive there. All right, we'll move into another idea, right? So we've had the IGLs, we've had the double duelist. What about the overall map pool that you've seen from both teams? Where do you think they're at?
It's very early, no? I feel like I've just taken this one and it's made for that, or maybe it's just like my brain condition in itself. But I do think that FUT, especially during stage 1, they did this thing where they wanted to try out all of the maps. We would see them picking and playing different and perfection in all of them. So if I BBL, we've seen one match, no?
Yeah, I'm gonna plead like the fence sitting. I don't think that we've seen enough. We haven't seen Sunset. We've not been seeing Summit that much. So after today, I'll give you the answer.
I did say, chatting to them earlier, they were saying the Summit was a possibility. It was a possibility. We'll see if we get it today. We do have our map veto coming on in, so we'll take a look at that, see which way it'll be going, and it will not be towards Summit. But they did both float it, so there's hope for the future.
They did float it, but how much do they really believe? How much do they really believe? I think the story for me here is BBL banning Haven straight off the bat. I really liked watching Haven from BBL against Vitality, but FUT right now, it looks like Haven, they're probably the best Haven team, if not in EMEA, if the world maybe. And so banning that, the question is, how deep is the map pool outside that? Bear seems to think it's very good. I'm not as sure as Bear.
First of all, I didn't say that it was good. I think that it was good that every single week they decided they wanted to go to different places to actually prove and work on having a strong map pool.
Sure.
So having those showings. Honestly, the best thing that could happen here is we get to Sunset.
Hopefully we do. Hopefully do. I'll have one last paddle pull from the two of you. Who do you think is winning this matchup?
I got
Locked in
BBL.
instantly. Oh, they're holding hands again?
Yes.
Okay, why BBL?
I think they're back in form.
Have you? Yes, they're very back in form.
They're back.
Well, that's the story of it. The paddles have spoken, the analysts have spoken, and now it's time for our players to do their speaking on stage and in the server.
Esports versus BBL Esports.
So the battle begins first on the stage and soon in the server. Two teams with a lot to prove against each other, but not so many meetings in the Big 2-6 so far. We've got our maps. We'll be diving into our comps in just a little bit, but some final thoughts. What was the confidence about BBL in this matchup coming through here for Mini?
I think that they found their form again. Santiago was a great run, but after that they dipped. I think they are now back. I think that what I'm seeing from them is a team that has that mental back with them. Meta-wise, they've looked more comfortable without that Yoru, and Yoru is now potentially back. If Zeta Division can play it and get a win, then I'm sure that BBL could too. So a lot of good positives there. And on FUT side, coming back from London, I feel like they've obviously taken a little bit of a hit after having to go through such a grueling schedule.
Yeah, but I think, grueling schedule goes more for the side of BBL. But
yeah,
because they literally came back 2 days before we started.
They had some time.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some time. I think that most of the players that we've talked to are happier. I know the Pro League coaches are not as much, but they're happier to just be playing and playing and playing and just being able to test things so quickly. For the Lotus, as I was thinking, do you remember how I was saying about, oh, Foot like to test their maps and whatnot? They decided to pick this last week. And I remember... Ooh, Forza BBL, that was clean. I remember talking to, bumping into Bambino and saying, oh, you picked the Lotus. Have you cooked something cool? And he was like, you'll see. And I was a bit disappointed in that. And maybe BBL was as well. You know what is not disappointing?
What's not disappointing?
Our racer chairs.
They
oh, God, they
not.
comfy, they look good, they serve every purpose that a good chair can serve.
That they certainly do. And I will say, maybe if you're cooking something, you got to take a couple cracks at the recipe before you get it quite perfected. So maybe we'll see a better version here.
The history with Foot Esports and Lotus.
Oh!
It's there.
Oh,
it's
okay.
there. I told you La Rock would not lie to
Lovers
you.
does indeed rock. Yoru is back on the menu, and I think that the big change has been that the 15-second cooldown has now been up to 20. I think on Lotus that is beautiful, especially when they get onto that defense side. They're going to be able to fight for that rubble control, and Yoru is going to be able to go, or Lovers Rock is going to be able to go fight for that A control, immediately get to the C side of the map, and it's going to be him just pushing out and doing his thing. I'm very excited to see this BBL. The other interaction here is Vice. Vice is the core Sentinel on Foot side. The Yoru clone can deal with the wall, and it's just going to be beautiful. I'm glad to see a little bit more Yoru back.
We're speaking about one of the biggest duels that we've had, but probably the biggest duel between Foot and BBL. We're speaking about Lovers Rock, who was one of the pieces that was definitely missing on that previous stage. Not with the Yoru, not at the beginning of the year. This is comfort also for him.
Well, comfort or not, we'll have to see what it is in the server. What I do know is that Kairos may be back with a more comfortable partner after making some moves around. He's back with Haza. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, honestly, Cairo, bold of you to be standing here after the antics you pulled yesterday. What have you got to say for yourself?
I feel as if I'm like on some sort of show that they would, you know, like, do you know what? I'm not going to get
couple up.
Yeah, I was going to say couple up. I was going to try to make reference to Love Island, but we'll not get to that, right? Point I want to make: 10 of 27 Turkish players in the server right now on two of our most historied Turkish orgs. How will they match up against each other? This is obviously going to be our 14th edition, and BBL has had the bragging rights for the past year.
A chance for them to settle the score at 7 apiece, of course. Starting out on that attack side, you can already see the pressure creeping in towards A. Yettajay's setup is elsewhere, so drops back to a deeper line of cover. Already a flank posed here by Foot.
I love this. The fact that they're being proactive on the defense, make that map smaller. Kreven activating the wall, and Yetajay supported by Cristalli on site.
Double stack setup with the stairwell left open, so an opportunity for BBL to get a player in behind here. They've left behind Lovers Rock for the time being. It's Sociable that they need to watch out for. He's in main, and yeah, Lovers Rock actually in a TP back to spawn ends up flanking the flank itself. Sop trades it out, but numbers advantage BBL from this position.
How does Foot even try and get back into the site? I mean, not a whole bunch of utility. I mean, they're really bolt on Sop, sure, but he's in main.
This little bit of extra control into the blue room for BBL is exactly what they're hanging off, and with Larok finding that kill, it's all but wrapped up here in the pistol. Yetajay's plenty of work in front of him, can't surmount to the task, and so with that, BBL draw first blood.
Yeah, and I think overall, it's Lovers Rock who features first in the kill feed, and I think that's where I want to start our conversation with this. The fact that we have Sop and Zeus up against Lovers Rock and Larok. I think this is going to be the head-to-head that decides this full matchup.
I mean, just looking at that TP again, audacious and just crazy he gets that much value from it. Circling back to what you're saying, yeah, those are the heavyweights on either side of the server, and with there not being a derby between these two teams so far this year, BBL stay undefeated since 2025, winning all 3 fixtures there.
Yeah.
For Foot, it's about re-establishing themselves back on top after that record-equaling placement for a Turkish team at Masters London. A record now shared with BBL after their time in the sun at Santiago. So both of these teams have really shown already so far in 2026 that they are competing for the top spots.
And it's nice when you think back to how these, both of these rosters have been built, right? Especially that both have history in Tier 2. I mean, BBL, everybody knows that the run that Pacific made, but not only that, like Zeus and Saw, them being there. But to bring it back to the server, there's a fake happening on A. I thought for a minute that BBL were going to commit to the fake towards C. It's not the case, and Sociable shouldn't take first contact.
I mean, you find this much ground when you're up against a full save, you turn it into a post plant, and already as much calls as Sociable can make, that pack won't arrive in time.
Yeah,
opportunity to set up as 5 here, and it's just damage control for Foot.
Whether they actually want to die to the spike or whether they're going to send it. I mean, it seems as if with players on pistols, wouldn't help, or wouldn't hurt, sorry, BBL to go and try and grab some of these orbs, and you can see Larocque going for the hunt. First one pretty clean. Oof, nice trap overall. And Foot just need to make sure they're not hemorrhaging anything more.
Nah, Larocque now 1 away from the showstopper, so that's definitely something to be thinking about heading into the first gun round of this game. BBL have already thrown a pistol at it, but Lovers Rock wants a little more here.
I like the fact that he's hunting. Marshall in hand. Oh, lovely stuff. Getting things started off in the right way are BBL as they double up the round count. And on to 2.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see how BBL perform in this derby. As I said, these two teams yet to face so far in the year, but with Eternal Fire joining the league, a big talking point coming out of that one for me was just the fact that BBL looked, you know, out of sorts. It was a disaster for them, and the occasion maybe getting the better of them. Here already, establishing themselves in this one, and with a strong bonus round, they're looking to head towards the A site. It's been reinforced, fortified by Yetajay's utility this time.
Kreven has taken contact and knows about the players on C, so the pace may be beginning to quicken on the A side of things. Zeus unluckily denied through his own team's Vise wall as Kreven looks to try and control the space at the back.
And this is a theme that we constantly have to refer back to. Kreven on the Cypher, where he wasn't having too much luck with it last stage. Constantly an outlet, constantly lurking. Foot will be looking to try and pick him off as much as possible. They haven't here, and so with that C-mound space stored, looks like BBL want to start investigating the other side of the map.
Larocque's TP obviously to go and join up with his team, as he still holds this A space, but it's Sop you need to try and get by an angle, which he usually would win out on. Kreven takes the head clean off, decapitates, and that C site is open.
Another one of those players in this BBL team, which when he's performing, everyone else around him seems to get a bit of a mental lift as well. Inspiring this execute towards the C site, and there's the showstopper just to flush away any further presence.
Well, Lovers Rock's been caught on the other side, so numbers are even, and it's whether Larocque can find any value from the rocket. Absolutely not. In post, there's going to be issues.
And now you wonder what this retake looks like from Foot. Deep rocket in Waterfall, and 3 players considering the reclear. No. They're going to split up 3 and 1. Majority of this coming back through CT.
Remember, Sociable not with Paranoia. And there's not really any utility on Crystalli either, so this becomes more difficult. Sociable though, Zeus combine. This is looking good for Foot's retake. Rose trying to hold on the smoke, but can't do it. So it's up to Kreven. A great entry to the round, but cannot finish. Zeus with 4 of his own.
It's these kinds of situations where BBL get put under a microscope. We know of the communication issues, the collapse of fundamentals in key rounds in stage 1, plagued them for the longest of times. If they can't convert from these post plants, there's going to be a serious problem today. The story of the Vitality game was them being able to expose and punish their opponent. Foot this time around, the ones to get the better of them.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's a question of, I mean, looking back at that Vitality game, an off day for Vitality, or was it BBL just letting them back into the game? With that being said, let's actually check out how BBL deal with this push.
Umut kal burada dön direkt. Yürüyüşe dikkat, yürüyüşe dikkat. Tamam, Umut. Kal burada, dön direkt C'ye. TP'ni bırak.
Tamam gel Renato, ben şu an bırakmayacağım. Git.
Tamam gel yanım.
Tamam gel.
Kanla çektiğim buraya.
Lobiyi aldım.
Rusum.
Beyler,
Gel kan.
beni dinleyin.
Dur peek.
Pikten söyleyeceğim. Sorun yok. Oynayın siz. Acelesi yok.
Seri pikliyor peekledim.
Endpoint'i çektiğim birlikte.
Sağa bak.
Bakıyorum. Sola pikle.
Gelin
Koş.
C'ye. Gel C'ye. Gel C'ye direkt. Orb alacağım. Orb alacağım.
C'de flash attı, pik attı Eranos. Site'dan pik attı timing.
Okey.
Aa papağan, info vermedim Doga.
Tamam. Okey. C'ye gir yapmayın direkt.
Direkt C.
A'da 3 var zaten.
Direkt C oyna.
Gelin
Adam
C'ye.
oldu.
Gir C'ye. Ulti
Tamam.
basacağım. Köpek yapsana. Mollo,
İşte
Kane,
bir
Mollo'lu bir girişi. Sağ
Tamam.
kolu ulti atacağım.
Tamam at. Grenade attım.
Hayır boş.
Ya.
CT space alsanıza.
Gel.
Tamam.
Yapar.
Koştur. Vay. Dikkat edin. Space alabilirsin.
CT space al.
Gel.
Alıyorum.
Sen lane Utku bekle.
Gelmişler adam. Bak içeri.
Geldi. İki smoke kişiler beyler. Çıkacak adamlar. Dikkat edin plante. Çıkıyor 3 CT. Çıkmadı.
Hadi. Kuruyorum bombayı. Ben teksin.
2 çıktı 3.
Enti.
Gel.
Adamlar şu an sadece tek yaptıkları şey.
Foot on even terms, 2-all in the score count now, and looking at that round, Cairo, felt like at points it was very individual from BBL, getting good value from these set openings on A, but as the round progresses, things falling apart.
I think the big thing, Com's feeling a bit chaotic there, but when the Vise wall went up, it feels as if that's when the plan completely fell apart for BBL. Worrying stuff that a simple Vise wall on a C site that is so, I guess, universal, that we've seen it over so many different stages, is going to catch you out like that.
It's this agency from Yetijay switching up that setup where it had been identified on A a couple of times, which maybe caught BBL in the headlights. Only Crostali here. Tempered positioning from him in stairs right now, as almost all of BBL are present. The one exception, of course, being Creven. He's yet to be identified as the captain has already fallen. Plenty of damage on these BBL players.
Yeah, it's worrying. Remember, this is BBL's first look of Lotus this split. I mean, second match, sure.
That's the thing, right? 1-1 record, but talking a little bit about those games played outside the circuit, 6 times in between the stages.
Yeah.
And so they have plenty of reps here, there's plenty of tape on it. Foot on the other side, 2 and 5 for their 7 times played. So honestly, I think the way that this series starts out, it's a chance to build up some confidence, build up some momentum, things which Foot have been talking at long length about. This is the eco, of course. Yeah, even just that result against Pacific, for example, shaky at times, but they get over the line and that's what makes you a top team.
A little bit of delay here as we wait to see that spike go down, but Foot given that time to get into position for this retake. Spam looks pretty decent, and overall, BBL will be happy with just getting that spike in.
Yeah, so close to finding that kill through the wall. The angle just a little bit off. Now, BBL trying to interrupt the rhythm of this retake, go fighting themselves towards Waterfall, but it's come up short-handed. Yetijay sweeping in from behind, as is Larok. Down to a 1 versus 2. Yet to find himself an upgrade, but there are tools to play around with here. A couple of satchels maybe just to sow some disarray towards the spike as this Stinger needs to keep biting back, and the satchel is just short, but Sociable picks up the pieces anyway. The captain is that commendable as always, so the lead restored.
I mean, it ends up being a little bit difficult, but overall I don't think Foot were really sweating. It's a nice entry by Crostali. It feels pretty easy in the end. Ultimates is where we start to have our eyes drawn towards. Sop having his overdrive and Zeus with the showstopper, and a couple other couple other Foot ultimates coming online. And I think most importantly, in terms of this defensive setup, is that Sop has his op.
So that'll be one of a few things to think about if you're on the BBL side, as they call what you'd say is a fairly early timeout here, but since those first 2 rounds, nothing has gone their way, so perfect time to make some adjustments.
I think as well, you're just timing out when it's the rifle round. It's your second attempt at a rifle round, and so far Foot have looked so dominant the past 3 rounds.
Highlighting the attack side strength of BBL in the previous series. Plenty of importance put on accruing some early rounds here for themselves, knowing what stands in front of them on the Foot side. And as you mentioned already, there is so much history in the server here on either side when you look at the careers of both teams. The last time that Zeus played against this core, Kreven was on the same team as him. Some of these players, Sociable included as well. Last time he was in a Turkish derby, he was wearing the colours on the opposite side. So we have seen these faces take to the server before on the same or opposite ends. But this is the most important round of the game. And with BBL having that timeout behind them now, they look to go back to this A duel.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get the dimensional drift as it starts to clear out the B side of the map. But Sop's operator, we said early on the line, but at least Lovers Rock able to keep things somewhat even until Sop gets activated. It's a bit chaotic here, 1-for-1 consistently. And finally, Sop shut down. Spike makes its way towards A, but it's Sociable, sorry, Crystali holding things down. Sociable was towards B. Still continuing on, and Foot still keeping the foot in front. Rose now having to clutch up, worried about that B player, but doesn't realise Sociable's made it to silent drop. The timing doesn't work for the BBL captain. It works for Foot, and they're up to 4.
Yeah, well handled by Sociable in the end. Looked like for just a moment there was a window of opportunity there, looming for Rose, who Minnie and the desk were talking about. He is the self-proclaimed best Turkish IGL, but I think there is definitely a conversation to be had, especially considering Sociable's recent form when we look at these two lock-in horns.
Yeah. And I think as well, we've got to be thinking about how it's going to work out in the champions points as well between these two, because they're not too far away from each other. And this matchup could mean more than we think.
Opening here from Sop, slides in with the Outlaw. Seen it a few times already. Result is always the same. Gets a second for his troubles with the shorty, and that makes this round dead certain that it's dead rubber. There's not much left here for BBL. Coming out of the gun round, straight into the eco. Going strength.
Oh God.
For strength.
Spike down A.
Yeah, I mean, last scene now with the spike down. I think overall this is just showing how hungry Foot are right now. I don't think that there's been much of a contest by BBL, and it's their map pick, so it gets more and more worrying. And we talked about it, how important that double duel was going to be, and it's Sop and Zeus who are topping the pops right now for the defense.
Look at the other side. Lovers Rock having some influence on the play early on, but both him and Larrock can't hold a candle to the output on the Foot side right now. Seeing the setup here, Sop has the op again. Is he going to go for the same aggressive play? There's a Vice setup to fall back on. No, it's a little more reserved.
Yeah, looking to just hold on with the operator.
And Zeus working the opposite extremity at the same time. It's an all-out push from Foot. I mean, even Yetajay in B main, there's not an area on the map that they've forgiven right now.
Well, the Euro clone gone. That means that the Vise will be safe for majority of this round, but the Vise himself playing in front of that with Zeus close by. Kreven needs to be careful.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Yetajay has the support of Zeus over his shoulder. The whole of BBL shepherded spawnwards. And with that fight going their way, it's Kreven, in fact, who gets a big double catch, 2 kills in B main. The rest of BBL still interested in this A push. Showstopper drawn out from Larrock for the second time. The Rocket will miss Crostali narrowly. Oh. With Sociable arriving, there's a nade at his feet and no way out. Crostali's flashing back in to look for a fight, which he can't win. So it's all on the shoulders of Sop to win this 1v3.
If there's anybody you want to clutch up, it's him. Operator and handle is going to be difficult, and he's already been seen.
He's had the highest success rate of any Foot player in these situations, but the fact of the matter is you don't often see him left last alive, and that's for a good reason. BBL back on the board and dealing with everything that Foot was throwing at them.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice from Crystali. This is just unbelievable from Kreven. It feels as if he is going to be the success story for BBL should they go on to win this match. Keeps finding little gaps in which to work with.
There.
Or stands a test thrown at him by the Foot players. Sop once again, operator on C-mount.
knowing that he can't get away with another aggressive play. It's actually Sociable checked out in this instance. Larok finds his man.
Seems as if BBL are now starting to hold back on their aggression.
Yeah.
Look at how slow they're coming out of A side.
Just figuring what the Foot game plan looks like. Vlad Bambino speaking at lengths about how the preparation just didn't quite land for them in that opening game. Since the Na'Vi match, though, they have responded, and here you're starting to see BBL figure that out.
Yeah, questions really being asked of Foot about how adaptable they can be. Same time, Zeus has his showstopper. He's been found, and he's just peeked into so many bodies.
Yeah. It's the only player in the meantime that BBL have actually spotted towards A after that initial exchange. Kristali does catch Kreven away from the rest of the play. So while the A site is open, BBL don't know this just yet. They're looking for safety to plant, and they will get it.
Lovers Rock looking to hold down the long line all the way back from Mount. Sok nearly catches one off guard.
And just shows more disciplined face for a second, holds back from that initial contact, but as Larok cuts him off from the rest, he's still going here, Larok, looking for an ace in the derby. Yetejay's position now revealed, playing from the pit. Larok is the first of many hungry BBL players to get him down. A fantastic response. Not initially from the timeout, but the rounds following. BBL have got in tune with Foot's game, and Larok knows where this final player stands. He wants the ace, he's going to get the bait for it, and there it is, all 5 from Larok. BBL's number 95, getting all 5.
One away from each other. BBL's adaptation's very nice overall. The fact that they can show their slower style of play, that they don't need to always be as explosive as we expect them to be.
Some low.
Getting fired up in the meantime. This is going to prompt a Foot timeout though. Bambino and Vlad not happy with what they're seeing. And as we said, Foot not shown us the adaptations in the past 2 rounds.
No, it's a game plan which was working well at the start, but now that BBL have managed to rock them back a step, that double kill from Kreven in B main, really the big one for me. Not managed to get the same kind of value from it. I mean, 5 rounds already on defender side Lotus here. Looks pretty good for them in this instance. This is a Viperless server right now. Something to be thinking about.
Same time though, do you think that game against Pacific was a real representation of Foot and their Lotus? Do you think that was just more of an off day for the Turkish side?
Yeah, more than anything, I would just say again, it's that mental thing, right? The amount of rounds that they were losing. Valorant had a 1 versus 3 in there. There are a few magic moments, I think, as Yetejay described it, that made the difference. But BBL can bring that to the table by the same margin, so...
That's exactly it, mate. They can 100% show the goods when they need to. So both double duelists looking to take control of A Mound and force BBL to move towards C.
It's straight into this Vice setup, so Foot very prepared for this, not overstepping this time in the round.
Yeah, well, unfortunately the wall has actually gone up.
And that's where you're going to see this interaction between the Yoru and Vice find more value for BBL when the fake out is able to trip it. Of course, with the nerf a few patches ago, that's why we've seen Vice's usage skyrocket, because Yoru being a natural counter put her out of play. Ready to hit the site now, though, BBL. Still one more set of thorns at the back of C.
Paranoia is good as well from Sociable. He's on a judge. Unfortunately forced back, and Ultimate's in play as well. Good nade combo. And just going to send it straight in. Advantage looking good for BBL. And time, delay, working through with a showstopper. And Larok's taking so much space.
As much real estate as he possibly can. But again, BBL looking to give up this ground and fight towards CT instead. trap put up there, but all of Foot are coming through Waterfall.
Yeah, ready to play off of the Seekers. Showstopper of their own, clears back sight, but at BBL being forced back, looking to hold from water, and Lovers Rock up. Doesn't hit. Usually it does. And now Foot start to get towards the spike, and when they do, they hit the meat grinder. Absolutely torn apart, and end zone flawless to equal things out.
A very well managed situation from BBL there, in and amongst all the madness. We spoke earlier in the game about the comms, the chaos, and the issues that can present for this young team. But as soon as Zeus's ult comes in, it's a drop back to a deeper line. He doesn't find any value from the ult. Just holding off of their own smoke here. Really well played. Who was saying that Larok hadn't stepped up. 12 and 8 now. The exact kind of response you want to see from the young gunner.
Smiles on the faces of BBL. It's been a long time since we've seen them. Probably favourites, you would say now, to go and top this group. Beating Vitality, beating Foot. The strength of schedule gets easier as the weeks go on. And a different Viswell actually towards Seamount.
Yeah, this is the kind of war you would usually put for a trap play. I think we saw Heretics do something similar, but Zeus doesn't have the showstopper to go vaulting over it like Woot did. So all it is, deep information for the time being. And as you say, that's the importance of this game. Not just the bragging rights, but either of these teams win it, it's a chance to take a huge step towards automatic playoffs qualification, bypassing the play-ins, giving yourself that best possible route towards champions. Crystali navigating A with a little bit of caution, as it is just the solo initiator here for now, and that's where BBL choose to accelerate.
Yeah. Try and put some pressure on Crystali, and fortunately he's peeked into Loiter's rifle, not one that you would normally want to peek into. And it's a nice pivot, drawing in the forces of Foot, making them hurt one by one. Spike to go down on B, and there's also been a deposit of Larok.
Yeah, Lovers Rock would love to get the dimensional drift online here, threaten a tempo change heading into the last round as Foot are coming in with Dregs. Yetajay goes down, Steel Guard, and will be available for the next. So already you're starting to paint that picture of what it entails for us. And at the very least, Zeus has recovered a rifle here, and stop finding that. It's a 3-on-3. All of a sudden, we give a little bit of credit to this one.
Yeah, it's starting to get worrying a little bit, especially with Lovers Rock being low, but yeah.
Both players retaking from that same tight corridor means that BBL have no trouble executing it. 6-5 at the very least tied at the half, but looking to go into that second half with a lead.
Yeah, it took a second for BBL to understand what was going on in this half, how Foot were playing, and as soon as they did, it feels as if they've had the best of their opponents. 4 in a row so far.
Yeah, you saw on the replay there, actually, I think the flash was a bit of fake information maybe for Crystali, caught the fake out, and then it was Loiter sweeping in from tree that caught him, but final round here, Sop, quick pace to this opening.
Yeah, ready to go.
He's taking the orb.
I mean, the fact he's taken it in their faces and got away. Crystali, though, moving out a bit little too eager as he's identified through the dimensional drift and chased down. Sop's operator, good for it, and even misses out on the seas. Lovers Rock forced back, and Foot have hit him with everything but Loiter.
Yeah, 3 bodies back sight. They're ready for this.
Exactly. But Loiter not given his chance. Foot once again, Foot playing together. There's a disconnect here, but a pause in proceedings. Foot fight forward, they do well. Still even, but Rose fighting. BBL to an advantage. BBL to a round win. It's just Yetajay now, the experienced one on Foot, the one who's been the furthest, been in the most international events, and he can't do it here and now. BBL advantage to the second half.
Yetajay's played every derby since 2024, but winless in the last year. Couldn't make the impact there, and so Foot from 5-2 up to 5-7 down. Let's hear from Yetajay, in fact, and hear what he had to say coming into this one.
You died last. Good job.
Now, Yetajay, coming into this is already going to be your 4th game of this stage. How have you been enjoying the faster-paced schedule?
Yeah, I think it's nice for us because we need always momentum to finish the games, and this third match, so we are so ready to play.
You're so warmed up at this point, and they're coming in. It's only their second game. Do you think your position, you'd rather be the team that's played more?
No, actually, they played EWC, so they are warm as well.
Then it's going to be a red-hot match. We were chatting a little bit before this camera started recording. This one has a little bit something extra in it, right? Turkish Derby, obviously, but a lot of history for you and the guys on the other side.
Yeah, right. We have a so good history about BBL against Foot. And yeah, I love to play in Turkish Derby because the energy is always so hyped, and I really want to win against them.
Do you think it's a different style of Valorant when it's two Turkish teams in the server against each other?
Yeah, it's more like, how can I say? It's more like playing without respect.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's always like that. It's so, like, both teams are so angry.
I love it. So a little bit of extra fire in the server, perhaps?
Yeah, it will be.
And you're just going to take over today, of course. You're going to show, you're going to get your revenge on BBL?
Yeah, of course. I'm here for that.
He's here for that. Good luck today, my man.
Good. Thanks so much.
Glad that it cut off at the end there before Mike went for the handshake as well, so spared that one since we've banned him from it. But jokes aside, yeah, Yetije, Foot, all of them fired up, and on the BBL side it's the same as well. It's one of those games where the track record almost goes out of the window. History's entwined, both of these teams know each other far too well, but Foot not making those necessary changes in the first half. It lands them on 5 rounds. It's commendable at best, but we're going to need a lot more if this one is to get snatched from the hands of BBL.
Yeah, at the same time though, I mean, BBL have a good pistol round win, so let's see how Foot deal with that.
Görmedim. Hobbit'e yakın gidin. Kapıyı onlar mı kırdı? Hobbit'i kırdı.
Kamerası var mı Cypher'ın? Açık kırık değil.
B push'una bakıyorum. Yani ben de buradan böyle aldım.
Bekliyorum ben sola doğru. Tamam, CT'ye
Hobbit'e
bakıyorum.
yaklaşın, B split yapalım. Atacağım Dog'u. Tower'a smoke vereceğim. J-Link'e atmayacağım ha. Hazırım ben. Hazırım. Kıracağım ben kapıyı. Tower'a smoke verdim, kırın. Aç kurtu. B push'lar sağ. Paranoya atacağım yakına. Yok. Attım. W bas. J-Link gelir.
Pencere 2
2 tower.
Last player standing.
D boş vurursan.
Evet.
Oğlum lan çok.
Adamlar trap yapmış.
And so the answer is BBL's win rate gets even better. That's now 5 wins to 1 loss overall so far in VCT EMEA Stage 2.
5 wins, 1 loss in what?
In Stage 2, in pistol rounds.
Oh, in pistol rounds. Okay.
See if you like. I'm gonna do you a favor. Maybe clean out your ears before we come
No,
to the
I'm
cast.
just saying the context slightly missing. It's all good. They've won it, Mo. Do you know what that is as a percentage?
Tell me.
Well, no, I don't. I was asking.
I think
it was on the screen at the
I think
start.
it was like, oh, I'm not even going to attempt it. Don't do mental maths on stream, folks.
But Foot here, all on classics, but very quick to try and fight the B space. Larrock in the corner, Vandal in his hands. Got himself an ace already in this game, and he's looking to chase down some of these ecos, but Lovers Rock equally interested. Same can be said of Loiter. A big front 3 on the BBL side, all getting involved in the action here. And Anti-Eco just continues to build that gap. It's the bonus round that we're most intrigued about, though. I mean, that could be all of the difference here on Lotus early doors.
Well, I mean, the thing for Foot was they were able to build from the bonus round and get 5 in a row. BBL need to avoid that. They need to at least do a little bit of damage here.
Yeah.
Show us what they're good for. And I mean, remember last time, LaRock had his showstopper online by this point.
That goes there.
Yeah, he's got 2 of them super early. It's only 3 away as it stands, but no ults into this round. BBL playing with 4 players strong towards the A side. C is weak, but there's a TP there for Lovers Rock, so he can arrive to help support Kreven before the flood arrives. And with a little bit of information collected in B main, there is still a lingering threat of a split through the doors here.
Loiter could TP by the wall and make himself a real issue if he wanted to.
BBL are safe in the knowledge that that 1 trap is enough to stop the B push from coming in for now, though.
Yeah, and Loiter, the most part, has been spotted, or at least spotted the Foot contingent as well. So looking to play a little bit more further back.
Maybe Maybe would have been looking to fake through Zeus towards C, but they've already got what they wanted. There are 4 bodies on the other side of the map. The A hit is theirs for the taking. Loiter's still got 1 more TP to escape if he wants. This is now starting to gear towards that intended B finish that we thought we might see.
There's nobody here to receive it at all.
And so it now begs the question, Cairo, what does this post plant look like? Because Foot have plenty of time to set up.
Well, they've got most of the, a little bit of the utility towards that Hobbit door. And Zeus playing within sight. Crystallian's up close by as well.
He's got a nade to try and interrupt this. Stop that push out from the waterfall as it stands. The rest set up in a crossfire.
I think right now, what BBL are waiting for is their utility to come online. They have plenty of it as well. And as it does, they get wiped away. It doesn't take much. There is a Kreven trying to force another issue through main, and it doesn't work out. So overall, Foot not really sweating in that post plan.
No, very clean from Foot, and I think we're seeing all of the right signs in that situation as well. That one nade from Zeus doing the heavy lifting, sowing some disarray. As you see BBL make their way back in. That's what this defender side is going to ask of you as well.
It's gonna be that!
Team play tested to the nth degree. Now into the follow-up round. It's LaRock with his sights set on rubble control nice and early here.
Foot set with their sights on A as Sop is so quick to head at least towards that ultimate orb. The spam not connecting, but keep your eye on Yetaji right now as he's in B main. That's a big 1 versus 1 versus Kreven.
Oh, wins it.
Yeah, that's going to be the B open up. Same post plan. It should be the same.
Rose!
Just how I do! And now he's on for an ace!
Out of nowhere. Rose from left field, and it's only Yetaji left.
Disastrous stuff. Just when you think Foot had everything open, Rose on for his ace. The second of BBL, but LaRock steals it from him. An advantage for BBL that grows back to 4, double digits found. And again, how does Foot let this slip?
LaRock says to Rose, I'm the only one getting an ace today, mate, sorry. But this is the sort of impact we want to see from the captain. Spoke at length about Sociable's fragging.
1 enemy remaining.
Rose, not often you're going to see him coming up with kills, but when he does, and when it rains, it pours.
Yeah. Well, there's been plenty. Oh, I was going to say, I thought for a minute Foot didn't have a buy, but they actually do. Sorry, the Stinger in play for Yetaji, and he's also got his Steel Garden. So with the pace that's looking to hit in towards C, there could be issues for either side, to be honest. The Steel Garden being thrown right in straight away.
Very direct hit coming through, though. And Foot have most of the space they'd be looking for. Here's the rocket from LaRock. No kill! Sidestep from the satchel there. Great movement, Zeus, but into the hands of Kreven. Sociable restoring order, but Kreven's still going from CT. Defending his post down to the last man. Numbers advantage, and with you said, Loiter getting in behind here as well. There are problems on both fronts for Foot. Cornered is Yetaji, and BBL find themselves yet another round on this defender's side. Coming into the gun rounds, it's been 2 from 3. And Foot going back to the drawing board.
Yeah, we're going to have to time out after this one. It's just not working whatsoever. They're trying the fast takes, they're trying the slow takes. I mean, to be honest, the round previous to this one, I actually thought they had a pretty good start overall. The issue was they just didn't account for Rose running out of their own smoke and getting what was near enough an ace. So, yeah, I don't think overall it was a massive difference. But with that, we now see Vlad talk to his team and try and give them something to adjust to what BBL are doing on the defense.
I think BBL have fully heated up into this one now. Where, like I said, you go back to the derby matches, high-stakes games they played in the previous stage. Didn't look like they were in it at all, but they've called up their own number, they're here. And Foot at the same time, leaving a lot to be desired. I mean, we saw it in the Na'Vi game, of course. Game drifted away from them, felt like they couldn't get back in control. Pacific match, of course. Similar scenes with the lead that they had, should really have closed it out in regulation before it went to overtime.
I worry here Foot have decided, Hazza, that they want to deny 12. So they've thrown everything but the kitchen sink at this one. Sop has his ultimate. Lose this, and it feels like the game could be done.
The map at the very least. Look towards the back end of this veto.
Oh my.
And it does get better for Foot, but as you say, those stats null and void in these kinds of situations, and Kreven just playing by the numbers himself. Trap sets up the first, the follow-up of his own good doing. TP from Sociable's a death sentence, and Jay, the only one remaining, is on borrowed time. Foot are going to have sort of max lost bonus heading into this last one here, but as you say, they put a lot into this round and it's not come up.
I mean, what, Sociable's on 0, Cristalli on 150, Zeus on 300. Yetishi trying to fight this with a stinger.
He's just chasing shadows right now.
He's looking for something, but he's going to head straight into Loiter, who's just going to hold this one down. Tell the rest of his team that they could potentially move up, and Lovers Rock's done that. Feels as if BBL are just playing with their foot at this moment in time.
Yeah, they are. And this is the thing as well. We know the record that this organization holds in this fixture. It's popped up in plenty key duels over the years. First Strike, the Swords, original Turkish online masters as well. But Foot, for the most part, have been the team to beat. It's not since this new generation now that all the difference.
And I mean, the thing is... Oh, dear. Salt in the wounds. Into the next one. Foot are trying their best to contest this. 3 Guardians, Harvando. Of course, well, it's actually turned into 4 Guardians rather than 3 Guardians and a Bulldog. And the attack walking aimlessly in towards Lovers Rock Operator. But they need to be careful because Sociable TP's behind.
Soft sliding in on the front line, that's also posing the biggest threat right now. Lovers Rock trying to play up close. Sociable would be in the perfect position if he wasn't being flanked himself. Rose on the retake coming back in to support, but the players on site have already dropped and Foot have just brushed them aside this time. It's going to be a 7th round queued up for them here, Cairo, but it's a little too late.
Feels like it. So Foot keep themselves alive for 1 round longer. They're able to upgrade the weapons that they had. An Operator picked up. I mean, nicely done, exploding on towards A, but how replicable is this round?
1 enemy remaining.
It does feel like we've seen Foot be very direct so far on this attack side in terms of their executions. How good Sociable had been at the mid-rounding. I mean, this hasn't been numerically his best contribution. Not someone that you want to stress needs that kind of impact, but we have seen it for him in the last week or so. A-Space taken comfortably by Foot. Sop attack op this time.
Still not found either. Not announced himself. Lovers Rock forced to use TP.
Just going to drift back towards the A-hold though. The spy cam out in sand by Kreven. He's trying to lock down B solo. Rocket in his face. Zeus has found the kill and himself, so BBL still in a position of authority here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Sop's got is a real issue, and they're so quick to try and flood back in. Flood out and out. They go. Lotus is 1. And yeah, I don't think there's much else that can be said about that.
No, BBL have absolutely rolled over Foot. After those first few rounds, which looked to be going their way, it has been a complete changing of the guard by the young guns in this first meeting between a few of the players in the server. So a lot now asked of them, as we will be heading towards Split. Let's hear, for the time being, from Lovers Rock.
I've got him here indeed. Talk to me about the Yoru. How'd you have fun on that, Agent?
It's the most fun agent in the game, I think, but I missed a lot of shots this game. But it's okay. Next Euro game will be better for me, and I'm happy with Euro. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is you just need more Yoru reps, right?
No, I just need more aim training, I guess. No, it's not about Yoru. That's me.
Well, we'll have some more of that down this series. Good luck going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll be right back after this.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot. Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade If you got your shade 날 just a wall 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 저지 can't change 내게 나서 plan B 요즘 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever If I never leave
Lovers Rock is back on Euro. Why have you made this change and how much better does it make your team?
Answer.
Yeah, I think the last buff affect us, and I think we also want to play Euro while it's nerfed, and I think the 5 seconds, we think the 5 seconds could create a difference, and I think it's his most comfort agent. So when he's individually good, our team is also good. You agree, Mr.
Yeah,
K?
I agree, and we are more comfortable right now.
Also, he's comfortable with Neon, but we are highly different when we are playing Yoru.
You already know that.
Yeah.
Extra dimensions added to the gameplay. Some serious smiles on the faces of the fans back at the watch parties in Turkey here for BBL, and why not? They got a lot to be happy about after that map, Bea.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially between these two teams, BBL and FUT having the rivalry that they had. Also, BBL had a very good year last year, but it wasn't a Turkish roster per se, and it wasn't what they had been bringing us. So FUT was technically still on top, but yeah, great Lotus.
Yeah, I think like an objective for these teams isn't just about going to those global events and winning. I think part of it is also beating each other. Like that rivalry exists for a reason, and it was great to see that it's at a high level right now.
It is indeed. Let's dive into what we were witnessing, right? Because we've been stumping for the Yoru for a while here, and there was a lot of Yoru to unpack here, Bea.
Yeah, I think that from the get-go, right, we were looking at it, and just here in the bonus, we have a good example, right, of what we're saying, using the clone to disrupt the Vice utility. The wall goes up. They also have a free orb because of it. They only been, you know, there's some utility thrown in. And then later in the round, it also served them when C started to become a problem. We saw FUT using this wall a little bit forward, and it caught them off guard previously, but for this one the setup is completely different, and they actually use all of the kit to have a good execute. LaRock in this round, in fact, went to 2 different orbs to just to grab his ultimate to even have an easier way of going in onto the side. Technically what we wanted to see. Happy.
Exactly what we wanted to see. And there was one round you wanted to get into a little bit more here, Minnie, that you wanted to unpack on the Telestrator?
Yeah, so it's one round where actually BBL don't have that Yoru clone to go see and break that Vice wall, and we get to see what happens. It's actually one of the only things I really think FUT did really well this map, which was the retake protocols on the C side of the map. So that's what we're going to jump into here is BBL are looking to go C, but as you see here, you got this Vice wall again, but this time around, no Yoru clone to break it because he is dead. So it's good. Technically, BBL should have a full sight here. He didn't have a clone either, but he was also dead, by the way. But here's the key thing. Bea is breaking once again.
No, I'm okay this time around.
The key thing here is...
Unlike the wall.
I'm surprised the telly isn't.
This door right here. I think that this is a protocol that gets missed by a lot of teams. Opening this door. By opening this door, you have a sight line into the bottom of the site, and all of those players down there feel very uncomfortable. So what is the reaction? They're going to try and push forward a lot of the time. And look what happens here. FUT are going to group up towards that CT side, and BBL push forward, but FUT are already ready. They're tapping that door once again, and BBL are feeling that pressure, moving forward, but FUT are there with numbers. They're trying to plant the spike, but that's a player planting the spike which can't do anything, and FUT are able to flood in. That one opening the door protocol was the nicest thing I saw from FUT, but unfortunately, the only real good thing I think I saw in that map.
Yeah, I think that we saw Jet2J was playing very well. He's the one playing the Vice. I think that Zeus also struggled a lot on the attack. We wanted to see a little bit more of the defense because we were speaking about the TP and whatnot, and wanted to see if that had a direct implication, like a direct effect. But we didn't get to see much. We were having a conversation about the double duelist, and for now, there is a clear winner.
I think, to be frank, the double duelist, if you're going to play it, you have to play it with the Yoru. If you're going to play a comp, you have to, I keep saying, you have to play Viper and Vice. And if you don't play those agents, the map is unplayable. I think the Yoru coming in adds another element of a double duelist that is playable. But I'm just looking at FUT's comp, just thinking they've lost an agent select, essentially, in my opinion. And I'm going to be saying it a lot over the stage because a lot of teams don't play, in my opinion, good compositions on this map.
Well, I'm sure you'll get more opportunities for it. We're diving into the next map here. We've got Split on the line. First thoughts on Split?
Split, it's a very old, simple map. Double duelists we're going to see from both sides. The key thing for me, though, is that BBL have a weakness. I think that by playing no Viper on this map, there are things to exploit. If you think about it, usually Vipers are going to put their orbit middle on defense, and by not having that orb there, I think that's a big weakness, and the attack could just exploit middle. On the flip side, you also the attack side with the Viper. Usually you see the walls towards A and a nice little lurk out. No lurks. If BBL are able to, if FUT, are able to exploit middle on attack and A ramp on defense, I think that there's a key to victory here.
We have our agent select through.
No.
Okay.
Is this happening for real?
Okay. So Yoru is coming out again.
Okay.
And I'm loving the Yoru.
Is it? Or is he baiting you?
Let's look at it.
He's not looking at you, so he's...
It'd be LaRock
he's-
playing the Yoru.
No, no.
It's LaRock. No, he's baiting us. He's baiting us.
Yeah.
It's LaRock. He's baiting us. 100%. I'm not going to talk about it. I think their composition is not going to be the Euro, so we're not going to
Okay,
talk about it.
we're not going to talk about it. What are we going to talk about instead?
We're going to talk about the fact they don't have Viper. And once again, the keys to victory for Foot on this attack are going to be to exploit that middle of the map. Get mid control, and then finish with a nice bursty exec.
Oh, I told you it was a bait.
Yeah,
I told you. I've been lied to so many times. I can see them coming.
He's looking at us. He's smiling over.
It was good for one, but I was like, bro, you have LaRock
is
here
too
on
good at
Raze.
He's too good at Raze.
Yeah. Would you say the same to Vitality when they put Dirk on the Neon here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Dirk should not be playing Neon.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Also, you're speaking about the Viper. As I said, Jet2J is having a very, very good day for them. Balls in their courts. I want to see that aggression. I want to see the bounce back from the double duelist. I want to see Zeus being determinant in this map. I think that he also needs it moving forward.
Okay, so all eyes on Zeus over for the Foot side. What are our expectations, right? Based on what we've seen so far, based on what we've seen a lot of Foot so far this stage. Do we think we're going to get the third map?
I think it just comes down to preparation. There's a reason they picked this map, and I'm hoping that the coaches have seen the same weaknesses from the BBL VODs as I have. And if they've done that, then I think Foot are advantaged here. If they're going in blind and just going to play their game, so to speak, then I would favor BBL.
I think I still favor BBL for this one. I was surprised. I saw them confident. I think like LaRock is just a superstar right now, and he should keep being it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know how much BBL are firing.
How much do you believe in right now? Like from 100%?
50.
50-50?
I'm sitting on the fence. Like I said, win condition is exploiting that no Viper.
Well, Mini might be on the fence, but we'll see if these two casters can lure him off of it. Hasan Cairo, take it away.
Do you think you can lure Mini off the fence?
I don't know how he's managed to get up there, to be honest.
That's true. I mean, I've not seen Mini climb many tall fences, I'll be honest. But what I have seen is BBL climb Foot's fence in a sense, because they've won the first map.
Yeah, I suppose so, right? Kicking down doors, knocking over fences, whatever you want to say. BBL would continue that streak of wins. It would be 4 from 4 in their recent meetings if they can pull it off here in the VCT. Defenders' side start carrying on where they left off on Lotus. That was their map pick. This is now Foot's neck of the woods. And as we said before, looking at the results for both, it's almost inverted from one side to the other. If there was any chance to bounce back, it would be now. And with Foot on the attack, it's that standard A pistol we expect.
Yeah, this is the only repeat of the maps that was played against Vitality for BBL. So there's a little bit of tape to work with if you're Foot. So far, pretty easy getting out. You say that, and then the fights ensue, and it is going to end up in a 3-on-3.
Yeah, a couple trades out on site, but Foot not in a position to plant just yet. Maybe a chance with BBL already in screens to go early on this one.
I mean, there's a star there, but they've just walked out. No contest. Rose is telling the players what to do as they go round wide. Jet2J, an issue from the corner, and well, cleared out. It goes down to a 2-on-2. Zeus looking to try and peek. He still has nade. That's going to be important. And he goes one-on-one. Loiter versus Sociable Controller versus Captain. And not enough time for Loiter. He wants that star back so he can smoke up. And he doesn't have the health to hold on. It is Foot to win the pistol round.
Yeah, two of the most clutch players in the server duking it out for the pistol. Foot getting there first in this series, if I'm not mistaken. And so, for BBL, it's going to be all about rebuilding on this defender's side. And for Foot, carrying on with what they've got here. I would love to see a nice anti-eco from them into a bonus.
Yeah, get that momentum rolling.
Put some daylight between the teams, because they went up 5-2 on Lotus, and then they sort of imploded.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal to watch, was it? BBL, though, we've not necessarily seen them at the anti-eco. Have they got any plans? What's the thought process here? I think as well, when we think of this BBL roster, I mean, excluding one, but they've had history against Foot all the way back in Red Bull Homegrounds 2024
yeah,
when they played in that best of 5.
Yeah, the Turkish qualifier. It went all 5 maps. So.
Of course. I think that was an early indication of where this roster was destined to reach.
For sure. It's one of the first appearances from Zeus in that tournament as well. As we said, I don't think he only ever had one win against this core when they were on Pacific, so it's been a difficult one. Looking at it here, BBL just with pistols on their A defense. Done a pretty good job so far with only classics, however. Was one picked up at the start, and Larok's Bandit getting another onto SOP. Yesterday down to 46, rotation happening on both sides.
Yeah, it's been heard. It's just his rifle, you put your hopes in as he goes forward. LaRock, him from behind. I don't know if he's been accounted for here. As the players do plant safely.
One enemy remaining.
And in the end, I think it's going to be easier enough.
Spike planted.
Yeah, well dealt with by Zeus. 3 on the round. And this is when we were just saying, can Foot keep this clean? One more from LaRock makes that bonus round a real difficulty here.
I mean, he's got to buy in the next. He doesn't necessarily need to save the rifle.
So he's going to go ahead, roll the dice and give it a go. There's a crossfire set up on back pillar. It's Zeus lingering in the spawn garden, though, which is the biggest of issues for LaRock. That's a line which he's going to struggle to get past here. And Zeus just... Yeah, Foot get the majority of the guns through in the end. Should be a second Phantom recovered there as well.
And it's also one away for a showstopper on Zeus. Nice start for him. You can see the issues that BBL want to cause on their defense. Brawling for heaven. I think overall, once Foot get their chance to settle their nerves and post, it was as easy as that.
Same start as the previous map for them, of course, though. So now we start to look at this one. Mini banging on about mid-control in the absence of a Viper. And it is only Yetajay detached, as it seems like Foot are ready to take Garage 4 strong. No further development on that, but Loiter down to 51. That is the lurk cut out.
Talk about mid. Mid, no. No issue at all. You've got to go and re-clear that if you are Foot. Worried about vents, worried about being hidden behind the box.
Can also just sort of see from the positioning and how you've got this deep sight hold on the Foot side as well. They're happy to give up that space.
Yeah, but are they? It's not really giving up the space, it's playing behind your utility. The fact that you have a star, the fact that you have...
Yeah, from the site itself, right? That's the point in question here for BBL. And they've managed to use this to get numbers over through screens as well. Nade's not going to do too much. Zeus has a lot to get past.
Does manage to trade out with his rocket. Still the delay through the grav well. And if the players do step into heaven, they're known about because of this wall from the Vise.
It's down. Kreven is dead.
Missed that one, but BBL haven't. They know their timings, they know the gaps, and you're looking at Loiter towards that B side, playing in hell.
Yeah, little time left here on this one, though, and actually Lovers Rock with the Neon gets a good rotation.
Yeah, calling for support, but the players of Foot haven't even adjusted, haven't even thought about it, and don't even sweat. 4 alive in the end, and BBL get their first round.
Yeah, very important round for BBL to find at this stage in the game. We were just speaking about the parallels with the previous. Foot make the most of the mid-control, I think, past losing Yetajay here early. Was a little surprised to see him contact in there. Just the late sight control. Difficult to dig out, and I think that's what I was going back to, really. If BBL aren't going to fight for mid, then at least they know they've got a good sight hold.
Lovers Rock still not seeing anything through mid as he continues to shoulder peak, but with the announcement of gunshots, nobody really comes to support. Again, happy to give up that tower space. Give up everything entirely, LaRock interested.
Just hanging back on this angle. Spike slowly making its way towards A through sewers. Signs of commitment here for Foot.
Issue is that BBL play on the front foot here. Well, Lovers Rock's not seen anything. Is that a red herring?
I mean, that's the thing. BBL are really without information at this point in time. They want to gamble towards one side of the map. It looks like they're going to go for B, but the A execution is just about to come in.
Creven and Lovers Rock, the only ones here. The utility sent forth, the vines used, and Lovers Rock waiting for his opportunity to drop out. Does so, and gets the kills he's looking for, but the rest of BBL are here. It's still equal in the man count, still equal in the server, but the player, the Loiter, so far away, so he has to clutch up in 2v1.
Yeah, and in terms of stars, doesn't look like he's got any at his disposal here. Maybe one coming back up on recall, but Foot can play this 2 versus 1 tried and true.
Sociable up first.
And Zeus is actually not there to peek off him immediately.
Well, first star sent forward. Sociable peeking out. Loiter's seen. So both players play together, shoulder to shoulder. And there's a little bit of doubt as to where Loiter's actually gone, as they both go under Stacker, and, well, Zeus is the one to win it. 3-2 for Foot.
I mean, Zeus, 10-2 right now. He is dictating the play as it stands. It's been the real outlet for when they've needed him. Rose actually made some comments about the duelist who was formerly his teammate many moons ago in the build-up to this game.
Yeah.
Said about him, you know, he's just inconsistent more than anything else. And I can't help but agree with those comments. It's right now, though, that we're getting the best of him, and that's what Foot need.
Yeah, Lovers Rock sitting on his operator, as we know he can very quickly start to control the game. Mid is where he's been placed. And Foot waiting for BBL to do something here.
It's not really much of a change-up in the defense from BBL. More than anything, it's Lovers Rock in mid with this operator. Otherwise, Creven's still stationed on A with that Vice util. And Foot looking pretty happy to play into it, all things considered. Zeus has got the gap closed, and while Sop's the only one that can really follow him up,
Creven's just notifying Rose that players could be scaling up behind this wall. Foot are going to get full tower control, or A heaven control.
Yeah, I mean, look, with Loiter just wedged into B main here, they're happy to bring the extra numbers over. So BBL probably with the best chance at a site defense that we've seen from them so far.
Slarrock to make sure that they don't boss out in towards CT. But it will be out of heaven instead. A good flash that brings the operator off, and Creven gone as well. Foot have completely overran the site. There's been no contest. Lovers Rock just trying to escape, but he won't be able to. And I think while Loiter was in B main, he'll stay there, trying to save that rifle.
Yeah, this is a really well-executed round from Foot. And again, just showing that they're not scared of this Vice setup whatsoever. The freedom that they've been allowed in mid has just enabled them to create so much more pressure on the map. BBL can't withstand it right now. They know how much money is left here, so Loiter will be lucky to save this one.
Or maybe he'll just fight his way through to the death.
Wonder how many more Foot players actually want to go and hunt this down, and the answer is none. Financial worries of their own here.
Yeah, the fact that Yetige's on 450, Sociable on 350.
Yeah, 3 of them under 1,000 credits when you look at Zeus as well, so
yeah,
important he stays alive. The old saying, 3 can buy for 2, but not the other way around, so Foot up with a 4-1 lead. Again, it's looking a lot like the last map, Cairo.
Yeah, it is. And I think, I'm wondering when we get the key timeout, because he's always good at making the adaptations and telling the players where they went wrong, what to do next.
I think this was also a big factor of BBL's split in the past. More so on their attack side, if I recall. Some key fixtures played against NRG. There's Santiago duels that we saw between the two, and that was really their undoing when they had a chance to move forward in the upper bracket there. NRG going on to place top 3, of course, but these are the games that we're most concerned with right now. This is the current head-to-head in the partnered era. There's 3 on the bounce for BBL. A different BBL to this one, important to mention.
I was going to say, I mean, realistically, there's more to talk about between BBL Pacific and Foot as an organisation than, I mean, any of these matchups, because it's almost an entirely different one. The only one who really remains is Yetiji.
Exactly, and he's still hunting that follow-up win after a string of failures in the previous year. The only time we'd seen Foot absence from a global. They're getting back on track as BBL are just starting to show some of their best as well. Stage 1, a little bit of a drop-off, but now meeting in trajectory. And looking at Foot coming into this next round, you've got to think about the ults that they've got. It's this showstopper from Zeus really more than anything, which is the threat. On the BBL side, a couple of choice tools here and there. Steel Garden and most likely Lover's Rock here with an overdrive. So if he runs into any traffic, it's a 2-1-2. He's playing rotation. First contact B.
If LaRock gets one kill, he has that showstopper that's going to turn the head, or turn the round on its head. Still Foot though, pretty spread out, looking for clues as to what actually this setup looks like for BBL.
Yeah, BBL would just love that little bit of mid-information dropped in here. You can see they're just orbiting on the edge of it. But the Spike's been waiting outside of A for the duration of the round. Sociable calling the shots from just on the exterior of Garage. He has an ult, he can join up with the rest of the team. This is where LaRock makes his move with the Soul Rifle.
Up against Crystalli, who has been pretty decent so far when I think back to Lotus, but not here. That's going to be the acceleration onto the A site, and Rose is not as sharp shooting as he has been in the past. 4-on-4.
Yeah, no players in heaven as it stands, but still opting for the open plant here from Yetiji. That's where the wraparound comes through in ramp.
If this gets spicy, I mean, there's ultimates to commit here, and that's exactly the case as Zeus tries to get back. Kreven's rifle is making issues, but not issues that Zop can't solve. Out of CT go BBL, and I'm worried about how this open plant might actually look as the players try and send it towards heaven. The Cosmic Divide going to be a problem, which BBL can hold on. A rifle in Loita's hands, waiting for the players to peek him. Oh, there goes Sop. Yetiji now next up, a one-on-one against Loita, who's known for this. Spike halved, off it, waits for Yetiji to peek him, but tap of the spike is what betrays him. And Foot get the round.
The crazy thing is, if Loiter goes full stick on that first tap, I just wonder how close it ends up getting. Of course, he's playing for the bait around his own ult. Quite the investment made on the BBL side with that overdrive from Lover's Rock as well. That was the one a little less conditional. You were expecting to come in with him buying just the heavy shield.
But you can understand why, right? Because overall, I mean, they bring it within one. They're making Foot's economy work once again. Sociable on 950, Sop on 50 of his own.
Yeah, I mean, this is on a knife's edge, really, Cairo. But BBL have to find a way to get themselves back in this game, because if Foot pick up this round, they just start to run away with it.
That starts to get worrying. Flash through it. The Rays coming back in with the showstopper. Everyone running for the hills. Just probably most suspect, and he is gone. Kreven at the same time lost though, and that's going to be the big issue for Foot's defense.
Yeah, Yetiji's found so much space here on A, but they're running into Rose.
Ah, but he has not got a chance to fight back. Spike can head in with little to no contest unless LaRock gets this chance. This gap doesn't take it. So BBL reset and look to play together.
Yeah, he's got the nade here at the very least. That one gets lobbed in with the grab well. Barely any chip on the surface as Yetiji now has this pit to play from.
Very unlucky. As we see BBL still trying to make their inroads, still trying to make their way back in. Sociable is coming back in on main. He's a late win condition should they need it. I think, yeah, that's Sop's ultimate used.
Yeah, just not leaving anything down to chance here for BBL, seeing what they can get away with. All three players trying to leave, and it's the operator that goes down. Yetiji pushing past his own pit, picks that one off. And I mean, now in terms of what you've got for the next round, it's not all too much. Foot have made this one their own.
They will die.
And they don't seem to be stopping. I mean, Kreven losing that one-on-one, allowing that A site to be open. I mean, it's fair enough to be said, right? This is Foot's map pick. There's an asterisk that can be put onto this by BBL, but I mean, overall, I'm so surprised that it's went like this, considering, right? When we saw it last time against Vitality, we saw what Vitality could do when they started their own comeback.
Yeah. BBL right now just have to find some point of success on the map, because it honestly feels like we're seeing almost a repeat every single round. Larok did well against Crostali and Sewer last time. He's here again, looking for a fight. It's Yatache they've walked into, and very nearly does the Foot player find a second. It's a 4-on-4 situation.
Yeah, but that Viper's wall going to be not a problem anymore.
They've left Zeus behind here as well, and any player drops into vent, they're straight down the throat of Sociable. Easy enough for him. It's Larok gone. Loiter maybe looking for a little bit of util to play back through, but Sociable's going to get another no trouble. Foot can go pretty much anywhere they please on this round, because they've won every single fight presented to them.
I mean, Rose here before the spike is, unfortunately, caught out.
They win it on elimination.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a 50-50 on that engagement there between him and Sociable. And should Rose have won it, maybe it gets a little bit spicy. But overall, Foot up to 7. This gap increasing more and more.
So many individual fights taken, and you can understand the scrappy nature of BBL in this position with the weapons that they carried into it. Now the bigger picture has to come together for them. There's an op-out for Lovers Rock, a couple of big ults to play with. Let's head over to the comms and see what Foot are doing to stop them.
Sakin.
Adam rafter'da kanka, pikleyeceğim ona ben. Rampamı alsana.
Bekle.
Eyvallah.
Heaven solda.
Kurtla pik atsana oraya. Kurt aç, sağa paranoya atacağım.
Kapadım. 80 vurdum.
Adam burada.
Standa. Sana uç reis. Nice, 80 vurdum sağ.
Ya beyler.
Nereden attı lan ultiyi?
A rampa. Bayağı uzaktan attı.
Okey. Ben bakıyorum vente. Biraz chillleyelim, B Heaven'a kontak yürüyeceğim devamında. Ya bütün herkesin infosunu aldılar. Astra B'yi açmış olabilir. Öyle bir olay var. Yetu lazımsın.
B'yle bakmıyorum şu an.
Eksiz gel. B main'den orb alıp Sky ulti basmamız lazım. Ya da gel ya. Gel trade'imi alırsın sen benim.
2 yürüyor. Bir tane. 2.
Aman koyayım.
Ya bak la.
Konuşmasam. 2 tane solunda, diğeri muhtemelen A'da deep kaldı. Step verdin.
30 seconds left.
Toxins going up.
A spike given back to Yetaje, and already seen Loiter. Can't win it out. So BBL able to get their second round of the half.
Yeah, BBL, a much needed round from their perspective, of course. We've stressed it a couple of times now. Foot really putting some daylight between the two of them. And this time it's Kreven introduced to the mid-fight, where previously he was absent. Thorns there, switch up in terms of setup. Honestly, much better trades and spacing from this defender's side, where they've been so lackluster up until that point. Zeus dropped in an ice bucket. Fiery form from him so far in the map, and he'll lead that charge once again.
Looking to, Larok, take his time in. Oh, he's behind the players. He can't quite get his second. Foot now able to head towards B, where Loiter is the lone anchor. I mean, he could deny the spike getting out of main, and that would be a huge problem for Foot. But the shots aren't hitting. Loiter able to take one with him. Lovers Rock on an operator. You can't help but feel this is going to be a save.
More of the same. BBL gets sucked into the mid-duel this time. And Lovers Rock, or Larok I should say, for the position that he had, you have to argue, not coming up with as much value as he potentially should have found. Leaves Loiter out to dry on the site itself. And again, it's this conversation of BBL with a decision to make. At the start of the game, felt like they were happy to give up that space. Now they're fighting for it, which is making the sites more vulnerable. It's just looked very awkward, whereas Foot are really happy to roll with the punches.
It's haymakers they keep throwing at their opponents. Hopefully, I guess the second half looks better for them. But at this point in time, we'll even have a chance in that second half with the way that things are going.
One of the big things for me to take away from that Vitality game, I think, was just the amount of 2 versus 5s that BBL were winning. The amount of times they had a player disadvantage and were able to recover from it. Now put in a situation where Foot went positive. Every player across the board in the green for first engagements against Pacific. Different team, of course, but just kind of speaks volumes to when they get in these positions, they have been so much more capable. BBL really at odds with the situation as they've only got 2 more rounds to recover this defender's side. This is the first time, really, that we see Lovers Rock get on an aggressive angle early and take away some of that A space.
It's nice. Gives BBL a lot of hope. He can't overstep, though, because if he does, Yetege is there to receive. Meanwhile, that B push is going on. Kreven is able to at least take down Shop. I mean, even throwing in the ultimate, Crystalli does so well. Yetege nowhere near that operator. And this one's already done.
It's unbelievable from Crystalli. This kid gets better every time you watch him.
Yeah.
Had a 1v4 last time he played Split, and here nearly takes down 4 players by himself. Foot almost home and dry. 9 rounds on their attack side here. And look, we know both teams are fantastic when they're put on this half of the server, Cairo, but we're starting to get into really uncomfortable territory for BBL now. And the sort of territory that they've just not been in so far this stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. With BBL, we've not necessarily seen them sweat. I think if it was going to be any team to do it, it would have been Foot. Just with the game plan, the way that they played against. Actually, I wonder how Na'Vi would fare against it, considering how well they played against Foot. But overall, yeah, BBL need to win this next round, or we're looking at a Foot dominance on Split.
I mean, where does that then shape us up heading into Sunset? Map which, you know, BBL are undefeated on so far this year, but yet to debut it in the VCT. Foot 1 win for the time we've seen it from them. Again, trying to exploit this A space and middle. Sociable's just got past the smoke.
Oh, and nearly past the operator as well. Same time though, look at the other arm of this push. Now the strong arm starts to hit towards A.
Yeah, BBL actually managing to backfill the site a little bit here. Larok, quick double, one from the gun, the other from the paint shells, and as soon as Sociable takes that next step of his timing, that's when the rest of Foot want to follow things up. Kill from Crystalli sends them on their way, and with Lovers Rock walking back into trouble, he is a dead man. Kreven gets the kill in transition, and Foot have cancelled. Sociable said, that's where the last man is. Go take the A site, it's yours for the taking.
Sop even takes a step forward, looking to take the fight himself, but he has left a timing against Crystalli.
Just depends how quick Kreven is to this through screens. The Seekers are there just to confirm it. Kreven spends half the mag trying to break it. Has to put more bullets back into the gun, but now cornered from 2 different positions. Foot have him caught twofold. Nothing that can be done from there. It's 10 in the opening 12 for Foot. A statement response from them.
Yeah, it has been. BBL have not looked as good as they did on Lotus. A lot of issues arising, and it's starting to worry. But with that being said, we did have an interview before this match with Loiter, so let's hear what he had to say.
1 enemy remaining.
Loiter, exciting matchup for you guys today, right? Foot, Turkish Derby, a lot of extra maybe going into this. What's on your mind?
I mean, we are kind of hyped up, but not that much. I think like it's not a big deal, like a Turkish Derby. They are playing good. We are a good team. It's going to be a good match. We are just not I mean, not, yeah, we are not that hyped up, but it's good.
Not putting extra on it, just taking the game as it comes. You guys haven't played that much yet in Stage 2, right? You're coming off of the WC, you've maybe had a little bit more time. They're really warmed up, but that also means you have a little more game, right? You've seen more of their matches. Do you think that gives you an advantage?
Yeah, I think it does, because I think they played 3 games, and we played only 1, and yeah, it gives a lot of advantage. And I think we are warmed up too, because we like had a really good performance on EWC, and now like we are putting more to it, and I think we are in good form too.
So with all that game film out there, have you come up with anything in particular for them? Any sort of antis or counters that you're going to bring to the table?
I mean, we will see in the match. I can't give it right now, but yeah, we will see it in the match.
No secrets, but it sounds like there might be a little something. Anything in particular, any of your teammates that we should have our eyes on today?
I think Larok. Yeah.
All eyes on Larok?
Yeah. All eyes on Larok.
100%?
Yeah.
All right, good luck today, man.
Good luck. Thank you.
Well, Larok hasn't done too badly, but it's the rest that we've got to be looking towards. I mean, an 8-round gap, a pistol round that could, quite frankly, decide this match.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird run, right? When you look at the scorecard right now, you wouldn't think it was 10-2, but BBL need to put up their weight here. Let's see what they're saying in this pistol.
B'de setup olur.
B'de setup olur.
Okey. A'ya gelsin Umut, yürü benimle gel.
Bekle space var, bekle.
Götüm götüm yürü. Ölümüne oynama gel.
Bekledim.
Şerif almak da olabilir.
A'da da oynuyor
Umut
olabilir.
Fantik Smoke'tan sonra aşağı piklesene
Veriyorum. Tamam. Bekle veriyorum.
Fake Smoke yani Umut.
İkisiniz orada bu arada, haberiniz olsun. İste.
Gel yakına.
Ver şu an. Açtım.
Rampa boş Umut, ona piklet evine.
Eren B'de sadece smoke attı ve bomba kırdı. Bombanın burayı yürütmeye çalışıyor.
Eren boş. Yürüyelim gelsenize.
Mid'de setup var.
Bence A'ya var. A'ya çekiyor bizi. B'ye tutmazsanız da kontak.
Tamam beni dinle. Mid'de flash Sky.
Kanka Şerif'in
Sky flash patlattı. Mid'de boş gördü. Mid'de setup vardı büyük ihtimalle. O yüzden flash attı.
Mid'den geçmeye çalışacağım. B'ye yürüsene.
Bol var kanka mid'de gel.
Eren bombayı alsana.
Hyper bolu. Tamam bize setup gelebilir.
Boş smoke geldi. Bir dururken smoke'tan bir yandan patlayabilirsiniz birlikte.
Anti flash'ım
yok. Ben de mid'den doğru kaçacağım o ara.
Tamam ben cross. Bu bir kurt attı lan sanki.
Atlayalım mı? Search
pardon yanlış bilmişim.
Search atın ilk kontaktan patlayın.
Ben şey tamam anti.
Sadece kaymam var.
Şey var smoke var atamıyoruz. Atamıyoruz search. Bitti.
Doğru gelecek sağlı çıkmanız lazım. Uğur atacak adamı.
Dim.
İlk kontakta.
Bomba default gelin. Go. Head attım adama. Sam verdim.
Öldü. Evan öldü.
Bir tane sağda bir. Sağda bir daha. Gel Umut sen neyim? Nice. Nice. Chill. Evan biri. Atla kanka.
Kuracağım kapalı.
Arkaya alacağım.
Öldü.
Kapalı kuruyorum. Kaan arkayı bana sal.
Tutayım. Evan'a jiggle atabilecek var mı?
Var alacağım.
Atıyorum kanka. Aman Evan gider.
So BBL find themselves 5 alive in post with both Zeus and Yetiji trying to find their way back in, and that could be the gap that they were looking for. Some players low here, so somewhat doable, and Yetiji makes it look like it. Instead, BBL turn on them and win the round.
Yeah, instant clap back after losing only their second pistol in the stage. If your stat was correct from earlier, you know, the mental maths that we were doing. And this is exactly what you want to see from the attack side. Again, think about this map and the bias that it has. It's lent more towards the attack side in recent times. And well, looking at it here, if BBL can keep finding results like that, the game can change very quickly. We saw how those leads fell away from Foot at points in their previous matches. And Vlad was speaking about it himself. Sometimes things leading to inaction in the comms. Everyone sort of complaining about certain things and not making the necessary adjustments in the heat of the moment.
This could be an issue though, as the players tried to fight through mid, and well, it's ended up in a highlight clip for the BBL players. So Loita taking the space away from Foot.
Bit of caution required here now for BBL though if they want to get the rifles through. Couple pistols in play, and Loita is one of them. Brilliantly done from the Bandit. And with that, the purchase should look good coming into the next round, Cairo. No talk of tingles from me just yet, but at what point do we start to believe in this comeback?
Let's see how the bonus goes. Win the bonus, then it's on. But I'll tell you what else is on. our Stage 2 finals in Barcelona, Hazza. If you want to get your tickets, make sure to scan the QR code.
I'm going to get my phone out right now.
All right.
Get that scanned. OpenRiot.com. Put in my password.
What is your password?
None of your business. But yeah, they're very much still on sale. 3 days of action. Get stuck in. Hope to see you at the end of August.
BBL looking to see the end of this round as they continue on, and that's a lovely entry by LaRock. This bonus round started off right, and as you said, this bonus round has bite to it, as we've already seen. Zeus set up early in B main.
This is something which BBL really struggled to grapple with. Extremity control on their defense. It's given some space here to Foot. Crystali even going to test for info on 8. That's where the spike is heading. I mean, BBL trying to fake through B at the same time. They're completely split, and Sop has managed to find both players in tower through the smoke. At what point did Foot realize this is an A hit, though?
Yeah, this is a signature in their kickoff playstyle, except this time you're playing against individuals that can match your own. Sop doing that. And time starting to tick away. BBL are letting the granules fall into the hourglass.
I mean, it's a great supportive smoke here from Sociable as well to just prop up Crostali in backside as the rest of BBL encroach. Sop's caught a little more damage in transition, but Crostali can't stand his ground for long enough. Does go to a post plant.
Zeus is the one encroaching from main.
Yeah.
Sociable needs to be careful in his 1 versus 1.
Because Kreven's managed to sneak all the way up ramp for the time being. Strong off angle for him to take against Sociable, but it's the fight which he fails to win. BBL on the back foot now, 2 versus 3, back to the wall. Larrock at the map. And Loiter there from elbow. This duo always so confident to play off one another in a man disadvantage, or maybe even more. Larrock down and Loiter left behind. Brother to brother. This is exactly what they need. Sop 12 HP. He's still going to win the fight. There's no time for it left. And so Loiter and LaRock have done the unthinkable to keep BBL going.
The fact that LaRock wins his fights, being the low HP that he is unbelievable. So quick on the trigger. I mean, this is a nice entry. Sop unbelievable himself. And then after that, Sociable kill, 12 HP, and still comes out with 2.
It's crazy. Larrock literally just saying in the week as well about how, you know, they can be 2v5, 1v5. He doesn't care. As long as it's Loiter left behind, he has full faith in his teammate, and it's another situation they're able to overturn. Little set piece, early aggression here from Foot. Lover's Rock dealing with it, no problem.
Yeah, not accounted for, and Lover's Rock, lovely stuff. Does try to commit with his ultimate there through the razor wires, doesn't work out.
Little bit of an overheat maybe, especially on a round like this.
Yeah, now there's a rifle in Crystali's hands. Spike not committed to anywhere, but his body's walking in towards B, and Zeus finds a gap of his own.
So this point in the game where Foot have a thought on the back of their minds, BBL just getting in the woodwork all over them. 3 versus 2 here. Crostali can still be the difference maker.
Player standing.
Zeus could perhaps win the round. Looking for one more, but it's up against Loiter, and as you said, the one that they depend the most upon. That gap reduced to 4.
He just does it every single time. So good from those positions. Zeus over-delivering up until that point. I think it was 12 and 4 at one point, now 15 and 11. Definitely slowed down the pace a little bit, and it makes you wonder, past him, who else on Foot is present here and ready to take us to a decider in the derby? Because BBL have grown back into the game. This gun round means absolutely everything for them to get back on terms. Could be looking at a 2-round gap by the time this one's done.
I mean, BBL find themselves low on the economy as well as they burst in towards main. And Foot tried to run for the hills, but Zeus just tries to stand up, tries to stand the test. That's not what you want here. And Ultimate's committed now. BBL have exactly what they want. A little bit of blood for the Blood Throne.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide gives a pocket from which Foot can play. Actually, Yetajay is just going to go ahead and fully disrespect this. Not bad. Kill on to Loiter. And Foot think this is a full rotation, but in fact,
Yeah.
BBL are going to re-clear it.
So Yetajay. The disrespect he showed worked out, but against however many bodies are sitting here, that's where you start to wonder. And Rose, at the same time, begins to work the middle of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's this mid-rounding that's taking quite a bit of time here for BBL, and as they're eating into that time bank, it's giving more opportunities for Foot to get into position to support Yetajay. He's going to be on his lonesome, though. 3 targets in front of him, Garage.
Yeah, looking to hold the smoke, and now with the flash out, manages to swing away from it, and does at least come away with 1. So the numbers are somewhat even, but the timing works in favour of BBL to get that spike down. All 3 players are Foot disconnected.
Yeah, quick on the uptake, though, and actually, Sociable without a TP can't get into this flank without giving away information.
The information given and the time taken is allowed for Kevin to get that Steel Garden out. Players have dodged it though, and Sociable now, he has players to face up against. LaRock wins that one, so advantage now towards the post plan, and it continues on that way as BBL look to make it within 3, but not if they can get by Cristalli. 3 of his own, puts Foot on 11. That's unbelievable skill.
A Red Bull clutch, and when it comes down to it, Cristalli is king. What kind of nerves is this kid made of? There shouldn't be any world in which he's able to take timing on timing, but the way he isolates this fight, just off the shoulder of that CT wall, is unbelievable. That's the play that breaks your back. That is the play which surely wins the map for Foot.
You would think so. With the ultimates that can propel them to the end of this map, with the buy broken on the attack. A hint of a buy though through the Stinger spray.
Yeah, it's not much though, is it, Cairo?
No.
And with Sop finding the only mid player, Zeus is ready for this target-rich environment. Rocket prepared, Larok the one to get dropped by it. Zeus still going, he wants all of these BBL players dead. And very soon, his wish may be granted. Lovers Rock the last left. Sop's already closed the net on him, and there you go. Foot with 12. And after that watershed moment at the end of the previous, you can only see this ending one way. Sunset on the horizon now.
It certainly feels that to be the way. So far, Foot have just managed to course correct, and I thought BBL might have the goods to actually bridge this gap. They're coming back in with a bye. How long can they keep themselves alive before Foot ultimately win this map?
And Vlad was saying he thinks that this is the best map pool that Foot have had in a while. So getting to see that sunset again can only be a good thing for them. Yetajay, the front man, so aggressive in his stance for mid control. BBL want a double swing off this, but Yetajay is out of there, no problem.
No issues. Still haven't really dealt with the mid, though. As Foot are posturing in for a fight. Yetajay's just walked through his own orb.
Yeah, he wants more of this, banking some of that util to buy delay, but it's Larok again that makes all of the difference for BBL. Carrying the torch, which Rose will keep alight with one of his own. Cristalli still in play, but nowhere near influencing this round right now. BBL have an open A site, and it's a matter of time before they put themselves in post-plant.
And if you're Foot, do you attempt it? I mean, Sociable continues to be the one who does not have the money. Although, with Sop starting to think about this rotation...
Yeah, you look on the BBL side and every one of them's going for broke if you can find a kill here, so all damage is good damage. Sop's ready to fight them here from the Heaven Smoke, just floating around the edge of it. Does catch Larok, knew he was elevated from the Satchel audio cue, but just good for the one right now, and then Cristalli with his own decision to make. wants to follow this one up.
I mean, did get that 3K the other round.
Surely he wouldn't be able to get another one here. Rose does get the early information, so at the very least, the sky is given up here from Crostali. Just thinking about where he can get an exit for his troubles. Loiter still lingering in main, but for all intents and purposes, BBL do have this round wrapped up. And it's an imperative round for them to find. Keeps them in the game. 5, the gap between the teams, but Foot still feeling like they're in full control right now.
Yeah, it feels as if they can ultimately decide when this match is finished or when this map is finished. Apologies. The mid-fight, though, somewhat decent, but a little bit cheeky from YTG. And that's why we're going to see the first timeout come through from the coaches of Foot, as they look to discuss how they can go and get this win.
Yeah, it's been a fragmented Foot at times. Saw it there from YTG. The sole actor in that mid-fight, and just Larok again giving so much to this BBL team. Really, without him and Loiter, this one would have been done a whole lot sooner, you feel. The attacks looked decent for them. And again, you consider the fact that they chose to start on the defense, you're really expecting a lot better than those 2 rounds. That was the foundation, and just not been able to build off of the instability.
Think how different this could have been as well if BBL weren't able to win a couple of those rounds on the defense. That gap a little bit closer, and the lead not as much in terms of Foot would be on, what, 10, or if it's just 2 rounds, it would be 10-9.
All hypotheticals, of course, but sort of, as you say, the way that the pendulum of momentum has been swinging between the teams just shows how they love to run high on confidence. And looking at it here with the timeout now behind them, final check-in from the Foot coaching staff. They've got 5 opportunities to wrap this one up. 4 ultimates, most importantly, and it's going to take them messing up this cycle for things to go awry.
Yeah, stockpile, but that could be the first issue that begins to lead for a BBL comeback as they defumigate the pit, and Creven even finding Zeus. Where's that come from as the players walk out? They don't clear sociable, but Loiter does! Crostali's still alive, and that's the real hope in this round. His rifle work sublime. Could he go one step further? It looks like it. 1-5!
Crostali!
It's an ace to finish out map number 2.
Another sublime sequence from Crostali. His impact has been unrelenting on this map, and so Foot have found their place in this series, and the Turkish derby will go all the way to the decider. It's the city at the end of the sun to settle the score between the two, as Foot have been the team in form, and BBL's challenge back to the throne is on standby for now.
Sociable, what a way to respond there. What did you like from your team on that map of Split?
I mean, it's not about map, it's about ourselves. We just play like us and we beat them basically on Split. And we will see third now.
Yeah, gonna keep that energy going for the third?
I hope so.
Best of luck. We'll check out that third map right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. outplay the world. It's time to express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Zeus came out super hot on split. What got into him? I mean, you take this one. You spoke at the half.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't particularly told him anything, but like sometimes when early entries for him makes him like unstoppable. We just need to figure out with him with a slow start for some maps. But like it is his basic like common day, any day.
Yeah, exactly.
He can perform like that.
And that's the good thing about our team, you know, like we started off with Zeus going crazy and then Crossley won as the defense, you know, so we can all do it.
Yeah, Okan the clutch minister.
Zeus unstoppable, raining lightning down from on high perhaps, or maybe some satchels here, Bea.
Yeah, they are right. For the first half of the first half, Zeus was completely unstoppable. We were speaking about maybe him needed to rise for the occasion here on split, and as we're saying, for the first bit of the half, all that consistency that we were seeing coming from the side of Foot was spearheaded by Zeus. He did go a little bit quiet in the end, but it still counts as he did what he had to do, and he gave Foot what they needed to definitely win this map.
Yeah, interesting to me the coach is saying that he's one of those players that, like a lot of duelists, when you start strong, you finish strong. I think in the end, he was one of the players that was key in winning this. I don't think he was, I don't think it was the only issue that BBL had, but definitely seeing Zeus. Wait, what do you think I was going with that?
You said that, I don't think that he was the only one, then I don't want to...
Okay. But in this duelist head-to-head, we were highlighting Zeus as maybe the one that was like lagging behind sometimes. And I think that him being able to step up to the level of everyone else, I think is a very good sign for them for the map 3.
Certainly going to elevate them, right? And there was one round in particular that we wanted to look at from that first half, round 5.
Yeah, so this was about the fact that I really don't like BBL's comp, and I thought it was going to bite them in the ass a little bit. The one thing I liked from this, though, the one thing I liked from BBL this game was we see them losing middle here. And on the minimap at the top left, you're going to see them, good protocol here, re-clearing B main. And what that means is they get into deep, they know information now, and they're able to rotate 4 people towards the A side of the map on a Vice site. So you've got 4 people there with Vice utility. That should be round over. I would skip this round in a VOD. but unfortunately BBL...
and this is the kind of round that you would skip.
I would skip,
and then you'd be like, oh, we lost that? How did we lose that?
Because Foot just come in all guns blazing and managed to get past all the util, trade it out, and just win the round extremely easily. And that's extremely concerning that one of the very few win conditions this comp has is being able to hold those sites in those positions. And even just, you know, broader than that, having 4 people on a site and not holding is not a great sign for BBL.
It's like they had the correct protocol, the correct idea, also by rotating, like, hey, they're not splitting and they're not coming A, so it's... And then when the explosiveness from the actual execute came, it like everybody was not prepared for it.
I know that Vitality lost to them, but I would argue that Vitality didn't pick up on some of the issues in that competition.
You just want Vitality to catch strays?
I'm saying it because they're a good team who couldn't figure it out for some reason, but like, I see BBL changing this comp after this. If they don't, I'd be very confused. I think that they've shown the Yoru has strength. I think you just keep it simple, double draw this Yoru, put that Viper back in, forget this Vice nonsense. I know I'm a Vice lover, but like, it's not great on split, I don't think. And I think that the Viper is the obvious decision for that Sentinel role.
Okay, so we've heaped our criticism. We've also sent some strays out. But now I'm going to drag you back into the positive because there is more nice things that we can say about Foot and especially about Crystali as well, right?
Yes.
First ace, I believe, in VCT EMEA for Crystali now coming through. That's a nice mark to have.
And to close out the map like this is not, by the way, the only crazy round that Crystali had here. Yes, if you look at the numbers, it's not like he was carrying the entire thing, but man, he had like 2 or 3 rounds where I'm like, okay, you absolutely go. We were highlighting him, and the better performance that he was having after coming back from that global event, he looks like he's going to keep that up. So rounding out this Foot roster.
To be frank, the most improved player from the start of the year. I think the start of the year, he was a player that I wouldn't highlight very much in this team. I think he was kind of doing his job, kind of being there. The other players are kind of highlights for me. And now it seems like Crystali, he can have these games where he is going to be top of the scoreboard, and that's incredible to see.
And we heard it from Sociable as well, right? He didn't think that it was necessarily just map dependent. He thinks that this is the team playing as they I see a smile on your face there, Minnie. You got something you want to respond to that?
I mean, I just did a whole analysis about how BBL's comp was really not very good. So I think that...
So BBL lost that, is what you're saying?
I think that in both maps, comp select was a very important factor in the end result. I think that Foot obviously played with explosivity and momentum and all that stuff, but comp select really did decide some things here.
Well, then this segues us nicely into talking about the next, right? We've got the Sunset coming through as our decider here. Is this another map that might be one in the comp select?
It's an interesting one. I'm not so sure. Foot usually like to run the double duelist with Waylay, which is Zeus's comfort. And on the BBL side, they've recently been playing Deadlock.
Yes.
Which is an agent that, much like Vice, you need to be able to kind of slow people down and hold those sites. So I don't think it's going to be won or lost there. It's going to be more how do you play around the weirdness of that Deadlock.
Yeah, and if you are going to read into it, as we say, preparation is very important. Sunset up as that last one. And we're seeing LaRock, and he has to be one of the guys stepping up. Same goes for Rose. Did not have a good map there on split, but we know that I don't think that matters to him as much. He knows that he has incredible players by his side, and it's going to be on him. For LaRock on the Deadlock, incredibly proactive, a massive control, and I don't think he's also going to be very faced with what happened on split.
We're diving into the agent select here. We've already set up the keys. Let's see if we get any surprises.
No,
it doesn't look like it.
No, so we're going to see Foot, Zeus on his comfort. I think Waylay is by far his best, and he always looks good. It's not usually played on maps like Sunset, but if Zeus is comfortable, then I'm loving to see it. Him and Sop together can be explosive on that attack side. But the question for me is whether the Viper and the Deadlock's can be enough to slow them down. If they use the right utility, they got the good walls and not some of the wacky walls that I see sometimes some of these teams use on Sunset, then there's a lot of possibilities of draining all this utility from Foot and having some good retakes from BBL.
And speaking also about the learnings, we were seeing last week how Foot lost against Navi on split, and they didn't know how to deal with the Sage. They learned a lot about how to play against the Sentinel and how to not let them get comfortable. That is something that they need to apply today against LaRock, especially with them starting on the defense.
Yeah, I think I'm also just curious to see if there's any gimmicks going to be at play. I'll be honest, I think Sage is the much better version of Deadlock right now. If I saw a LaRock battle Sage right now, I'd be sending it. I'd be very excited. I got to be a bit more reserved about the Deadlock. I think that right now in the meta it doesn't suit as well, but BBL have found success with it in the past.
I mean, he was very excited to tell you about the Euro, so I think that if you tell him to play Sage, you might have the power.
I whisper him next agent select, like, Euro. His coaches will hate me.
Yeah, just be like LaRock. Honest. Yeah. LaRock, I think you'd be an insane Sage. You could be the battle Sage after Hudio.
We'll get him on the desk after.
Yeah. Okay.
And
deal.
I'll
if they
warp
win.
his
If they
mind.
win.
You're
if
just
they
going to be
win.
the devil on his shoulder, just whispering in his ear.
Even if he loses, I'm getting him.
We're getting around the desk being like, hey, yeah, LaRock, make a quick stop. Okay.
You lost because you played Deadlock.
Yeah. Okay. So it is your fault. We're here to fix you.
Well, now here's the question, right? Because we are ready to dive into our casters. Quick thoughts. Who's winning this one? Quick.
Forza.
Quick. We'll find out. We'll see what our casters have to think about that one. Hazza and Cairo, take it away.
Made to hold my breath there. We got a little Forza, Cairo.
What?
What are you thinking heading into this final map?
I'm thinking that I want it to be a banger, you know?
Okay.
I mean, 2 quick maps. I want the real Turkish derby. I want us to have up-teen overtimes.
Okay, I guess we'll have to see. And in terms of composition here, when you look at what we've got on both sides, we've seen a bit of Deadlock played by a few teams in the league already. Foot going back to something which has worked for them historically, that Neon Waylay. What do you prefer?
I think I'm going to go Neon Waylay. I don't think Deadlock's seen a lot of wins, to be honest, but I think that's because Pacific's played it mostly.
One of the strengths of that comp, of course, is fighting for some early A space, and you can see it here already. Foot looking interested. Loiter the one guarding this position from elbow, and just jumping a couple times into those pistols to confirm what he already knew. Fog of War in middle, though, and that's where Foot are right now.
Yeah, but they're walking in towards Creven's Viper, and already a molly used up, so retreats. And at the same time, a fight through mid. Rose lucky to get that kill on the fadeaway as BBL have firmly announced that B is in their control, and there's no way out for the attackers of Foot.
It's this layered utility as well, with Rose wrapping around through middle. Does give a way back into this one for Foot. Only a 3 versus 4 as it stands, and of course, knowing BBL were pushed up, there is the concern of a second player. Loiter, of course, on the A site, however.
It feels a bit free. Creven now dropping the door in the faces of Foot, so they have to break this and tell BBL where they want to go, but instead it's towards top mid that they move.
30 seconds left.
The rotators brought back, interested, as Sociable nearly gets caught off guard by Creven.
Yeah, it looks like Foot are going to guess correctly here and make it towards the A site, but Creven does catch one, and it's all onto Loiter in the elbow now.
10 seconds
He knows this. Zeus trying to meet the rotating players from the B side as he's forced further and further back, and they've escaped him. So they just overwhelm Crystallis. Zeus has to fight back onto the spike. Already being worked on. He's found 2.
No time.
Yep, but that's it. The time working against him. And unfortunately, Low himself, he needs to die, and does. So BBL win the first round.
Yeah, honestly, it's another pistol round for BBL. They have barely missed a beat in that department so far. Just have to see if they can kick on from it. This net was really nice. For those who haven't watched enough Deadlock, perhaps, it does go through walls. So obviously, any player in market there would have been caught. And it's just the full collapse from the defense into this space, which has been really nice to see.
Let's go! Bait it on! Bait it! Going out.
I don't know who's baiting.
I think it might have been towards just being late there. And again, starting to threaten this B side, and these walls becoming an issue for the pistols of Foot.
Oh my god. Takes forever. It's like trying to get blood out of a stone.
Yeah. BBL not wasting any time and getting blood on the canvas. End zone flawless to finish the second round.
Yeah, look, it's just so comfortable right now, and I think if Foot want to keep going for these direct hits, they're going to have a lot of issues getting past BBL's Sentinel setups. Scaling past some of that utility. LaRock is having his way with things right now.
Yeah.
All too simple for him to offer relief. And the great thing about Deadlock as well is just global utility. So those sensors are always going to find something for someone to play off.
Yeah, but that's if there's any noise. The lockers are going to be the real issue to that. But I mean, the way Foot play, I don't think you're going to get many lockers, let's be honest.
Doesn't feel like Yetajay has been able to provide that, where Kreven is a lot different in how he sets up.
I have to say as well, I like LaRock's walls. It seems as if Foot, though, have set their eyes on B main in towards the Judge.
Setup looked decent. Loiter was just hanging back with the paranoia to blind up any of those targets past Lovers Rock's first kill onto Sociable. And with the smokes gone, this A site is going to be difficult to take, or at least hold on to. Not too much in the way of weaponry here still for BBL, though. Spectres can still do a lot of work up close, and as 3 players arrive at the scene, Zeus wastes no time in removing them. Surgical with the aim, and Sop is there just to save him on the final involvement.
That's what damage Kreven can do with his Guardian now.
Spike planted.
I mean, a double stack at either side. Pick your poison.
And it is a tough one to swallow in the end there. Foot getting their first round on the board, coming in the third round. Cairo, again, it's just map after map, starting in a very similar fashion. Makes you wonder if there are more layers to BBL's defensive game here than what we saw on Split. That is the concern more than anything else, if they can hang on here early.
Operator out. And I think right now Foot are playing a game of dodge the deadlock, as that setup towards the B site has been for the past 4 rounds now. That's just a very quick hit onto 8.
Go, go, go.
Gravnet and Walls still in the pocket of the deadlock as the players start to make their way out. BBL are the ones who strike first, but probably not for much longer. He is just forced all the way back, and Foot still try to scale up from elbow.
Yeah, flooding in nicely. Operator yet to be revealed, I think, from Lovers Rock. He's managed to reposition. Of course, as you said, there's the threat, the constant threat of a contact out on B.
If you're contacting into that operator, as you say, the Rock lone, that's one to keep your eye on. But Foot, just wondering when they pull the trigger, and it seems to be now. The Rock's operator, did the drone see? I don't think they did. He's waiting for his time as the players try to get out. Still issues, Sociable working in through Ivy. Still no real gunfights.
Time's running out here for Foot, though. They've got to go.
Yeah, and as they do walk into Lovers Rock. And they also walk into the crossfire from Rose. Well set up by BBL, simple and effect. There is still a time. Still a way to work this for Foot. It doesn't work out in the end, and BBL convert.
BBL with all the players in the right place there, and unwavering in their commitment to the A site defense. Not moving off. As there was really no extra pressure created by Foot. They just gone for a full freeze, waiting for something to happen. There's no overextension, though. Discipline shown on the BBL side. Not often we can say that, but it's an element to their game of Facet which they've had to introduce against some of these teams who do prepare for it.
Lovers Rock through mid this time. Played in. The dart broken, but instead retreats, looks to reinforce B.
Yeah, 3 players here in those brand new BBL jerseys, ready to receive.
They look good, man, I'll be honest.
They do. If only they shipped outside of Turkey. But Foot, once again, not really offering too much in terms of raising question marks on the map. It's been made a little easy for BBL in terms of that macro game so far. That head-to-head between Sociable and Rose we keep talking of. Crostali is going to try and sell a little bit here through the drone. Up out through Garage and onto A. And it has caught the interest of LaRock, so only Kreven watching out on the B site right now.
I mean, the Molly has at least bought a little bit of time, but not to deny Zeus. I mean, Lovers Rock retreating, but you could have a challenge here as Sop has moved in towards the CT space. And unfortunately, Sop's the one who wins out.
Yeah, it's just the shift walk round the corner is always going to betray him there. Sop with a crucial kill at this stage in the round. 4 versus 3, and Larok still needs a kill to get that ult online.
And you look, crossfire established. Blinding. Trying to break this one down. It's actually a really good paranoia. Larok, oh, he's been caught! Yetuji! Lovely stuff! And Foot back within one.
Yetu out of nowhere comes cannoning through. You thought the crossfire was broken, but BBL are just transfixed on the player's pillar. They don't account for the close corner, and Yetuji have no idea how he gets this second set of players. But Foot are right back in this one for a round where they look to be pegged back the entire time. BBL actually gonna dip into their pockets for a timeout.
Interesting. I wonder if this is a read that's been seen by Key, or if he's not happy with the way that they're getting caught on rotates. I mean, realistically, BBL haven't been fighting for mains, and as you said, we've seen before that the deadlock can be good for those nets.
Yeah, I mean, you say main fights. I think there's been a little bit here and there, touch and go on A, but that's your standard information game, right?
Yeah. And do you feel as if this could, I mean, understandably, you want to focus on yourselves and not worry about your opponents, but Foot have had issues of their own, and I feel as if this is a let-off for Vlad and Bambino to get to speak to their teammates early.
Yeah, perhaps. And the fact that BBL have gone for such an early timeout again shows the priority, really, which they've put on this side. Foot got the side selection heading into Sunset, so they chose to start on the attack.
Larok is calling for reinforcements as they've heard the bodies moving in. Some indication at least.
Has the ult. Lover's Rock as well. He's not too far away, just on the perimeter of this B site. So there are certainly ways that this can get out of hand. And with Foot being so direct in terms of what their commitment looks like, just have to see. Smoke replenished, and they're ready for the green light on this one.
They are going to walk out though, and LaRox went into his util belt at the wrong time. The ultimate used, and unfortunately, well, Lover's Rock's only able to get one. And then, I mean, it gets even worse for BBL as they're not able to connect the deadlock one either. Spike in, and Foot can wipe the sweat off their brow.
Yeah, only invited to front site control here, so nothing deep this time around.
Crystali with the support of Zeus as the Sheriff spam away and nothing really connecting at this point. An extensive post plant now as 3 players are in main. It's just Zeus here, and this could be a gift, a rifle back in the hands of the defense. And that's where you start to worry a little bit, trying to spam through the smoke. Foot even use the camera to give things away. There's even going to be a Hunter's Fury here. Foot have given a lot to BBL considering what BBL invested, trying to defuse. It doesn't work out in the end. It's Crystali to win it. But there's been a mighty investment from either team.
Yeah, as you say, Foot a little panicked at the end there, put some ults on the table just to confirm it. Hunter's Fury and the Neural Theft from yesterday to confirm.
I think Sociables as well.
Player positions. Yeah, I think you might be right. Not too sure where he ended up, to be completely honest with you. But BBL had a decent position there to make something happen. Weaponry didn't best suit them. This time, looking for a set opening on A. It's going to be through Lover's Rock's op. That's the conduit for this one.
Same time, Foot have the utility that they want to refight back through. 1 for 1. And both teams shake the hands and are happy with the engagement.
I mean, honestly, I think Foot have probably come out the better there, just simply based on the fact that Sop's been able to find something sliding in.
Yeah, and the fact that it's Rose, so that re-clear ability has gone. Sop now, a top mid fight. All the bodies of BBL here, and Larok holding on to utility. A fight through from the other side, and BBL. Excellently done.
I mean, net timing is just perfect from Larok, right on the corner.
Nearly catches Sop running in. Nearly gives his life for it as well.
True. But it's a life worth laying on the line, because in this position, BBL with a chance to put themselves back in front. This layered defense looking good. Foot playing right into the belly of the beast there. But BBL looked prepared for it.
30 seconds left.
There's a gap here that Yetaji steals the spike away.
No cages though, and I think that's most important, because that's really what you wanted to actually get past Creven.
Well, forced the long way round, and
Into
it's
the
Lover's Rock who's holding things. BBL back in the advantage.
Yeah, it's a one-round game right now, Cairo, and your plea for overtime that we had at the start of this map looks to be heading in a decent direction. Teams have gone blow for blow, but
I wouldn't necessarily call it.
Yeah, the way that it's been trending, it does still feel perhaps like BBL have been in the better positions at times.
Again, it's that word conversion that pops up again here and there.
Just making the most of your advantages. I think we said this about both teams coming out of their previous matches. BBL fighting from deficits for maybe losing some advantages that they had against Pacific. Made that one right onto the decider. But here, it's all they can really cobble together on the attack side. Sop with the ult to fall back on. As again, they're looking towards middle for answers.
I mean, it's just left to Yetaji now to lock through mid. And time against them with that wall up. Full force of Foot players in main. And you can see slowly LaRock building up his defences. Another Sonic sensor placed. And, I mean, alongside Creven, still with the Molly in pocket and a Viper's Pit as well.
Face checking this off the shoulder. LaRock is ready with the net primed too, but Creven gets caught before he can even throw out that first spit. Rose picking up one in the backside. He's dropped down onto the ult here with 16 points of health, but has to cancel it in the end. Just fully cleared from the corner. Foot so vigilant in their approach. With 20 seconds left, Spike goes in, and Lover's Rock should be thinking about throwing in the towel. It's an op in his hands, and it's one which Foot might just be looking to hunt off the board.
You would think so. I mean, make the economy pay on the BBL side. That's how Foot are really going to make their advantages. Although a couple of their own players low on economy, so maybe they don't want to risk it, although Ships of the Night are sociable and Lover's Rock.
Yeah, and I don't think the cam has spotted Lover's Rock here either, so actually there is some safety about this for him. It's actually Zeus who could be walking into trouble. No, they think that he's in spawn. The wrong spawn.
The wrong spawn.
The wrong spawn.
I mean, technically it's the right spawn, because he's on the defense.
Yeah.
Get it?
I suppose so. Lover's Rock.
In the right and wrong spawn.
Yeah. He's here, there, and everywhere, which is what BBL wish had happened in the previous round, honestly. Didn't see that op get involved at all. It's a pretty straightforward B-execute, all things considered, and even looking at the supportive utility here, it's actually just the counter back from Zeus. Little hinder, Paranoia drops in. You can see how Foot are so happy to fight together in this rolling pack again.
Yeah, I think like that's it. When Foot are able to deathball, really hard to fight against.
And when BBL were finding success in these first few rounds from having market control, it feels like they've almost fully given it up. It's an area which Foot have been able to just slip into from their mid control. Backside the preferred option for the defense, but here is the adaptation. You now finally see them in position.
Lover's Rock on the angle against an outlaw, and you know exactly what's going to win there. Lover's Rock hasn't really had many opportunities with this operator at times, but when he has, he's showing up. Yetaji now starting to explore B main, and we have to keep a note on that 1 versus 1 on Creven.
Yeah, and Kreven having this barrier dropped at his back as well. It's pretty exposed to get broken quite easily. A seriously difficult position here, but playing up close to his own wall is probably the most safety he'll be able to find.
Zeus is right in the middle of everything. Looking to be the issue. Rose has identified him. Oh, Crystalli getting his timing. And this moment in time, this could go any which way, but Foot are the ones who take the biggest advantage. Kreven from behind his wall and easily traded out. Foot once again death ball their way to a finish. Very well played, and it seems as if everybody had someone to cover their friends back.
Yeah, they did. I mean, look, take nothing away from Foot. That was a fantastic team effort in the round. But for BBL, the protocols are just all over the place. In terms of the space that they want to hold on to, what they want to take, just feels like there's no clear hierarchy whatsoever. Kreven gets left behind here in market. Larok's rotation is arriving in a weird place from top mid. He gets collapsed upon by Zeus. Lovers Rock finds that first kill on A, and then there's just absolutely no solidity to the defense. The gaps all open up across the map. And so it is another BBL timeout here.
You can understand why, because the majority of the rifle rounds have been going Foot's way, and Key, with a little bit of frustration in the way, is talking to the players.
A little bit? I think you're underselling it. He looks livid.
Don't want to say he's absolutely fuming.
That's
raging.
true.
Oh.
Yeah, you sure?
The people's getting it and everything.
Yeah, I mean, look, it has been said about this BBL team at times they've come to blows behind the scenes, but always bounced back. It's a brotherhood that this roster has lasted so long on. I think, honestly, there are so many teams in this division that if they had performed the way they had in Stage 1 coming out of kickoff, they would have, you know, been looking to axe someone immediately, but that's not what you get from this 5. Need some answers now, though, because starting to look out of sorts again.
Yeah.
Mid-fight taken, open A site for Foot, and a 5 versus 5 retake expected.
At the same time, BBL now know that the majority of the map has already been cleared, right? So you know everything's towards A. There's no late lurks. Although, speaking of lurks, probably looking at flanks.
And honestly, with the utility invested from BBL here early towards mid, there's not going to be too much to go off coming into this retake. Lovers Rock has the rifle, of course. Just seeing if there's anyone that can set him up.
It doesn't need setup to Zeus. And a quick 1-2 puts Foot so far in front. I mean, Lovers Rock does have his rifle, but you're really hoping for a miracle. And Yetiji, well, he doesn't need it. It ends up being a near enough flawless round by Foot. And with BBL's economy state, they really need this next round.
Yeah, they do. This one is the banker. The round that cannot fail. Zeus taking a kill either side of Lovers Rock there when you were just expecting a body to fall in to set him up. It's like, yeah, we can trade off you, mate, that's fine, but let me get mine first. 14-7. I mean, this head-to-head has been great to witness. I think they would have faced when Lovers Rock was on S2G, but past that, I mean,
yeah,
it's been a long time coming to see this one in the VCT. Foot are so quick on this tempo for the A hit.
Yeah, they are. And Foot are just so good at hitting the heads when they need to.
Decimation.
And look at BBL. White towel in.
They don't want it.
Don't want anything to do with it. And now that's when Foot become the Wolves. And I imagine we'll start to hunt these players down with all the economy that they have in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ults that they've got here as well. Larok, Kreven, Lovers Rock could be one away. The op, they just want it all saved. And Foot have just really started to take over now. We were saying that at the start of this game, even despite the round count, half of them on the BBL side, of course, coming from Pistol and Anti-Eco, that they were getting themselves in good positions. Maybe the eco cycle wasn't living up to expectation on the defense, but Foot given just a drop of blood, and they can smell it in the water now. They know where BBL are. They're going to hunt down these last few kills.
Well, the spike has exploded, so 3 seconds left, and unfortunately the kills do go BBL's way. It's not really much of a matter for Foot.
No, it does bring the ult online for Lovers Rock nice and early though, so that does add an extra dynamic to this defense, one which it has been calling out for.
But it's an important round, to be honest, has it? And with ultimates in play for either side, it's all about that plan creation, all about how those comms sound in the immediate.
Yeah, we're going to be going to hear from Foot coming into this one, but of course this round feels mandatory for BBL to find for their chances in this map. Let's hear what's being said on the opposite side of the server.
Ben de smoke'tan çıkana bakıyorum. Tamam. A pushlayabiliyor. Onu gamble'layacağım.
B ulti bastı abi. Kanka drone attık.
Efe A gel. Efe A gel bir.
Aldım drone'u.
Gelebilen bir kişi daha gelsin.
Ben geliyorum.
Tamam, gelme. One way yeniledi. B'ye Viper ulti mi bastı? Okey tamam. Doğan.
Buyurun.
4 hareket edeceğiz.
Ters yürüdü beyler dedim.
Sana bir olsan tamam sakin.
Kaçtı.
Kaçtı mı? Geri mi kaçtı?
Evet.
Tamam, mid'e bir drone çık.
Fark etti kapadı.
Nice'a bakıyorum. Nice'a aldım.
Deadlock'ta bir can.
A main'e gelsenize.
Nice öldü.
A main Omen Guardian'ı var beyler. Holdluyordur.
Beyler bu buradaysa hala vardır bir tane daha.
Gidin A'ya gidin.
Deadlock'a dikkat.
Ama ne olmayacak?
Beyler A'daki orb'u muhtemelen almadılar. Orb duruyor. Yetu main'e kadar gidersek orb'u alıp
Peki
dönersin.
ilk ben pikleyeyim beyler ölmeyiz.
Boy tutuyorum ben. Fazla adam görürsek basacağım.
Elimdeyim Efe. Elbow Guardian. Tamam şu orb'u alak Yetu'ya.
Ulti yedim lan ben.
Bekle. Tamam bekle. Ulti basacağız. Elbow'a git beraber çık. Git Elbow'a. Beyler ulti atacaklar. Şunlara beraber pushlayın. CT holdla. Holdla CT'yi. Holdla pikleyecek. Bekle.
Vuruyor. Short bende. Short'ta.
Beraber. Cross kal böyle. Çok iyi.
And an excellent end to that second half. Foot have their 8-4 leads.
Yeah, they bring that 4-round lead into the second half, as you say. 5 in a row to finish it out. We said both are momentum teams, but Foot with it firmly at their backs right now. And while we wait for this one to resume, let's hear from someone very Turkish and not so Turkish. It's Vlad and Bambino before the game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Stacked Turkish derby ever, and what do you see as being the key to victory against BBL?
What do you see?
I mean, I think both teams know how the other likes to play, right? I think this game's going to come a lot to about like dirty fights and trading together, and the team that is the tightest and can kind of win in these big team fights is probably the team that's going to win for me.
I think both teams are in a good form, so to say. We're both coming from internationals, and I hope we can show our best version of ourselves in the upcoming map.
And into the final half of this first Turkish derby between Foot and BBL for 2026. Foot leading the charge right now, and to just come back to what we were hearing at the end of the half, the comms feeling fantastic. Rose was saying he felt that he's the best IGL coming out of their region, but Sociable making a real claim to that throne with some of the micro.
I mean, that's just Sociable, right? I think like he has been overdue his time in VCT. He's proved himself time and time again. I mean, what, 30 now, right? Like, it's just a ridiculous statement.
Flexing across roles for BBL, now an IGL in this fully national roster. You can really feel the difference, and BBL, for all the pistols they've been good for, this attack side on Sunset is the most pressing of their issues.
The good thing is you've already used Zeus's Refract. He won't be able to be cheeky, get in, get a kill, or at least clear space. with little to no problems. He'll be walking with trepidation now. The door broken. Yeah. But at the same time though, right, we're seeing Crystallia already starting to lean towards this A side.
Yetige had been waiting, just orbiting outside of A for a while, inviting the rest of BBL to group up and go for something, but it looks like a split push. Drone coming in A main. Usually you'd be conditioned to think that this is just a fake through the Sova. So Foot have to keep the awareness about them, that there is this other end coming in, and Crystali catches it post-haste. Brilliant identification. Rose now in a position of serious pressure, mounting on his head. Fantastic paranoia coming out from Sociable, and Crystali's weaved his way out of there into elbow too. Just looking for these duels. They come towards him, and he deals good damage in the process.
Foot at the same time have grouped up as 4, and that advantage is going to be felt when they go for that retake.
I mean, this just feels expertly managed on the Foot side of things. And BBL looking for a leg to stand on. If you're Foot right now, you're expecting that aggression back through. The question is, where does it come from? 4 players in the alleyway.
Sop with 1 more kill gets his slide back, but I like this proactivity from BBL.
The only thing is, where's the spike planted towards backside? And that's why BBL are going to cancel this. Zeus is on, and with that first tap, it's action stations. They've got to fight back through. Larok getting the double, and the rest of BBL will bail him out. Another pistol picked up, and it's the most important that they might look for today.
I mean, had Foot done their jobs and watched over the spike diffuser very quickly, there would have been issues. And I think the biggest problem is it's Zeus who's the one to defuse. He's 19-9. Well played by BBL. They're back in this game. Had they lost that pistol round, double digits for Foot and a chasm to try and bridge.
Would have felt like curtains, that's for sure. We know how good this BBL team is on their attack sides. This composition very different to what they will have worked with in the past, though. Much more tempered approach from them. Foot grouped up almost fully in A, that with the exception of Yetige. He's been dropped in mid. You can see how patient they are. BBL.
Yeah, but so are Foot. The Astralis stack.
Family photo.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, this is actually looking a little bit dangerous. Players low.
Oh,
Foot are put in a brilliant position. A one-on-one. Sociable looking to try and retreat his Bandit versus...
Yeah, and Kreven does not want to fight back into this smoke. Not at all against a potential classic burst. It eventually fades away. And the round is given time to breathe.
Sociable, so unlucky not to get an upgrade, but finds himself an off angle, a position in which Kreven won't account for. And Kreven doesn't want to reload. 3 bullets.
Sociable only needs 1 headshot.
Kreven only needs 1 body shot.
There's the reload queue given away. Sociable closing in.
And takes it. Foot somehow finding a mode of Thrifty through the main fight, and has a... How does it go wrong for BBL? They even cleared it with a drone.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive amount of Thrifty, and I just, again, like you say, it felt like they were so aware of this BBL, but still, Foot brawling through. A masterclass in the micro, once more from Sociable. The smoke just adding to the obfuscation of the play. And look at the money for BBL, they're in tatters.
Yeah, but let's see how they try and get Lover's Rock introduced into this round.
Dört gördü.
Dört gördü, tersen açarlar. Tamam, unutma.
Kaldık B'de, adamlar gibi oynayacağız. Sarıyor geldi.
Smoke verdi, sarıyor aranız. B'ye
Sarıyor random.
Geldi, haberin olsun.
Tamam, problem yok.
Cypher cage attı. B main'deki Cypher'ın cage'i var.
Take flight.
Yakında trap olabilir.
Bakıyorum ben yakına. Yakına E ile dener bu arada.
Elbow'a smoke veririm.
B lane'siyle yakından deneyebilirler beyler, dikkat.
Flamorum var,
Paranoya çıkacağım
arkasından
kanka.
kan. Ben deneyeyim mi şu an? Şu an deneyin kontak birlikte.
Gel, peeklettim.
Görürse hızlanırız.
Backside'a bakıyorum.
Aynen, kontağı vurdum.
Peeklettim.
Trap'i kırın. Bekle, kıracağım.
Bekle. 4 saniye smoke'um var. Tam B'nin ben Van'ın önünde kaldım. Sorun değil. Patlayacaksak patlayabiliriz.
Şok dart at, sollu gireceğim. Olur. Tamam, burada hemen. Direkt burada şey. Gel. 3, 2. Yakında. Attım 1.
Attım.
Attım backside'a.
Oturdu adam oturdu. Oturmuş olmadı. Aldım. Aldım.
Saygın Bey. Gol attım sağa.
Görmüyor ben Saygın'ı.
Daha yakın 2 pay. CT de geldi CT.
Gel.
10 for Foot, and despite BBL's best efforts with ults thrown into the eco, no way to enable Lovers Rock there. Larrock hits the Annihilation. You're thinking maybe with the flood into the space that it leaves open, there was half a chance, but Foot have looked airtight in these team fights. And that's exactly what Vlad and Bambino were talking about in the coach confession.
I think after Lotus, I was a little bit worried that Foot were going to miss the mark today, and that was the Foot that we saw against Na'Vi. But map to map, they've been getting stronger. And we're seeing a Foot now that's able to fight against adversity, show us those adaptations, and, well, deal with main pushes like now. But unfortunately, Zeus is not the one to do it. He's not got a lot of damage given away either.
Yeah, it's a lot left hanging in front of his crosshair there. Yetterjay's got a full setup to fall back on. Support taking its time.
Oh yeah, Yetterjay, eyes on first. Crystal, he's on a flank, and I mean, realistic, you'd be hoping he'd be the one to support Yetterjay with utility. It doesn't come, and it's 5 alive for BBL in post.
Only for a moment. Foot do get one back. That second layer of Crostali arriving. You can see Creven is on it like a carb on it. Closed case here, Cairo. So BBL back on track in the second half.
Looks to be.
Unless Sociable does anything. Any tingles here?
Nah, absolutely not.
Cover going out.
I mean, the smoke is going to make things difficult, but I imagine the spam going to finish things out, and especially with the time, it's all but done.
I was going to say, Creven nearly gets him there, but there was a world maybe where Sociable would have been looking for an exit and given one. BBL have already scouted out the whole of the right spawn, I guess.
Wait, what? The right spawn?
The right spawn. You don't remember? This is a reference to a joke that was literally made earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, but it's not the right spawn.
Is it the wrong one then?
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. To be honest, but what I do know is that the bonus round won out by BBL, which was a pseudo bonus round in the end.
Yeah.
After the anti-equal win by Foot. So we're back in with Sop on an operator, and the rest with rifles.
This is the first full gun round between both of the teams after that wonky bonus you were talking about. And BBL lacks in approach again. Not doing all too much with middle outside of those first couple of rounds from what we saw. Feels like they've just been happy to play this slow-rolling, contacting game towards A. Obviously, with the changes to the initiator cooldowns, I think Sunset is one of the maps that's been affected the most in terms of the timings you get off those refreshables. You can see, actually, Foot are trying to insert Yetterjay off of this drone. He gets so far up in B main, and it's great information.
Still in sight.
Well, the drone, near-sighted, but it gets very close. It's Yetterjay, though. Not cleared, not fought, and he's got everything he wanted. Neural theft, given everything, all the information. Creven's at least able to get a couple of his own. And does this get any more worrying for Foot here? No, the answer's not. Yetterjay finding 4 and Foot up to 11. 2 away from that point.
I mean, people talk about magic, they talk about luck, all of these things. You don't get any of that if you don't put yourself in a position to receive it. And this was just fantastic mid-rounding again from Foot. Crostali drones him in, and Yetterjay just watches as they all drop at the feet of the throne which he's looking to reclaim with Foot.
Imagine how you feel if you're BBL, laughing in the faces of your opponents to find yourself 11-6 down on the third map.
What a turn of events.
Poison's off.
What a comeback by Foot.
It's not just that, it's the fashion in which they've managed to do it.
Well, here comes Sop, and once again, Spike down on the ground.
And it's just helpless. Rose is the one there with any meaningful utility to bring him off the line. You've also got to think, you know, stuff like Larok's net, I don't really feel like we've seen worked into this attack side. There's not been too much thought in it. Of course, a reduced cooldown on that as well. It's got to be something that you're looking to take early space with.
Unfortunately, Zeus, who's been absolutely excellent, lights out, loses his fight. So does Sociable. Sok capitalises with his own ulti, and now it's back to 3-on-3. And well, BBL go for a hunting mission. This Hunter's Fury, good, and it still ends up somewhat even. And Larok's down to 5 HP. A 2-on-1 to deny 12. And Larok's been good. We've seen him do it on split on 12, but this is an even bigger task. Goes to try hunt for the next kill, but both players have looked to check, turned her back at the wrong moment.
No way. And so, Larok is hanging in there by a thread. Nothing more, nothing less. Trap up in B main. Yetide should know that he hasn't moved up to this position just yet. And Larok himself has a sensor to play off. Wants to go aggressive, this is his win condition.
Has the net, 3 seconds up. Both players, though, heading his way. He can hear the steps. And it does connect, but he's looking to play for time. Looking not to play for the fight. Doesn't connect. Oh, brings it to a 1-on-1. But Crystalli, that's who you're up against. And we know what he's like with his rifle. Confirms exactly where Larok's position is! But that doesn't mean you're going to hit the shot! Larok with another Red Bull clutch!
2 kills on 5 HP! And Larok will offer the olive branch out to BBL. Felt like he'd missed his opportunity after this first duel, but Foot looking out of place here, which is strange to say for how good they've been between them. Look back at the round itself, brilliant supportive utility. Ult from Crostali was fantastic, the coverage that the Hunter's Fury got. Now in a 4-1 setup, which leaves only Yetide, the sole Bastion on B.
A phenom. I like this from Foot though. Taking a much more aggressive stance in A main. The issue is that BBL are ready to pop out B, and it's just Yetide right here, right now.
Yeah, does have the support of Crostali though arriving. Lobbed the dart early in A, and now he's here to aid his teammate Larok, the front man with the ultimate. Ooh. And Crostali tries his might, isn't going to be able to stop Yetide from going, but he can certainly make sure that death wasn't in vain. Couple kills won't suffice, and so Sociable is the one relied upon now.
Spike planted.
Free kill, surely.
Yeah, and it is 1-on-1 once again. And you are against Loiter.
And so the next of a long list of capable BBL players is thrown into the ring.
It is Omen versus Omen, and Sociable does have his smoke.
TP to cross the line if he can identify where Loiter is playing from. How many times have we said that BBL were reliant upon his antics in the past? And from that same position, he will not let up. BBL closing up the distance through another clutch.
And I think at this point in time, we might be looking at a Foot equal round. Things get a little bit more worrying. 11-6, me and you are thinking, well, this one's over, surely. But anything but. Give BBL an inch, they'll take a mile. They'll punish you for any mistake that you've made.
Even just the call there from BBL, go hit the B site at breakneck speed to start things out. Foot get things right for the most part in supporting that weak side. But now call their first time out of the game. And looking at Key, he seems like he's offering a much calmer demeanor than what we had last time.
Yeah.
And I think BBL will take great faith in that as well. They know that they're back on the warpath now.
Yeah, they know that they're back in it. Key, the coach that's been with them since the Premier run, all the way back when. Folks won't know that, or maybe some folks missed out this, but...
Ball knowers.
Yeah, the ball knowers will know that this roster came all the way from Premier into Ascension in their first ever split of VCT.
And as I was saying, in that same year, both Kreven and Zeus were adversaries to them on Howl in the Turkish Challenger League. Talent which has rode that pipeline up now to make what is one of 27 players, as you said. A rich well. But for Foot here, it's just Crostali's rifle to get you excited. He's on the right side of the map, though. And actually, he's going to manage to pick up a couple. That's the spike dropped. Crostali surely not anymore from this position. Finally, he is routed out, but not before Sop's done plenty of damage. He doesn't know where to put his hands. He's finally got them on a gun, though. And with that Guardian reloaded, Foot's still going. Not another one of these weird rounds.
But Loiter manages to escape. He is the only common presence. In a clutch, the spike in.
And so for BBL, it's got to be back to back to back in the clutch. Loiter, the previous one to do so. He's holding an aggressive stance here. Sociable, skewered on that initial fight. Smoke drop right on him, but he wants to play from the edge of this. Just orbiting it there at the exit, and Yetage will find it for the first time. Those jewels go Foot's way, and BBL don't have their closer.
He's dancing as well. His Foot hit 12.
I mean, look at this round.
Yeah, it's chaos, mate. It is pure chaos. This is what some would expect from a Turkish derby.
If Sociable puts that smoke down, stop pushing it, please. Like, that has to be the call, surely.
Nice! Wait till you see Yetage's reaction.
Disbelief.
Oh, you didn't even clip the dance?
Oh, and it's, yeah, a mixture of emotion there in Turkey.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
Sure where exactly that watch party is.
There.
Well, it's definitely not in the arena that we typically see the watch parties. As BBL are very quick on this one. Sight set on B, and Zeus unluckily caught out on the relay ball. Still alive though, and nearly puts that one into a winnable position. Ultimate sent here, there and everywhere. Still 4 on 4, and well, Sheriff's in the mix here for BBL, which is unlucky.
Pick gonna go through from Creven. This is all that stands between BBL and staying in the derby. A full retake from Foot backside, and there is support here. It's Loiter and Larrock again.
Yeah, but this Viper's Pit
They've given it up.
is where BBL could make their final stand. Everyone called to play off of one another. And you're hoping, surely, that nobody gives anything silly away. There's no way that you can defumigate this pit. It should be protect the president, and Foot have already managed to do the business. Although it's left up to Sociable. Loiter and Creven not giving anything away. Tap of the spike, and I mean, Sociable's health ticks away, as does the time. BBL keep themselves alive around longer.
Just 3 left in it before a potential overtime and an extension of play, which you suggested at the start of Sunset. Again, just the coverage from these Hunter's Furies is ridiculous through the middle of the map. One of the reasons why we saw Breach get a lot of play time on this one before. Mini cover your ears, just because of how those lines end up looking. But the pit is enough in the end to keep them in it. So BBL can go for one more, but they're without ultimates, and for that, have plenty. Especially this convergent paths on Zeus.
Of course, but do you want to commit that in a round like this? I mean, before they were able to make an issue of an equal round, but you were against Spectres and the like.
Well, I mean, look, if BBL want to group up and fight into a smoke, then yeah, commit the ult. Wouldn't be the first time.
And it probably won't be the last, knowing these boys. Oh no.
It's happening, Cairo.
It's actually going to happen again, isn't it?
I can feel it.
Oh, you're looking for the drone not to catch the ruse, and it has seen that double stack in the running for the
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they finally realise it.
Yeah.
Saw Zeus back up to the side with the ult there as well. He's going to be shown the door by Lover's Rock. 2 kills, 2 shots, a bullet delivered, and, well, no upgrades taken. Sop should be looking for that outlaw in just a bit, though. And I think this is where BBL don't want to fully give it up. Creven left behind in mid.
At this point in time,
30 seconds left.
I think you're probably looking at Yetage, the one to save up, while the other 2 send it forward. And Sop, if we can even find a kill, you're looking at Overdrive coming back online. Things to think about for the next round. And lose that,
yeah,
it's an equal round at 12-11. That could be an issue.
Foot should just be dying to the spike here.
Yeah.
In terms of orbs they give away, I mean, what do we have coming into play?
Nothing really.
Nothing on the BBL side looking...
Maybe Rose or LaRock.
Yeah, tangible at all.
I think that's the thing. You just don't want to give it a possibility.
No, no. And I guess now the question begs, where do BBL go on this gun round? Because we've seen them really struggle with taking that early A space a lot of the time. They've been giving full respect to Foot to just dictate that as much as possible. They know the possibility of a threat of a scoped weapon on SOP.
Yeah.
And when it comes to B, they've been able to find a way in. It's these post plants where then that second layer kind of comes into question now for me.
I mean, I agree with you, but I don't think they've really used the Viper wall to their advantage towards that top mid.
They've not conditioned it, really. Nah. There's just not been any presence in that area of the map so far. 2 opportunities left to do it, and it's Lover's Rock to bring out the operator, in fact. And that suits the slow pace of this attack side.
SOP with his own.
Is he going to push this?
Hopefully not. I mean, with that bit of damage, I think he's going to happily walk back there. But with that being said, utility being spotted through mid, through the Sova round, Sova. And there's still a trap being built up towards the E side.
Yeah, I mean, for me right now, I'm just looking at the amount of utility stocked up here for Foot that they have to throw at BBL. The attack side have to find a way to bait this out as we've crossed the minute mark, or they're going to have a real difficulty in the late round. I mean, even there, Foot have barely given up anything. They've defended A with a single smoke.
Players are ready to execute in, but still this Cypher utility
Both
alive
traps.
and well. I mean, Rose is only good for one of these traps with his utility, and it's the one at the very beginning. They try to fight towards backspace.
30 seconds left.
Lover's Rock, though, finds Crystalli. That one was easy. And the commitment, SOP's got one of his own. Misses the second chance, and it looked like that was the easier one. But yeah, Tijay, once again, looking to make this a Foot round. Although, Loiter gets his ultimate, and he's going to put himself in another clutchable position.
How much can Creven do? Enough! He finds SOP, and with that, it's all unsociable.
How many times have we seen him in positions like this? A 1vx.
Oh, Creven. Not like this! Just walks back straight to the action, and with that, sociable in the clutch. 1 versus 1, up against Loiter. Both have won them so far in this derby. But with money hanging in the balance, it has to be now for Foot.
Paranoia, but do you want to dip into your pockets? Sociable playing within the smoke. You can see it already that Loiter was positioned perfectly to win that out. 1 round in this Turkish derby, and has a Foot are having to scrape together buys here.
Oh no!
30 seconds left.
LaRock missed the net there at the start. I didn't see that. The sort of utility that we've been begging for some time. And Loiter again just digs them out of the quicksand. 3K to keep him in it. Feels like we're going all the way with this one.
That it does. In no other way did we expect this to go. So it's the last time out before we head into the last round. Either side's coaches talking about what they need to do to win this one out. And let's be honest, Hazard, BBL, had Foot actually managed to mitigate some of these clutches, I would have won this.
Yeah, and look, they were very nearly stopped at the gates on the B site there when I was just mentioning earlier about how they'd like to have hit that left-hand side of the map late into the round after creating some question marks on A. Full focus on both sides, really not much left in it. We've seen the amount of rounds that have gone down to a 1 versus 1. SOP is going to be left without a full buy in this, but other than that, no missing pieces, no operators, most importantly.
And SOP, really the only rogue buy in this one, a Stinger. and an overdrive. I mean, it's the overdrive that they'll be playing for. But that doesn't last for the full round. They want that in the action, in the post plant or the retake.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change up from Foot on this round too, seeing Zeus almost the solo operative towards A. Yeah, Jay sitting behind it where he was often on B. Full retake setup towards this side of the map where BBL look to be heading. The defender's side have been led down a dark path. 5 opportunities for them to have the derby in the bag. And it might just have evaded them in regulation. This was the plan all along though. Get into the B site late. And BBL have taken their sweet time to arrive on the doorstep.
Sociable's paranoia looking to be the one that gives Sop his chance, and well, here we go indeed, but it's BBL who have struck first, BBL who are in the perfect spot to try and win this round. Denial though of
hesitation,
and that's the big word right now.
Just a bit of a disconnect in that follow-up from BBL, and again, it's going to be such a restricted post-plant. Nobody near the ult. Rose and Larok 2 away, but it's too many.
Yeah, they've tried to fight towards backside, and Foot have punished them. They've waited for Zeus to come in, so it's up to Larok. First headshot clean.
Oh.
You thought there was a chance, but there is no chance. Foot will win the Turkish derby in 2026. They finally have their bragging rights back.
The first of the year, and they waste no time. Yetajay letting BBL know. Forced to wait for over a year to find himself in this position again. But since leveling up in London, the team from Santiago sent down a peg this time. A 3-1 record in the group means that Foot propel themselves towards automatic playoffs qualification.
I mean, this is really turning into a group of death. Every single team has received at least one loss. BBL were the only ones who were out of that record because of that one match against Vitality. Second match, they've been made to pay. So if I'm the person doing permutations, good luck.
Certainly. And it also feels like BBL at points just left it too late in the day to make it happen. Foot on the same page, quicker, made the adaptations as required. And it's that man in the middle of your screen, Sociable, who is the one responsible for the undoing of his former organization. Back at the top step of Turkey. The celebrations coming through from the Foot players as this was a win most deserving of their performance.
Yeah, and I think as well, overall, this matchup we said was going to be decided by the duelists, but it felt as if there was other players in play, like Loiter, like Sociable, I mean Krevin, players like that. Everybody showed up when they needed to.
Yeah, that they did, and we're going to get to hear from one of them now, Sop, standing by.
He is indeed Sop. That one got downright thrilling. Always a show with you guys.
Thank you.
Now, how good does it feel to take that belt back, the Turkish derby, to win it this time around?
I mean, it feels amazing. When I was on tier 2, when I was on ULF, we were like struggling so much. And I left the team, I joined Foot, and it feels good to beat BBL.
Now, you have to give me just a little bit of a translation. Some of the chirping, some of the shouting back and forth. Could you give me the greatest hits from you and Yetujay?
I mean, I don't think I shouted so much, but Yetu was feeling so bad, so I had to join him.
You just had to lock in, had to join him for it. Any words you want to say to the other team now that the match is over?
I mean, all of them are like really incredible players, and it's good to beat them. So I don't think we have like personal problem with them. It just feels good to beat them because they're another Turkish team. So we proved that we are just better than them today. So I'm really happy.
And I'm happy for you as well. It's time to set it over to your teams. Any final thoughts? We've got your boy standing by on the couch.
Kroseli is him. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad we have him on this team.
Krostali is him. And without further ado, it's time for the couch to take it away.
I'm very happy that he is him. I'm Kakuka, and I am joined here with him, Vlad, and Mini. Oh, I love this rotation. Congratulations, guys, first of all, on the win. One of the best, if not, I'm just going to say, the best Turkish derby that we have ever had. This series has gone the distance. We almost had an overtime in the third one. So first of all, How are we feeling? Relaxed?
A little bit, because it's hard to acknowledge like what happened, because they were the better team in the first map. Of course, we did a lot of mistakes as well, but them putting Yoru back to their comp made the difference, I guess. And after second map, like what I thought, like what I felt, we were always in control, and it is good. It is good when you win these kind of games, like these, especially Sunset. We could have finished it so earlier, but Larok is such an amazing player. I gotta give it to him. He did an amazing clutch.
The clutch, the 1v2
Yeah,
and 5 HP.
I mean, sometimes these things happen, but I'm just proud of my team. I'm just proud of my players, because like Crosstelli also pulled so many clutches in split, such important clutches. I'm just feeling so good right now. I can't say anymore, I guess.
Is it because of that Turkish derby, because of BBL specifically?
And your history with BBL as well, right? You have a lot. It's too much for you.
Like there's a lot of mutual respect, but it feels like I was talking about Beamer just before, and he was like, "It's such a big day for us."
Yeah.
Like, how does it feel as a coach and a player to go up against BBL? Like, I can feel the tension in the room.
Of course. Yeah. The thing is, like, both parties has its up and down throughout this season. To start with, BBL started the season wonderful with Santiago, like first international appearance, and then they had their like down a couple months, and then we started going up, and right now I believe both teams has their best form throughout this year, and it was going to be super hard for anyone to come on top of this. And of course, there's like first two teams makes playoffs in the group. That's also important. 1 point on championship points. That's also important. And this game, like for me, it was like 2 points, you know?
Yeah. So it's like you got to play BBL. Yeah. You can top the group potentially.
Yeah.
And champs points. Like for you today, a very stressful day.
Yeah. I talked too much. I'm sorry.
We get to cross the
Yeah, tell us a little bit. Let's start from the beginning, right? Let's go about Lotus. Vlad says that the Yoru definitely made the difference. What did you feel? How was that Lotus? And did you feel that that was the difference?
Maybe I don't think about comp stuff. I just try to play my game and team game. So I didn't really care about their Yoru or Raze Valley. I don't care. But
so what was the issue?
Maybe we were just better than them. I don't know. On Lotus, what happened? I need to remind.
I can't even remember, to be honest.
No, it's just.
They got 2 ace.
Oh yeah.
Ace round.
When we CT side, they just play really well, and we just lost some rounds because of their individual performance. So we knew we can win them, but they are just making extras. So we need to play together and get trades. That's it.
I said after split, I think that you are the most improved player in our region.
Yeah.
I think when you started, you were decent, but I think right now we're seeing you take over games. Did you change anything, or is it just being more comfortable?
When I came EMEA, I was a bit, how can I say?
You got Vlad. If you don't know a word, I'm sure he's happy to help you.
I was really care about somebody's opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, so when I play bad game and everyone comment the bad things about me, I was affecting. But then now I just comfortable. I don't care about it. If I play bad or play good, really I don't care. I just try to win. So I'm just more, how can I say?
Confident?
Yeah, confident. That's it.
And what have you noticed, Vlad, in Cross the Leads improvement?
Yeah, we have been these long walks and talks about like, because especially in Masters and like whenever we lose, people on social media thinks like it's because of him, but it's really hard for an initiator player to support like double duelists, which are both crazy.
Yeah.
And like yeah, we sometimes joke about like racing the kill death ratio in the team, but like it's really hard for us to for him to support this team on his own, and like expectancy from him is a lot. He realized that, and also like he gives everything to his team. Like there are some initiators in this league like saving some util for only himself, right? And like this is not him. And like for now, like in my opinion, he's one of the best clutch player ever, and which makes me like feel so good, because like just like today on Split, he makes us win rounds, win games. And to come on top like that, stepping up him, like he's stepped up so good, and I'm just lucky to have him in the team, you know.
That is so sweet, guys. I am so happy for you. I will ask you very quickly last, because you are speed running this one. You have Vitality left as your last match. Any thoughts before that?
Yeah, right now, like against Vitality, the map pool is better for us. Yeah, it used to be vice versa, and then right now map pool is good. We're feeling much more confident than what we used to do, what we used to be, and of course like we experienced a lot against them. Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the both of you. We'll see you shortly. You guys watching at home do not want to miss this, because this was already a banger, but we have El Clásico coming up after this break. It will be Team Liquid versus Fnatic.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice. We're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat. We're gonna move on.
Welcome back into VCT EMEA, where it is time for our Omoda Showstopper Game of the Week, and what better way to have it than with a matchup between Team Liquid and Fnatic. We're going to dive right into the action, but before we do, let's take a look at the standings to see where we're at after that absolute thrill ride of a Turkish derby we had. Went right down to the wire, and Foot now with 13 championship points, looking nigh on untouchable.
Yeah, things are looking very good for them. And as we are seeing, they're speed running it. Like Fnatic is about to jump into their third. Foot is just one away from finishing the entire season. And I think that I still have doubts for both of the teams that we have here on the stage. I feel like out of all of the El Clásicos that we had, I think like some of the best ones were in 2023. Like final, the one that Liquid won.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool.
Not for me, but
it was kind of cool.
yeah,
You couldn't win everything that year. We had to put a limit, because otherwise, then, like people is already struggling to catch up to your achievements. So we had to limit those.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I think to frame it like it is El Clásico, but it's one in a precarious position. I think that like Team Liquid are not too sure about them right now. They had a good win against Heretics last week, but I'm not convinced by that yet. And with Fnatic, there are some things I liked. They did beat a relatively strong KC, but at the end of the day, like this is Fnatic. They're supposed to beat a team like KC, even if they are on form.
It does feel like a team that we're always holding to a higher standard, right? And one of the aspects that we've been talking about, that you two have been talking about, is wanting to see a Fnatic that, again, defines the meta a little bit. We're looking at some of their comps from the last matchup. A Fnatic team that's maybe making some steps forward in that regard?
Yeah, I think it's been a while. Like, I've been a bit critical of Fnatic that they didn't... Like the old Fnatic, I'd say that there was comps that you could say that's a Fnatic comp. You can see everyone, when we practice, like people were copying. You can see around the world the kind of, you know, innovations there. But this is beautiful to me. This feels like the Fnatic that is bringing something new to the table. I think it's an extremely good meta read, this Sage and the Chamber together as a counter to the double duelists we're seeing. I think that Sage is slowing down that pace quite a lot like how I liked Vice before. And I think Chamber is the best operator agent in the game right now. And so having those two things together is beautiful. The op is really strong. It's something Boaster highlighted last week. And to have the best agent on it, like, what more can I say? Like, it's looking promising for Fnatic, but it was a scraped win versus KC, so I'm hoping for them to build up now.
I think that it's also I feel like for Fnatic, we never cut them any slack, because we expect them to keep that high level of like beat everyone all the time, be the best, be innovative, destroy every team.
It's your
fault. It's your fault.
I'm an ass too. Any team that's supposed to be good, like I'm like gotta put them higher. You know what I mean? And I like to do that to Fnatic too.
I'm a big fan of the Sage. I think they're making it look so good. It is so good to see that Cloud is merging so well with them. I think they're in very good track. I wanted to see if like Eng was going to have an actual impact in the game, but I think that is something that we have to ask them about the composition and how these things are ended up being cooked up.
We'll have to get into those conversations later on, but looking at the other side as well, right? A Team Liquid team that we were very concerned about. They played their first game without Nats. Nats' birth of his first child. Exciting. That's all great. Comes back in. They pull off crazy comebacks. They pull off an insane series against Heretics, and also have a Purpo that seems to be well back in form.
The problem to me with Liquid is like, what do I take as an example? That first, that second. I think there's something that we can definitely see is that Purpo on that last encounter on the last map definitely tuned in, and it was one of the question marks on the Team Liquid field. Again, you moved Purpo away from the duelist middle of the year and moved him back into an initiator, and now you're putting him back onto the duelist. Comes lukewarm at some situations. Now my question is, he had a good day the other day. If he has a bad day today, do you swap him back again?
No, he's going to continue to play the duelist. But I have a lot of worries too. I think that like it's a good sign that we saw a takeover style map from Purpo. But with this roster, I feel like he's going to have to continue that level if they want to beat a Fnatic or do even better. I think that there are some questions around the depth in the roster. I think there are some weaknesses. Camo and Nats, we know they deliver. It's the other three that I need to see a rise up from or consistency.
I did actually get a chance to chat with Purple. We'll hear that a little later on in the broadcast, but he did mention feeling more comfortable in the role, so hopefully that's a good sign of things to come, but that does remain to be seen. For the moment, one thing that we can definitely see is our 1v1 skirmish, this time between Lohan and Cloud. But we're going to keep talking about it. Lohan...
Nice shot. Okay.
Hello?
Okay, I'll play.
Oh! GG. GG.
Look, Lohan, he might not want to get reps on the server anymore, but he does continue to get them in the skirmish.
Yeah, and continues to not do so well.
Hey, honestly, you know? I don't think he cares. Like, maybe he's just going for what if you were to lose the coin toss? Because before it was a coin toss, you could have lost the coin toss all time.
I think there's a very obvious veto from Fnatic. It seems like they've always been first banning Haven and the second banning Lotus, so sometimes those skirmishes don't matter as much in the map veto. So.
I think it's also a question of just what do you think is best for your prep, right? If none of your players like having to do the skirmish, if they feel more comfortable, if they didn't have to touch that, then yeah, fall on that sword, you know, deal with it so that your players could be more confident as they actually head into the server. That's always going to be your priority, right?
Yeah, exactly. Unless you want to be in the room to, you know, relay the information, send off your videographer like Paper Rex do.
I think we should start doing this here in EMEA as well. Because if they can, we should. And we should actually do it for the lols. So, yeah. Also, if he is to win, that screws with their other players' mental.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And oh my goodness, we're getting another one. They're doing it again. All right, Liquid have picked into the summit. We're getting our second summit. It's always Fnatic with this one. Early thoughts?
See, so this is what's happening. So week 1, Nats is not here, you know? Week 2, win against Heretics, chill. We don't, well, the Heretics actually banned the summit, so they didn't even have, and for all of the teams that had been waiting at home, we wanted them to be the ones picking the summit, working on the summit, and Team Liquid apparently was that team, and they have a perfect showing, because now they haven't showed theirs, then they know what Fnatic are going to do.
I quite liked what Fnatic brought out, so I'm very curious to see what Team Liquid thought is a weakness from Fnatic, because they wouldn't just come in and just pick it otherwise.
And I mean, if we look at the Fnatic side of things, right, Boaster was mentioning that he was really happy that they now have a VOD to actually look at, that there were adjustments that he was already thinking about wanting to make, about the power of that op and maybe how to keep his players alive in the early round.
Exactly, that is something that we will see when we jump into the agent select. What is Liquid going to do? The chamber is absolutely broken in this map, and especially when you have Alpha.
Yeah, especially if we're highlighting Purple as someone to be consistent. If the operator is there to feast on Fnatic, then it's going to be him having to step up with that weapon.
Okay, so early thoughts. We've seen the veto here. Where are you feeling the strength? How excited are we to see this first Liquid Summit?
I'm excited to see Summit
from 1 to 10?
overall.
Yeah,
so
I'm
10.
I'm going to go 9.
9. Always important to have higher that you can go towards. Kakuka, never satisfied, but we're going to have to be satisfied because it's time for the face-off on stage.
One of the biggest matchups of Week 2 is here, as Team Liquid take on Fnatic. Liquid have a new look since bringing in Trex and Kicks. Fresh off a convincing 2-0 win over Team Heretics, their additions have already made their mark, with Trex fragging out and Nats looking as composed as ever, calling an insane 11-2 comeback against Team Heretics. But this week the test gets harder. Fnatic have started Stage 2 strong with their most recent victory against an informed KC, and with Cloud joining an already stacked roster, they look like the team to beat. They've handled the business so far, but Team Liquid will be a serious challenge. With a valuable W on the line, which new look roster comes out on top in EMEA's very own El Clasico? Don't miss Team Liquid versus Fnatic in tonight's Amoda Showstopper.
El Clasico set to commence here on stage. Fnatic versus Liquid, and though we've said the stakes might be slightly different this time around, it's still a game that is set to deliver, and set to deliver our second ever summit here in EMEA.
Why is Boaster mimicking Anger? He's so over you. He's so over you, Mini.
What do you mean?
Like
He's got the little man bun.
Oh.
He's doing it up.
Yeah, he's over me. He's, yeah. El Clasico with Engen, it is a bit weird, but yeah, going back to the Map Veto Summit, that's going to be a banger. But going on to Lotus here, Fnatic have been banning that second a lot, and I was confused. I thought that I left that team with a lot of good Lotus theory. I thought we knew how to play the map, and I was surprised they started banning it. So it's good to see they've confident in it, and I expect to see their classic kind of Viper plus Sentinel composition that is the best in slot.
Especially because here in EMEA we have a lot of teams that decide to not run the Viper. Is something that you can always take advantage of, especially if you're Fnatic and you have so many reps and you know this map so incredibly well, because Mini was so nice to leave you a playbook before he left.
Me and my other coaches that I did work with. Shout out to Anders on that one.
You know,
not
always
just me.
good to spread the credit here. But let's focus in on the Liquid side for a moment.
I gotta be humble sometimes, you know.
No, it's the fact that you just mentioned Anders. Sorry, come on.
Let's reel it back in for a moment here. Looking at the Liquid side, right? What's going to be important for you to see right off the bat to tell you that they can take Fnatic to task here?
A good composition.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. So hopefully we're going to be getting into the composition here in just a moment. What do you want to see from the Liquid comp?
I want to see Chamber. I want to see something that can match up to what Fnatic have been doing. The Sage of the Chamber has been so powerful for them.
We're diving into it. Fnatic versus Liquid.
So the way I'd frame this for Liquid is they're playing the double duelist.
And the Viper.
But this morning we saw Paper X, a team known for being very good at double duelist, not play double duelist and look pretty good there. So I'm getting the implications here that you know, you don't need to play that necessarily.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it. I don't like it.
No hard Sentinel.
You have no You have no Sentinel. You have there is so much that can quote unquote go wrong in the map, but if you do not control, if you don't fully control the pace, what are you going to do in the defense? How are you going to cover all the
the win condition bluntly is purple on the comfort on the Jet, camo on the comfort of the Phoenix. I think in terms of a strategic point of view, I think Fnatic have the upper hand completely. I think that they have the advantage in this agency.
So eyes on the individuals to do something here. The win percentage obviously going to be deceptive because they haven't played it yet. So they've also won 100% of their summits.
Yeah, we try not to look at those.
I'll be honest, I've never
We're going to look at this.
Yeah,
I have a question for you. When we were watching...
Yeah, we taught you well.
When we were watching our first summit here in EMEA, one of the things that we were worried about on the other side, on the KC side, were those really deep Viper walls. So we've got a Viper once again coming through from Liquid. What are we thinking?
The problem is not the deep Viper wall. For the attack is going to be fine because there's going to, and Nats one is very good, especially very good at lurking. He's going to be very good at conditioning. The problem with the KC wall was not the wall itself, is the fact that it was not being utilized, so you're just wasting it. You know, you expect to have some sort of effect with it, and it just wasn't happening. I think that Nats could be the one to change that perspective.
I think the key thing for me was that Alpha was not getting a lot of value on the Chamber last time. We know how good he is on this Chamber. We know how good this agent can be, especially on a map like this. He was taking that B main space a lot, though, and he was getting a lot of information. So I think Team Liquid is about denying Alpha from getting onto those deep lines and hopefully shutting down his ability to get into the game. Because if he gets snowballed, then Alpha just takes over.
That's going to be the key, and we'll also see, I mean, without maybe the threat of the Chamber on the other side, right? If Fnatic's adjustments from the last game might have been a little misdirected.
I think the key takeaways from me for Fnatic are the attack side. Wasn't too impressed. I think there was a lot of mid-defaulting.
I don't think they're very good at attack.
I don't think they're very good at attack at all. I think if they continue down the road of just going mid-defaults, I think they're going to be into some trouble. I think that you use middle after you kind of see what's happening on those extremities. I think as well, they obviously don't have a VOD on Liquid, but I'm hoping in this agent select right now, they're looking at the comp. They're seeing the fact that there isn't a hard Sentinel, and that means you can do flanks. And flanks in this map are going to be, much like other maps, pretty good. And when there's no Sentinel to call it out, that is very strong. So I'm hoping that a bit of a, you know, in-the-moment kind of game plan adjustment
yeah, they're definitely thinking about the Sentinel. They're definitely thinking about what they can do. 100%.
Yeah.
Thinking about something over there on the stage.
That's how Boaster thinks right there. He's just, you know.
Pink socks up on the desk as well, you know, getting them out for free.
He's known to get them out for free.
Okay.
Well, all right, give us some insight. Minnie, when you were part of this team, how did you approach a brand new map?
A brand new map?
He wouldn't. He would ban it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll ban it. Or I get a different coach who's smarter than me to do it for me.
Delegation is part of the toolkit, I suppose. You've thrown me with that one. I'm finally thrown. What do you want that we haven't had yet?
What do I want that we haven't had yet?
What do you want that we have had? What do you want on this summit?
I'm honestly going. If I'm very honest, I'm going on a list of in my head of things that I cannot say out loud. So please get me out of here.
Well, why not cut you off? Instead, we'll hear from these two very fine gentlemen. We got Mitch Man and Tom Biz to bring you through the second summit of EMEA.
Thank you very much, Darth Mike. Yes, we do. A little bit of a specialty for us, and Fnatic on Summit as well. Look, there was a lot of learnings going through that last matchup that we saw, and I do agree with Minnie. A lot of them for Fnatic will be on the attack side. So this first half, well, I guess we get to see how they deal with a comp that it doesn't seem like a lot of people are a big fan of in terms of what Liquid have brought to bear.
It's just a bit dull, isn't
yes.
it? Like it's
kind of been Liquid's compositions, though.
We saw a lot of like people running like cool, interesting things. Yeah, I got to see
would play the Harbor here.
Maybe, but no, it's just a little bit more standard. But I don't actually necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think that a lot of teams are still figuring out the map, and if you're just playing more comfortable agents, I actually think that's what has been one of the big changes for Liquid in general, is that you now getting everybody on roles that actually look quite comfortable.
Yep.
You then put players in positions that make them comfortable. And you put Nats on a Viper, who is the best Viper lurker on Earth, in a map where there's currently plenty of gaps. Sounds like a dream.
Fair to say Fnatic got lurked on a couple of times, but they also dished that out in equal proportions. For Team Liquid, I'm worried about Camo's impact here. Yes, I think the flashes can get you out of a choke point, but with so much cover to hide behind for defenders, I don't know how easily you'll be able to capitalize off that. I suppose we'll find out. Getting to see this comp in play. Dull in general, but perhaps not here on this map. Let's see. Purpo opening it up nicely, and Kayak wants to re-aggress. This has been his spot to defend throughout the last time we saw them play this, but mission failed right off rip. Liquid might just have the A site. Cloud's the only one standing in their way, and that flash hasn't caught, but the trade is instant from Trex.
Yeah, he created a new gap that he had to flash around, and yeah, that didn't work either. But it's gone well other than that for Liquid. We saw at the beginning their pistol stats so far were horrific. I think it was said 1 and 7, but they're in a good spot now. Althea, still alive, was highlighted by Minnie to no one's surprise that if this man gets going, he is very difficult to stop. Luckily, he never got going. He's been shut down by Trex immediately, and for Crashies, I feel like he's more reliant on everybody leaving and him getting a ninja defuse, and that did not happen. Trex was diligent, and Liquid have the pistol round.
Yeah, a solid opening from Liquid, and I like to see already that we're looking at mid-control from this attack side here in the pistol. It's going to be a big factor, or at least that's kind of what we talked about going into the last game, or the first game that we saw of Summit here within this region. Fnatic last time around, we thought mid would be a big part, and it wasn't really. It didn't seem to be for either team a big section of that playbook. Defending it, sure, but getting in there and sinking your teeth into it, not so much. Liquid start out with 1-0, and now the investment, an Outlaw and a Marshall to play with. It's strange to see them both on the attack side. For Fnatic, the only real hope is that Headhunter. Already Nats has claimed one, and the fear of the Outlaw would normally send people running, but they did go running towards him. Unfortunately, that hasn't worked out.
Wow. Well, now this round looks like it's done. I can tell you what my favorite storyline of this entire matchup is. And it's one that many will have forgotten, but I will never. And that is about this man, Purpo, the man who's looking to try and close out the round. He made a debut for a team called Mech. He was subbed in to the 4th map of the last game of LCQ.
I forgot about that.
As his debut, got absolutely obliterated.
Smashed.
And because of that, Mech didn't manage to make it. The team he lost to was Team Liquid, and the man who subbed him in was Eng. That's a damn good storyline, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. He was set up by Eng. And now he's
and now he's on the team that beat him and gets the chance to play against him. Tell me that's not a cool storyline. Not well, play against him theoretically, obviously the floaty head in the back rooms, but maybe a chance of vengeance. I don't know if Purpo sees it that way, but I'm going to make it seem that way.
What a day it could have been. Liquid had Lohan their first game. Imagine Fnatic in their second. Pull up with Aang. Yeah, if only, but...
Oh, he'd have dropped 50. Just on Aang.
50 deaths. So 2-0. A solid start for Liquid. They do the second relatively easily. Deal with that mid-aggression beautifully. Nats conceding space and making them pay as they round each corner. Very nicely done. Now Fnatic have a full buy and no Kayak. An immediate shutdown. Camo tagged him for a couple. And just enough for Nats to one-shot. Now, man disadvantage for Fnatic. And what do we do? No info. They might almost have to start fighting for some piece of control themselves, but where's that going to be? B main, it looks like. It's telegraphed, though. I'm surprised Purpo doesn't have his weapon out, knowing that they revealed there moments ago. Now the smoke has gotten them across. It's a little bit dangerous. Luckily, he's going to be given a chance to get away.
Yeah, knows that they've aggressed on that side of the map. And the question will be, well, it's answered quickly. They are going to go back that way. They're going to look to try and fight this. Purpo a little bit ahead of the curve. But the rest of Liquid look to back him up. The steps running away might be bait, though. Crashies is waiting on the corner. They flash it, but they don't check. And give Crashies a massive opportunity. A quick double, but the trades from the rest of the team are good enough that they hold their advantage. Rotation in from Cloud. Seconds away from being able to find the planter, and well, he finds him anyway.
2 slows to play with. This could get very awkward. Both players sitting towards main. Nats a little further behind as well. This fast retake from Fnatic has caught them off. Nats was hoping to catch that rotation through mid, and that's a bait from Fnatic. They're waiting for the slow to fade to take that fight, but the high-low doesn't work. Second slow goes in. Nats posted on the angle, and he'll get it for free, but stepping back in here is going to be tough. The tap will pull him into the fight. Cloud goes wide, trying to avoid that one-shot kill from Nats, but he will not do so. A triple from the Viper and a 3-0 start for Liquid as a result.
Yeah, no offense to Lohan, but he ain't doing that. 6-0. Nats. Even he crouches under the headshot angle. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing in those moments. He's a man who reads the game better than most, be it on an IGL level or just on an individual level. And it's a nice attempt from Cloud. And then that is something I do want to highlight as well, that I do feel like coming back in to this stage, Cloud has been the highlight for this team. I think he's been their best player. I think he's been a standout, which is a good thing, but also a little worrying. Like, I want to see more from Kayak especially. I think that we know the heights that he can hit, and although at times he's been decent, he hasn't blown me away just yet.
Cloud res online, but not really the round to use it in. Bit of a fight from Fnatic towards main, and that's Kayak dropped again. This is Pistols from the defensive side. Not a whole lot to fight with.
That doesn't spawn.
Yeah, he's been sitting either there or around this spot in pretty much all of the rounds. So passive, even as they're planting the spike. And that's going to be a big problem for Fnatic because we're seeing him now with an Outlaw. When he has a rifle, he's going to start pushing forward in that space. And if Nats gets behind you, it's a big problem, as it could have been if Alpha hit that shot. Man advantage taken back by Liquid, and they're moving towards the B site that's wide open.
Yeah, they're making constant moves on rotations, constantly grouping back up to try and catch anybody who does push. It looks like a clear game plan versus what has been that aggro setup of the Neon Chamber. They kind of need to be pushing around the map, and I think so far Liquid have done really well to sort of force those players out of positions, back to the site, and then give them an opportunity to execute instead. For the remaining 3 players of Fnatic, it would be optimistic to say they could win this round, but they might be able to at least make it a little bit costly. There's a Hunter's Fury on the other side as well if it really did get dangerous, but as you can see from Trex's positioning, he has no plans to use it. In fact, he's going to be the one fighting everybody.
Well, no orbs for him, but you know, a 4-0 start, really can't turn your nose at it. The rifle out for Crashies recovered, and making it at least costly on the other side, but 2 players going down. Liquid aren't really going to be bothered about that. A strong start here on the attack, and it looks like one of the main problems is those early picks. Liquid are being given those fights early. This was a pistol. So it's not the end of the world, but it's
okay.
something to keep an eye on coming into the next round. So I feel like Kayak has been, well, he's 0-4, but he has been shut down early in most rounds.
Yeah, him and Alpha, which when you look at this composition is incredibly bad. Like, you don't want to see those two players having poor individual performances because it's not like they bring too much else on the utility front. Of course, it's only 4 rounds in. I'd say if they lose this one, we'll probably be seeing a pause, but you normally give that little bit of additional time. The worry, though, Hunter's Fury, run it back. Sure, they have a couple of ults of their own, but Liquid have the chance to poise, set the pace, and Alfia given an opportunity, but not taking too much from it.
Yeah, the spams don't land through the box. Nightfall through to try to find that info onto Camo. The ult popped and dealt with by Alpha, but numbers still even. Liquid get their man back. And the play to the B site, not cancelled just yet. I do see Nats exploring some space towards mid, and I don't know if they've got the read that that rotate's being pulled as heavily as it has. Still throwing some util through. It looks like they're trying to find that info, or even find that pick. But Fnatic don't step out of line, and all the while Nats is working some control. The problem is, like, with Boaster pushing up where he is, if they go back in the other direction, he could completely cut off this rotate, and with the spike.
It's all going to come down to timing. The wall they've placed has made things awkward for Liquid. They've funneled them into a position they didn't want to go, and now that timer ticking. Alfia has also now managed to catch out Purpo.
Oh, nice.
The clock is ticking, and now... Oh, actually, Boaster got killed. Trex turns around, walking in that direction. Now Nats has caught a flank. This was looking really good, and immediately has diminished to an advantage for Liquid, and they're going to get to run towards the other side of the map and get a plant for it.
You know, well, the plant's going to come through, right? 6 seconds, no one can deny it. No one's close by, no utility to get in the way, and indeed, locked in. For Liquid, this is an incredible round. The exact thing we were worried about. Nats having the rifle, the freedom to step forward and start filling in the space that he was once left to just defend. And once he does that, Kayak even went to check for him. He was looking for him, I'm not kidding, half a second before Nats rounded the corner, and Kayak was staring at it. But he turns to go and help in the other direction, and Nats has the read. I've seen players with wall hacks not read as well as that.
Well, that's the insane thing about this round in general. Like, you looked at Bosa's position, look at the position on the map he died in as well, all the way at the back. He was waiting for them to turn around and go towards him, and somehow Trex still predicted it. And that's something we've seen throughout this game so far, is think of all the angles that Trex is late checking. He's like, okay, I'm going to go here, I'm checking this angle, I'm clearing these positions. He's very methodical in the way that he plays, and him killing Boaster is the decisive factor. He plants with 6 seconds left. If he even just whiffs slightly and Boaster slows him down, they lose that round.
Down to the wire, but... well, those are the kind of rounds that you used to see all the time from Fnatic. Very patient from Liquid. And I do think that's one of the reasons that we see them come in here choosing this map. After what we saw last time, like, Nats must have been rubbing his hands together, seeing them get flanked and seeing all that blind space left open. He's been filling it in beautifully, and this is a guy that knows the kind of team he's up against.
Oh yeah, for sure. Look at this matchup. It's one that dates back. And this is, of course, it goes further than this, but this is just as since we have been in that partnership era. And it has been a back and forth all the way through. Normally, in the best of 3 stages, that's where Fnatic rules the matchups, and when it comes to qualifying to the event is where they are spoiled by Team Liquid. Even this year, to make it to Santiago, that drop down after they lost the previous best of 5 final, our 3 finals in our unique kickoff. And yeah, Liquid managed to take it from them 3-0. So we have seen this matchup many a time. We have seen the players within it change, but at least for quite a while now, we've had that Liquid Nats versus, of course, Fnatic Boaster head-to-head. And it's one that's always very exciting because, like, for example, when you see this map come in today, I immediately go, they have a plan. They have thought of how to beat the one time they saw Fnatic play. And so far for Liquid, so good. 5-0.
Oh, well, it couldn't really be going any better, could it? You got Trex 8-1. You got Nats playing the flank game like it's 2021. And for Fnatic, a timeout early on. Attempt to stabilize. They are hemorrhaging rounds. And Liquid have already made their way through to B. You know, my concern with this comp was, how are you going to get in there? And it was just a dash in from Purpo. Backside taken and locked down.
Sure, it's weaker weapons, but he did make that look incredibly clean. And well, at least you might now be witnessing what Eng saw in him all those years ago. Why he thought he could sub him into that Breeze game. I'm a bit sad Breeze isn't in here. That would have been a perfect for my storyline. Nice shots coming out though. This got very interesting. And with Alfia still standing, maybe it still is. Trex in the corner though. Might just wait for contact and then look to swing, but Alfia is aware! Okay, there you are. Alfia on the board, and more importantly, Fnatic are as well.
Yeah, well, that's what we needed. A little bit of confidence injected with a Red Bull clutch into Alfia. Phenomenal round from him, right up to the very end. Some headhunter shots landing is one thing, but this prediction in the 2v1, the instant flick back.
You're talking about wall hacks, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He knows something that we knew. And 5-1. The first round, off the back of the pause, someone called Alpha pop out with a 4K.
Yeah, Alpha, you may only have 1 kill, but now please get 4 kills in this next round.
Great call.
Eng's a genius.
This is why they pay him the big bucks.
Or maybe it was Desmo. You know, I don't want to take credit away.
Yeah, listen, don't disrespect Desmo. He's got those kind of strats up his sleeve.
Also, he'll throw hands, you know.
He'll throw more than hands. You don't want to find out. Kicks has gone for an aggressive TP. I pray to God you never find out. Paranoia from there was interesting. Has at least gotten them the kill on the Crashies, but he's traded his life for that pleasure. And Fnatic, oh, that's a big pick by Camo.
Yeah, it's so quick on it as well. A 4v3.
Obscuring vision.
Boaster has at least held on to some ground, but it's safe to say they're fairly aware that the drop could have a player within it. The stun's perfect. Purpa was just hiding within the corner. He might be a nasty surprise, and well, he should have been. Instead, well, I didn't expect him to get Alpha, but he does. And even managed to escape back around the corner. Nats also holding on to deny Cloud, and now Boaster, the man that's been here for a while, eventually meets his maker. It's 9-2 for Nats, and it's 6-1 now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, a really tough start from Kayak. Getting picked off there before they can really get themselves into the site. I think Boaster's utility has been good since kind of the first half that we saw him play of this map. There were a couple of issues there, but it really tightened up. His stuns especially have so much value. We saw it in that round, and thinking back to their last game so often towards A-Link, he was harassing anybody who wanted to keep that control.
He is a stunner, I agree.
that he is. In those lock-in shorts, swim shorts as well. You can get them wet. Good thing. 6-1 for Liquid.
Right.
A strong start that's about to get even better, you would think. Alfie are at least going to pop the ult, but the rest of the squad, not exactly well armed.
Oh, yeah, even still, a lot being committed into this round for Team Liquid. Blade Storm, run it back, already gone, and well, the blades are used for a pretty decent purpose. Tour de force in play for Alfia. They have a singular round, and it's off the back of his clutch, and you know what? He's found a kill while blind. Evening things to a 3v3. Crashies has found an operator. Not a gun he's renowned for, but maybe he can make it work. Back to the pistol, not quite the headhunter, and Nats and Trex are there again to finish off the round. A half victory already in the first 8 for Liquid, and Fnatic falling further and further behind.
Yeah, that is an expected loss, of course, but a decent chance there with the operator recovered. Look, Kayak, he's already having a tough game. He slides in with the ult to try to get back in on this low-buy round. Thinks me and Alpha pop the ulties, it's going to make the difference. Right-clicked by the jet knives immediately. That's a pretty deep cut delivered.
Nice,
7-1. It's starting to get out of hand. And we get another buy out of the defensive side, but this one has to have some signs of life in it.
Yeah, and especially thinking back to their last match, it was 6-6 either half to go to overtime. So it's not exactly like we saw a massively favored half.
It was a shock dart like that. Well, not quite as curved, but you know what we're talking about.
It's got the bendy shock.
Yeah. It's windy on this map. It's all right. It's up high.
Okay.
But yeah,
it's like those golf games where you have to like predict the wind.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't
Please
get an
never
arrow,
add that to the game.
Kayak, this is his chance. One at least. It's a good player to take down. Removing those flashes is Crashy's going to walk through that. Sitting in the smoke, I like. And Boaster picking up that kill. It really removes any need to play aggressive. Nats is waiting for a mistake to be made, and thankfully Crashies will not make that mistake. Thinking back to the very same position Fnatic last time around, double invaded a smoke and paid the price for it.
The thing is, I see Nats on Viper with this specific Phantom, and I just go, what chance do you have? Like, it's one of the most iconic skin combos for him and him alone. And they may be a man down in this scenario, but it's whether they find the gap. And as of right now, you can see, look at Alfie having to check his own back. He does get away with the kill. That's the main thing. Now his teammates are slowly surrounding the remainder. Nat's still going to connect one, but Cloud is so close behind them. It should be for free, but Nats turns around. Doesn't quite manage to hit the shot quick enough. It's now on to Trex. Always very good at these clutch scenarios, but there's no way he gets away with this
unlucky.
one. Needed a plant, no time. And Fnatic have a second.
He had 2 seconds to run around the corner to spare. I think it was 6 on the clock when he went for the plant, but yeah, I just got a little too dialed in on it. Good work to fight their way back into this one. Pick from Boaster, crucial, but it's Alpha not only taking that, but buying them a little bit of time for that flank to come around, for Cloud to pick off not just 1, but 2, and put that second round on the board for Fnatic at last. That res online and available for quite a while. And when it comes to Team Liquid, well, they've been putting bodies on the floor pretty frequently, so there should be an opportunity to use it. We see mid control again. This looks like a standard A split from Liquid, like we saw in the pistol, but Fnatic this time are ready. They're actually looking to invade. This is what we were talking about. I want to see them fight mid a little bit more, and it's not just one player. No, it's a second prong on this attack, and it works well.
They have their advantage. Nats will be forced to fall back. Kix just got past. Kix just got past.
No.
Boaster has absolutely no idea. A chance for a doubling, and Kix found the gap this time. We talked about the lurk opportunities from Nats. The good thing is there's a res, but he was waiting! He was waiting for the player that was caught in middle! Oh, it's just so nasty. You think you've got the plan of how to get back into the round. And Nats is, I don't even think 2 steps ahead would be generous. I think it needs to be more like 5.
I think the worst part about that is they spotted Nats on mid and went, thank God, no one's going to go behind us this round. At least for 30 seconds, we're safe. And then Kick shoots them in the back immediately for a double. That is crazy. 5 kills for Liquid, still a player alive. And it's Kayak who, as we said, has been struggling so far. For Team Liquid, they have done a remarkable job. The control on this map, from the very get-go, we saw it in the pistol round, but it was round 3, or round 4, I think, where Nats crept up behind on A. That was the first warning sign, the alarm bells ringing, the submarine alarm at full volume. And now it seems like Fnatic are sinking to deeper depths.
I think they're pinging either. It looks like they're pinging where he walked out from. Because that's the thing. You look at that from their perspective, and you've just got to think, like, how has someone managed to just walk out onto the A side and then get 2 kills from it? Like, that's a big blunder from their part. And I do think it becomes a problem where, okay, sure, this is a newer map. Sure, there's going to be mistakes being made, but they are now being caught regularly with their pants around their ankles. And for Liquid, well, that's a round that they lost the initial fights and managed to come out with multiple players alive while your opponents use a res.
He was nearsighted there, still got 1. Decent work from Kayak. They heard the drone coming. It looked like Fnatic wanted to push A main, but they heard the contact on its way. Still numbers here. Boaster has shut down the run it back from Camo. Right off rip. Star goes down. His util's been fantastic so far. And that's a little late on the grab. Well, they're already past, but they've walked into the trap. And now Alfier steps in with them. Takes the double and leaves Camo all by his lonesome. The 3rd round here, crucial for Fnatic.
Well, Camo at least is going to get himself a plant unless Alfia can get there ahead of him. Timing, I don't think he will have seen him. No, that gives enough for him to make a move towards the other side of the map. Very far away from his ult. Of course, it was utilized in this round, so at least that's something that Fnatic don't have to worry about. But they do have to be very careful. Even losing too many players here would be hefty casualties. But with both the closest players coming through mid, at least for now, seems like Camo is locked in towards the spawn, and they are starting to round the corner. He's expecting it, though. A chance. Doesn't manage to connect the first shot, and while Alfia, again, is going to be the man to close out this round. Another multi-frag that brings Fnatic back to 3. I think they're desperately going to need that 4th round.
That is very optimistic for the orb to matter here. Cloud's the one to take the defuse. In case you're wondering, he's now 5 orbs away. I do respect it, you know? If he ended up 1 away by the end of the round,
the other 2 have their ults, you don't want to waste it.
Yeah, I agree. It's just funny to see. 1 round left to play for. Apparently they think it's going to be a big one for Cloud. And I wouldn't be surprised with how he's played so far on this roster. But it is good to see. Alpha was 0-4 starting this out. He was getting shut down. And, you know, when we talk about these guys, Alpha and Kayak especially, if you have both of them having a tough game, it's almost definitely a loss.
Oh, that's one hell of a start. This time, both the players mentioned are going to find a pick a piece. Both kicks and Nats down. And Camo, he has an opportunity to heal himself up, but if he does, he gives away his position. So he almost has to stay on low HP for now, just to try and find that flank. Now he's got a possibility.
He's got freebie
of finding Alpha, yeah.
He's gonna go up the, surely he's not gonna go up the rope. Oh my goodness.
But now he has to go back down again. Oh no, mate, he might be able to shoot him from above. This is very interesting. Gets down silently. His sneaky play is working. His teammates are building into that side of the map. And Alfia, I can tell you for free, is going to be absolutely furious when he gets shot in the head for this. When he's waiting for his teammates to get closer. So it's a bit more of a surprise. There you go. Clever stuff. Gets them into the site for free. Hasn't seen anybody else. Now will look to heal himself up a little bit, of course, just by clipping the edge of that Molotov. And they're going to find themselves a post plant. But Camo, thinking he needs to go looking for a little bit more, goes down. A much tougher post now.
3 forward, they've got ults and util. Yeah, makes sense that he wants a pick. Trex wanted one too, and he's been gifted it. Fights towards the back, but Kayak stepping up in the final round, the final hour, it seemed. Nice shot by Purpo, but the defuse, undeniable at this point. 8-4 at the half. It was a tough start at 7-1 down, but that recovery might just have given Fnatic a chance.
Yeah, they were looking like they were going to be completely blasted out of this at 7-1 down, but a decent response. Nonetheless, with the new map comes new opinions. So while we wait for the second half, let's have a little listen to what our players thought about Summit.
Do you have one bold prediction for this map?
Someone will get the door closed on them and then die because of it.
My bold prediction for Summit that people will not really play Sage on it too much.
My prediction for the map is people will like it more than Pearl because it's the worst map in the game.
I think there'll be a lot of comps people will play, but eventually everyone will come to Fnatic comp. If we start losing, then we're going to swap and we're going to join whoever's comp is winning.
I'm pretty sure most of the teams will just perma-ban this map.
You do not need a Sentinel. It's kind of easy to play without Sentinel utility, so I just think it's not that important on the map so far.
Someone is going to die to the closable doors on this map. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I think it's going to happen, at least in one VCT match.
No Sentinel needed on a map that, well, so far we've seen nothing but flanks. Maybe we can put that down to comfort though, right? Teams are going to get used to this defensive side, start filling in those gaps, and start getting used to how the round breathes.
Yeah, and I think coming into this map in general, one of the most exciting things is when you look at the two leaders of these squads coming in to a map that is brand new. Very different ideas on how it should be played, as we heard from Boaster in that interview. They're going to define the meta, unless they're wrong, in which case they're going to take what anybody else does, which I think is the best way to be. But so far, what we've seen from Liquid has been good, but a lot of it has been them being able to find those gaps in space. I'll also jump in on what was said about not needing a Sentinel. I think it's easy to say that when you have Nats, and he can play Viper and just hold a site on his own. Like, it's like, yeah, we don't even need a Sentinel. It's like, yeah, but he is good enough that that works. Other teams might not be able to get away with that quite as much. Also, if you say that to everyone else and they don't run a Sentinel, Nats can find more gaps.
Exactly.
Clever stuff, Kicks. I like what you did there.
Yeah, I love the ideas. I wonder if we'll see Vitality playing a Sage as well. 8-4 for Team Liquid. A strong first half, but the memory of the last few rounds isn't exactly a sweet one. Fnatic did start to heat up, and players that were missing turned up. That was one of them, Alfier. But he's been put to bed very early on. Defensive aggression out of Team Liquid, showing they're not afraid to take a fight. And Trex has reinforce that point.
I feel like he's just been pracking his aim ever since he was benched. Like, he's been so crispy since he came back into the roster, and you can see why this man seems to get many second chances. He's incredibly talented at the video game. And well, it seems like everybody is at the moment on the Liquid side. I'm pretty sure it was them who had the poor pistol record, but right now they're making them look very easy indeed. 2 players standing, Boaster and Cloud, the IGL and the ex-IGL. He might be helping out a little, who knows. He's definitely giving positive motivation. I've seen that every time we cut to him. He's always trying to help the vibes of the team, which I think is a very good thing. I don't know if he's going to be able to do too much in this one. And well, it ends up as an in-zone flawless. A very comfortable pistol round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's a team that came into this series 1-7 when it came to pistol rounds. Certainly stepped up to the plate in this one. That's 2 for 2. And for Team Liquid in this round, it looked like they had the perfect read every step of the way. Camo taking that space deep on mid while he's covered by, I think, Purpo and Kicks. And then moving back here with the 2 players left alive. I already thought that smoke timing was perfect. The walkout from Trex timing was exquisite. He's on site by the time they get there. And then he shot someone through the smoke as well. Just the cherry on top for a solid Team Liquid opening round. And off the back of it, an eco for Fnatic, potentially looking down the barrel of a 10-4 deficit. We're definitely seeing the reason why Team Liquid wanted to play Summit today.
Oh, Headhunter is the only real piece they have to this puzzle. And, well, they're forced to retreat. The utility they used to get into the site. The trail might have given away Purpo's position, but that's all the information that they have. And I think all Fnatic can really hope to do is maybe fight for an orb or hope to drop a weapon or two. Because everybody has purchased over on the Liquid side. It's a very safe second round.
Spike down mid.
Well, it is an in-zone flawless thanks to the safety from Team Liquid, which did include a bit of a deeper mid fight. And look, we saw it on the attack, a lot of presence around there. The first 2 rounds, certainly in the pistol, showing Liquid with defensive aggression, showing a lot of control towards that mid area. And I think as the buy rounds come in, we'll see more of the same. That was an eco from Fnatic, so it being a flawless, not the end of the world, but losing this one might just be.
Yeah. This is where we really need to see some life in them, even if we're just looking at the next map, so building into this attack side. Let's see how Fnatic are feeling about this one. It's not gone great, but let's listen into the comms.
Middle there. I think the vibe, I think the AWP is on middle or something.
Just pick. They're rotating towards B back. Can you smoke a yard or something? Or...
Just pick, come. Just pick. 1, 2.
I'll make noise.
Oh.
Spike down mid.
Just gonna walk out here. I don't think there'll be another one.
It's so long.
Over. Give him.
Was there?
Last player standing.
I mean, okay.
Well, if you're Liquid, you couldn't be happier with that round unless you found out Jack Igo was giving you a gun, buddy. 11 on the board. Well, that is unless Cloud can come in with a big play. He has got the spike. Okay, and he's behind enemy lines. They seem to think he's sitting outside the A site.
30 seconds
and he's
left.
going back in the wrong direction. I mean, he doesn't know. He's playing this one blind.
Yeah, Trex does know.
To be fair, a plant on B,
did he come back with
probably a
walls?
loss, but
did he come back with like what? That's why he was locked into that angle for the past 30 seconds. He was like,
I mean,
he is here.
Conscious. That's something that I'll give a lot of props to Liquid for, is that they've been exploiting the gaps, and then it stands to reason when it comes to the defensive side, they're much more conscious of them as well. So yeah, even we saw Nats going back to the B side to clear it. That, on the other hand, I'm not sure that's about knowledge of the
Genuinely,
map.
Trex has been insane. He's 18-5. Like any other time, I'd just be sat there hyping up Nats, which is something I very much enjoy doing. And he's 16-5, but he is being eclipsed by Trex, who's just having a ridiculous game. There's no one on their side who's having a bad game, but they are looking unstoppable. The only defeat they've had so far was with their coach, but I didn't expect them to be this good. That's a better start, though, for Fnatic. Kayak with an opener. Those have been few and far between, but they are very far behind on weaponry in this round, so still a lot to do.
A nice pickup by Purpo. No space towards the B site, sort of locks Fnatic into this A play, where the majority of Liquid are waiting. Nice pick by Kayak. A man who has had those struggle rounds, but showing up in one like this, stopping Liquid from hitting 12. Nats is on top of the wall. Trex has found Kayak, I believe, through the smoke. And Boaster and Alpha now find themselves against the numbers, but look at Alpha. He's on that sneak around.
Walled.
There's a wall from his own team. So, of course, they'll never expect him. It's a 300 IQ play, except for the fact that they do expect him, because they're going here. Trex is on his way with Purpo alongside them. What? He's just baited him for Trex. He knifed on the corner, dashed in and updrafted. They are playing with their food right now, gifting Trex the 20 bomb. And, geez, he deserves it. 20 and 5. Listen, load up Lotus.
Eng's actually just going right now. He's like, see, I told you this guy was good. Now you see why I wanted to sub him in for Mech for the first and last map he ever played. I think it was Mech's last ever map, but let's move away from that.
That's sickening. That's actually sickening. If he hit that outlaw shot.
He might have done.
He might have, yeah.
He might have done. 12 and 4. If you expected anything coming into today, I don't think it was this.
On them.
You are.
Styling
you are.
them, literally.
Might be famous last words. We'll see. That might get clipped later on. But
they just don't have the counter.
No. In this circumstance, it is another blistering start to the half. 5-0 in the first half, 4-0 in this second one. And if you're good at math, that makes up the majority of the rounds that Liquid have. And for Fnatic, well, it would have to be one of the best. 8 rounds in a row needed. And I'll be honest, their rounds are so few and far between, I can't see it happening. Like, it just looks like Liquid have come in, especially on this map. Maybe it'll change going into Lotus, but on this map, looking like a far better side.
Oh, it's night and day. And considering the fact that we saw Fnatic play this already, we've seen them leave it open constantly. I think we might see things change. Because for Team Liquid, they've exploited every weakness here. They have underlined the difficulties Fnatic have had with this map. We talked about it coming in, about how both teams in their previous matchup were being flanked on. There were gaps constantly. But for Liquid coming in today, you sort of expect that to be the case as well. But it looks like they have many reps and officials on this map already. They look so comfortable. And as Lohan said, they are styling on Fnatic, at least for now. Lotus should change things, but there's a lot of wind in those sails.
One round needed. Of the next 8 for Liquid to go in with an advantage. Their map choice, and well, we saw KC try this just the other day, and it not go anywhere near this well.
Poison's off.
Nats already has spotted out the pressure put into mid, but doesn't use his snake bite immediately. He's holding it to a point where they...
Oh, man.
Like, genuinely, how does he know that? Like, they are on the exact edge of it. Even looking to try and take the fly, and he kills and gets out. He goes back for more. Okay. Even Nats gets a little greedy sometimes. TP taken but cancelled. 20 seconds left.
That's such a good fake.
For Fnatic to make a move, and they are being slowly encroached on. Alfie has won the fight. This is now a horrible position for Kicks to be in. And they've caught Trex as well. Good work from Kayak. That was the main danger left remaining in that round. This one should be theirs. Purpo doesn't even have a gun out. He doesn't even have a gun out. There we go. Kayak closes. A 3K for him. He's been building into this game as well. Now they only need 7 in a row.
Yeah, timing was great for Fnatic there. The smoke fades in towards A main as they swing out. And Kicks is caught between a rock and a hard place after that pickup from Alfier. Really nice work from Fnatic, but it does feel like too little too late. 7 rounds in a row at this point needed. But confidence building up, and Kayak back on the board, starting to have a couple of rounds. This is what we needed to see, because he was shut down in that first half.
Yeah, I think, especially going into Lotus, a map which historically they are renowned for. As long as they're not running that weird triple senti comp again. I hate that comp.
I think that might have been intended to land a little further on the edge of that roof. It didn't actually reveal the players down below. And for Liquid, it might have meant pushing all the way up. But Camo is very patient with the angle he's taken. He has a Viper wall to help him get out. It'll be on Nats to put that up in time. And a flash, even if he wants to continue aggressing through, he has to find the picks first. Paranoia immediately. That slowed them down and allowed Camo to just walk back towards B main. But it looks like they're thinking of reaggressing.
Yeah, because there wasn't a quick reaction on it. They've doubled up and looked to hold it together. They still have the operator. Now the problem is the build up towards A leaves Nats completely alone. The positive is, it is Nats already hitting the ding, and he goes back for it. Gets rid of Boaster. And now we'll look to play this as a retake. Sure, the res is going to keep that player alive.
30 seconds left.
But still, a man advantage. A Hunter's Fury in the retake. As if it's not used a little earlier.
Well, the drone's going to spot them out up close. Purpo's ripped Alfier's chest out of the round. Thought it was ahead to start with, but oh, the Hunter's Fury connects as well. Cloud sprinting to try to get the heal on, and it'll save his life. 2 HP. Cloud gets up to 40 in the end. He can take a shot, but not much more. Needs to be quick and clean, and it looks like Fnatic will be. 2 left to deal with. Camo's back again. They'll run it back, giving him a second lease of life. And Boaster having to deny this defuse. He'll catch the first. Pressure on to Camo, who's looking for the fight. Boaster waiting, biding his time, and striking for the Red Bull clutch.
It's a ridiculously tight round with so many different ultimates thrown into it. Hunter's Fury run it back for one side. The res, which actually brings back Boaster, by the way. The guy that ends up clutching it out. Cloud is the one to deny the run it back before going down after being tagged down to just 2 health at a point. But it is Boaster with a high impact clutch that keeps them in the map. Still an insane streak of rounds needed. But they are building.
That was a big play from Cloud. That healed just in time. 2 HP. The difference there between the run it back, making it to site and challenging someone with an advantage already under their belt. As we said, 6 in a row. Fnatic have come back from far worse, but tall task nonetheless, especially with how Liquid have been playing. It's hard to imagine they don't find that one round, that one individual play. Start with this. Purpo right on the Boaster. They're going to try to use his ult to sell a bit of a ruse. Reveal from Crashies towards this A site. Alpha's going to make a little bit of noise as well, and they hope that that will leave B lightly defended. And, well, look, there's only 3 players there.
Ooh. There goes the wall. Snakebite has gone out. They're yet to actually break the button. It does give a small avenue of timing. It's being watched, and even still Nats wins the fight. Goes back for more and gets punished once again. This time no res to be had. All 3 players have now been spotted by the drone, and that leaves the remainder rotating in. Spike still not planted just yet. Shock darts, it's actually landed perfectly onto Alfia.
Spike planted.
But they're now able to get that planted.
Man advantage for Liquid on the fight back. Great paranoia! And Cloud didn't react. He didn't turn in time! Trex with a double has gifted them round number 13. Team Liquid, they have stomped on this map. We thought that they might see some of those same difficulties that the last teams did here in EMEA, that Fnatic did last time, and those issues were still there for Fnatic, but Liquid looked more than prepared.
Impressive from top to bottom. Like, you might see kicks further down the board, but you just look at the impact his Paranoia had. His timing on utility is sublime. Then you have the likes of Trex and Nats, 23 and 22 kills apiece. It was a phenomenal performance from either one of them. And sure, this is their map choice. This is one where they've clearly come in with ideas of how to beat their opponent. Are they ready for Lotus, though? First, we need to find out from Nats.
We do indeed. First summit, no problem. That one looked comfortable. What do you like about the map?
I know, it just looks nice, honestly. I like the music also at the start of the map. I think that gives a little bit different vibe, so I like the map.
Always important to have your decision-making on point. Headed forward, right? Fnatic now down a map. You're feeling strong. Team's looking great. Track's looking incredible. You guys ready to close this out 2-0?
I mean, we do our best and we'll see how it's going to be. It's Fnatic, Lotus. We'll just do our best.
That's all you can do. Good luck, man.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be right back after this.
Wingman World while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my
What was the thinking behind picking Summit into Fnatic here?
I mean, we feel very comfortable on the map, and I don't think we don't really care, to be honest. We just play our maps, and yeah, we feel comfortable on the map. That's it. I don't know if you want to add something.
It's a fun map. We play against this comp a lot as well, so we felt comfortable in terms of how we can approach it, and yeah, the boys smashed it, so it was nice.
Yeah, that's it.
And certainly we saw the result, right? Because whether they like Gazpacho or not, they did Dispatcho of Fnatic. That was a really strong showing. Fnatic not showing any of what we saw in the last one, not really being able to get started on their own game, right? Just a lot of the Team Liquid show.
Yeah, exactly. For both of these starts, especially of the halves, I feel like Team Liquid had very curated plans. I don't think that there was a single moment where we didn't see the players knowing exactly what they needed to be doing. Everybody was so coordinated, even when they were freezing. Trex Yeah, like him and Nats, I think that were like plus 23, plus 22, something crazy. Well, you can do the math now. But yeah, they were in control of the pace. They were in control of everything that was happening.
Yeah, I think comfort was the key word for me. I think that the composition, not the biggest fan of, but every single agent, every single person was just comfortable. Trex on that server. He was very good last week, or the last time they played. Looking very good today. The kind of caliber he brings to this team, if he's on that form, is incredible. Because we know how smart he is. We know how much he brings in the comms. But it's whether he can frag too. Because that was missing last time he was on Team Liquid. If all those are together, then Jesus Christ. Like, this guy's phenomenal.
And right now they certainly are. And it started early, right, Kakuka? We're looking back at round 5 here.
Yes, we wanted to take a look at this round because we were speaking about, oh, Team Liquid, they do not have a Sentinel. Nats, great on the lurks. They were doing this very well with the push and pull. I think that this was just a good example of it. So the round starts good for Fnatic, right? Alpha stops Camo's ult, and then he ends up getting a pick, right? Like, it's putting all of that pressure. And also, for it not to happen again, they also send Boaster pushing from the back because, as we're saying, they do not have a Sentinel. You can also take up all that space. The problem is Nats exists. And it wasn't only Nats, funny enough, in this game, but when you give this man an inch, he will take an absolute mile. So he just went on a very cool trip, and he was like, guys, if you're not having fun on B, I have an entire side of A. They turn around, Boaster was already on the push. The Trix had been covering that angle, but just in that moment wasn't. Nats is able to find Kayak, and yeah, great Team Liquid round. The rest of it is...
I think my criticism, though, from Fnatic's side is that push out from Boaster was the only time we really saw him push out or them push out, and they weren't collapsing the map. If there's gaps in your defense, it's because you're not collapsing the map appropriately. I think Fnatic were rotating a lot through the spawn and just bunkering up. A criticism that we have of them sometimes on other maps, propping up here too.
And this was a continued trend through the map, right? We saw multiple rounds where this is an issue, where the lurks really catch them off guard, where maybe they're bunkering up a little bit too hard, and the punishment comes in.
Yeah, this happened later on too. It wasn't just Nacho. It apparently can happen a few times here. So here we see Kicks
the wall
walking
wasn't even up. The wall wasn't even up. It's a mind game.
The recon came in,
yeah.
so Bosa's trying to dodge it, and then Bosa just doesn't realize there's a timing or two, and Kicks just gets the freest 2 kills of his life. Same happened here at Camo. Somehow he's gone all the way through Defender spawn and is able to get behind Alpha here too. I know it's a new map. Yeah. I know people are going to be a bit messy on it right now, but it's kind of not acceptable.
Look at the positions from Fnatic. Like, they think they have everything under control. Like, Cloud is playing, like, they have the wall on one side and everybody's covering everything. It's like, there is no way. There is like this amount of space that we have to on the defense, and still he found a gap.
It does just reflect what we're seeing from Liquid, right? That they do seem to have a much better feel for where the gaps are, for where the spacing is, where the timings might be. It reflects what we saw in the coach confessional, right? They just like this map right now, and I think it might just be a hallmark of this Liquid team.
Yeah, I think everything on attack seemed to go their way, but to give them credit on the defense side, I like what they started out with. They were fighting middle together. Trex had a spam for Alpha. They had some anti-strat there. It looked like nice little mid-fights. We didn't get to see too much of that defense, but the defense was already looking a lot better than what Fnatic was bringing to the table, to be honest.
Kicks also playing with verticality a lot. Like, they were being such a nuisance to deal with that I do believe Lohan when they say they got a lot of prac on this one. Seriously, this is what we wanted a team to do. One team to do. To have the time, just play this map and make it your home ground, because everyone's for the taking. You know?
And what better way to do it for a team that's definitely looking for those answers, right? This is a path back to it. We do have the Lotus here, speaking of looking for answers. Harping on the Fnatic Lotus. Maybe they were trying to move away from it. They're right back into it. What are we expecting here?
I'm expecting for Fnatic to just be playing that traditional Viper plus Senti. Usually for them that meant the Killjoy, even when Killjoy is out of favor. I'm not sure if this means that Fnatic are confident once again in the Lotus, or it's the fact that Team Liquid looked abysmal when they played Lotus last. I know they're playing with Lohan, but it was
but did you see the impact that Nats had just on that map, on any map?
I think
they were also playing like they were dead.
No, of course. Okay. I think the thing that gives it away is that in the interview that you had with him, he said it's Fnatic's Lotus. Like, he's implying there, he knows that it is a home ground once for this team. They have once been the best team in the world at this map. They know how to play Lotus. I would favor them in this matchup, but some of those silly mistakes that we saw Fnatic make in that match need to be stomped out immediately.
And I mean, the flip side as well is, right, it's Fnatic's Lotus, but you also know some of what to expect, know some of the tendencies that are going to come in. Surely that's something that Liquid could potentially punish if they thought it was going to happen.
Fnatic haven't played Lotus yet this split, and they've been kind of testing some weird comps that I'm also not a fan of. I heard Tom flaming earlier.
Don't like the deadlock?
Don't like the deadlock, no.
No, the deadlock Cypher, not the fun?
So, ironically, Team Liquid actually have the footage.
Oh, you have to be a fan of this one, because they've gone all out for you. They've given you the Viper and the Vice.
Yeah, if they lose a Viper Vice, then I'm leaving, because it should be in the bag.
The one that is not playing the Viper is going to be Nats.
Yeah, Team Liquid running their double Judas Cypher. Again, comfort is the key word once again for them. I think that this composition isn't the kind of composition you should be able to get wins over what Fnatic is bringing here. And especially when the map theory is so well defined. Like when the map theory is defined and you're playing a good comp, I feel like Fnatic has a major edge here.
This could also be worrying for the rest of the region, because if Team Liquid that was playing like the Chamber and the Viper and whatnot, they were like trying to reinvent themselves a little bit here on the Lotus. Win with this composition, especially after the first map, is going to tell them that their identity did not need to change, that they could go with the double duelist and still make it work beautifully. For me and Fnatic, I'm looking at Kayak. I need him to have a game again.
We will have to see if he can do that, if he can answer your calls. But for now, it's time to give the calls over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Darth. Mike, for Team Liquid, they come into this off the back of a dominant first map. That was their choice, though. Now we're on to Lotus, where Fnatic should be able to bounce back. At least we certainly hope so. Might have been a boring comp over on Summit, but there was nothing boring about how they played that map.
No, for sure. Very explosive in their style. A lot of gaps being found. And I think the fun thing about this one is we're basically going into a map of like almost Mini's perfect game theory versus something I'm sure he wouldn't want anybody to play. And there is a small part of me that then makes me want Liquid to win because of just because then he has to explain why they did. But I will sit there and just see, like, you watch this team on comfort picks and they just seem to be so good with it. They're so much more comfortable with everything that's going on. You have like Purple on that Jet, he always looks fantastic. You put Nats on a Cypher, he looks fantastic. Now you could have put him on Viper and it would be a similar thing. But I think that's just what they've been going for with a lot of their compositions, just what suits, what's more comfortable. And you did see Nats as well sort of go through. It's like, hey, it's Fnatic on Lotus. We know what we're up against. We know this is going to be difficult. I think that this composition is one that should help Fnatic thrive. But the last map was so underwhelming. I kind of need to see the same edge that we get from Fnatic normally.
We need to see that second half Fnatic, where Alpha Air was activated, where Kayak was starting to put up those numbers, and Alpha even towards the end of the first half as well. He was relatively consistent, just a little bit of a blip towards the very beginning. That 0-4 start quickly became a memory. And, well, that last map of memory, they'll soon want to forget for Fnatic. A 2-0 squad. They're the only squad right now undefeated running through this group stage. We're talking about both groups in that assessment. Now it's under threat with Team Liquid 3v4, a team that hasn't been doing very well in pistols up until that last map. And they may be reverting to their old form.
Again, we see this regularly. The rotations played with.
Good read by Liquid. Again.
Yeah, already Nats moving over to that side of the map. Kicks looking to join. Camo has managed to dodge the...
Okay.
Oh, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay.
He still gets the kill, though. Boaster's also tagged relatively low. It doesn't matter if you hit him in the head. And while the other players may have gone back towards that C site, this is still a big turnaround. It was about to be a potential post plant on A with an advantage in players. Now it's a post plant on C with a disadvantage in players.
A huge round from Camo, but more to be done. Alpha and Crashies to take down. A flash for Alpha to get back through.
He's got his name back because of the kills.
It's going to be an annoyance to actually get that defused, though, or even to get into the site. Alpha, I think that flash, I assume it's up a little bit higher. Yes, it is. It'll still catch them if they're looking this way. Crashies, he spotted them, but he got blinded by that flash, and Camo's quickly able to trade. Left down to 10 HP, though, from that earlier fight. Crashies needs one shot, and it will land for the Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, it's definitely not as clean as it could have been with how it started, but Fnatic get the pistol nonetheless. That's all that's going to matter to them. And well, it definitely looked a little bit dangerous in the mix of it, the flash, making it a bit more tough for Crashies than he might have liked, but the last player so low that final kill.
Nice! Nice, Austin! Nice, Austin!
Was easy in the end. 1-0.
Come on!
Yeah, the first pistol round for Fnatic in this series. Let's see if they can build upon it. Trex has bought a Stinger. He's going to be the only man with a weapon, and the last man in, and the wall's gone up, and Nats has gone down. So a tough start to this one. Trex is fleeing for the C site. And understandably, they've just made a lot of presence in A main. You expect Fnatic to quickly try to fill in the space elsewhere, but well, this is very patient from the attack side. And with a minute 10 on the clock, there's no wonder why. They've got a man advantage early on. And Cypher utility removed, if there was any. But
well, there was a cage.
A cage, a cam. No longer. I do like this passive play.
There.
From Fnatic. Like, run into the C site, they probably would have had that Stinger with no armor to contend with. As scary as that might not be, you still don't want to give it a chance. The walk-up contact from Crashies, spotted one. Very nicely done. Easy peasy onto kicks. They know about Purpo now as well towards the site. And they're approaching it with a sense of trepidation for sure. They really don't want to give these pistols a chance. And after the last map, you can understand why. There's an example of why Purpo, even though they were being patient, calm, and waiting, he still gets it with the classic.
So far, not too much lost. It's those two rifles that we're looking at as the pieces that need to be kept. And although Cloud was isolated, he has absolutely no trouble dealing with Trex. For Camo, he seems to really love this bandit, but he's not going to get anything more. Relatively clean from Fnatic, or clean enough at least, as they retrieve the Bulldog at the end as well. And we'll go 2-0 up. Now, this attack side is where we've always seen them as one of the best in the world on this map. I don't think it matters the roster iteration that they had, who swapped in or who swapped out. I think this is, at least in my opinion, Boaster's best map for calling. So it's going to be up to Liquid to kind of prove that they can still build that momentum from the last map. And they have pieces missing in this one. Sure, the Outlaw's not the worst thing in the world, but the Bulldog for Trex because of the Stinger, well, that come back to bite them.
For now, at least. Purpo's not getting anything offered to him. And the shot, remember, like, Crashies is one hit to him. Yeah. Crashies is on the C side. And the rest of them will be able to tank that bullet unless there's a little bit of extra damage done. Fnatic, slow and patient. They've got a Stinger and a Bulldog to play with. Expect to see the pack hitting wherever the final site is. But a big part of last map was the space Team Liquid were given. They're removing those traps early on is a a pretty good goal to have. Alpha's ripped the head off kicks, so that's a reward they probably didn't expect to find that early, but again, they're not playing immediately into the space where they've taken the fight, but Camo is.
Still two players on this side of the map. Cloud is also tagged, which makes him vulnerable to the Outlaw. And if they are going to go back, him staying alive is paramount. He's the one holding on to the space. Instead, a ping towards the B site. Maybe going to try and split him from the door, but instead, you mentioned Crashies at the beginning. One of the few players truly vulnerable to that gun. Nice work from Kayak, though.
10 seconds left.
An important trade out, even with the tag. Nade. Camo's got to be careful. He doesn't realize how far forward Boaster's already got. The ping. All right, lets them know where the spike has been planted, but the remaining two. This bonus round is looking dangerous.
They're so low. An easy pickup for Nats, but as low as they may be, they've got the bodies to keep throwing at this one. Trex in with the C's, and it hasn't caught the snake bite. Well, he could tank it, try to get this to half, but he's worried about the fight that would follow moments later. Swaps over to a Vandal, at least no reload needed. The classic in hand, so he can get there quickly. And Cloud is blown away by it. 2-1 now.
I love when you see reactions from a lot of players when they Red Bull clutch. I'm pretty sure all the Trex did was take a sip of his drink while defusing. That was so casual from him in that moment. All in all, though, as a bonus round, it's not bad. Sure, you're going to see the heavy investment still out from Fnatic. There's still quite a few rifles, but that was far too close.
Actually, it could be free K, bro.
Nice.
It could have been, but it wouldn't. Certainly helped out, though, by leaving Kayak down to 10 HP. 2-1. A round for Team Liquid, but no surprise Trex doesn't celebrate massively. This was not exactly a good round for Liquid. They wanted that to be a little bit more convincing, a couple more weapons in their hands when the round ends, and as barriers go up here, you can see the credits are running dry on the defensive side. That reinvestment has broken the bank. But they have got a showstopper. It's one big difference. That early ultimate could sway the round.
Yeah. Either needs to find a collective or wait for the retake. And with how good Fnatic are at the push and pull of the map, that's normally easier said than done.
Careful.
Now the deep trip outside of C has been removed, but so has Boaster's head. Purpo with a quick dip through that Viper wall. Using their own utility to his advantage. He's going to go back for more, and Cloud was definitely waiting for it. Maybe needs to find a new avenue of attack on the defense.
And noise made towards C, door opening as well. Fnatic trying to tell Team Liquid that they need to pay attention to this side of the map. Pick on the Kayak and no further aggression. And I like the setup of the high-low, but Kix was a little bit wide on that. 12 seconds left, and the spike is moving backwards on A. It looks like they've completely given up hope. And you could see they could have gotten in to get that plant. The rotations were successfully dragged to C, but they've lost their confidence. And instead, they'll keep the credits over.
Yeah, I think it just looked a little segmented at the end, like Alfia fighting into that C site, maybe hoping to pull players in that direction, but I think the other two outside of it didn't make that same sort of call. And this is why I quite like the way that Liquid are playing this. Like, if you allow your opponents to have all of the space, all of the information to eventually execute, and you're just playing with rotations, you're going to end up in trouble. I think that's the one thing that Liquid can do, is you have players like Purpo are not afraid to fight anyone individually. Just swing through the U2, you take Boaster out, and you lose those smokes, you lose the paranoia. It becomes much, much tougher for Fnatic to play.
I love this setup change now as well. Aggression on C instead, paranoia down, the dash already in. Purpo very close to finding the kill as Showstopper goes in deep towards the spawn. They're pushing from every angle, leaving Cypher to hold that A site if the push came in. And it's only one man left as he steps in to find Nats waiting. An in-zone flawless for Team Liquid. And a beautiful change of pace and approach to this round that has left Fnatic on the back foot.
These are the sort of calls you need against this sort of composition where you're playing the time, you're playing the rotations. It's just a gut punch. And I feel like there's few IGLs as ballsy as Nats to just call that straight afterwards. You know they saved some weaponry. You know they were going to have guns going into this round. You knew that they would have some ultimates as well, and just completely obliterate them. And to do it flawlessly as well, because if we look at the showstopper was a bit of a whiff, but everything else went perfectly. And Purpo, he's been playing a fantastic game. This time he's got to be a little bit careful. Bear in mind they are also on a lower buy, so it doesn't need to be as risky. A little getting caught by the reveal intentionally maybe was a little bit much.
He's already used his dash up to get out of that action early on. TP from Kix on 30 HP. Good early fights for Fnatic. They don't end up with picks, but considering the round that it is, forcing Purpo back was good to remove that control, but he's back in with that control. And when this wall drops, if Cloud peeks out, he could be in trouble. Purpo is passive and patient as can be. Meanwhile, three-man stack up on the C site thanks to the confidence that they have in this Jet holding his ground. If Fnatic do decide to run a fake or... Well, to be honest, the spike is here, but I'm assuming late they want to go back towards Cloud if he finds anything. For now, he's given no opportunities. No one steps up, and finally the C hit comes in. Numbers still very much in place, but Kayak's managed one. Great work, but Camo's not being rooted from sight, and Trex won't give them anything.
Yeah, that one spot not cleared was the difference between a successful take and them being slaughtered. Camo just biding his time. And now for Cloud, 20 seconds left to try and get something done here, and it's Trex once again. He'd been a bit quieter so far in this map, but that didn't last long at all. 4-2. What was an early start from Fnatic and what could have been quite a bit more. Now sees them 2 rounds behind on their own map choice. And I am wondering if there's a pause coming anytime soon, because this might be the moment where some wisdom can be passed from
what you're
Eng.
doing on A is amazing. Let's keep it up, okay?
Especially going towards this buy round. We've seen that switch up from Team Liquid to play aggressive with the Cypher setup, and now we're seeing it again. Cypher setup towards the A site, aggression towards C. Last time this ended the round before it began. This time Fnatic have got 4 ultimates to try, 3 ultimates to try to respond to it. And an immediate cancel from Team Liquid. They find their pick and they're happy with the advantage.
Some of the plays that they're getting away with, Fnatic got to be seething, and just the bait and switch. You look at the cam, you realize where it is. A gap was left intentionally for them to fall into that trap. And with taking so much C control, you had a good idea that someone would try and claim that ground. You knew there was space. It seems like Fnatic are falling for every Liquid trap. Well, they have B. Paranoia in, and well, again, it's just an execution with a right click now. Able to see once again. Purpo's been informed so far, but finally, Alfia will be able to deal with him. Kix has got to be careful. Almost gives it back, and in fact, Crashes is on the hunt. A high impact kill if Alfia can win this battle, but he can't. It leaves it all onto Crashes. A 1v3 needed. He has his ult, but using it here, well, it definitely feels like a blunder now. He is surrounded. He is tagged. He's lucky to be alive.
Lohan just, he is the Lex Luthor of Valorant. I feel like every team that he faces off against, he comes prepared with their kryptonite. And sometimes it doesn't work, granted, but the level of preparation that you see from a team, it's not just the strat itself, it's when to use it and when to continue pushing. The first time they go for this full-on aggression, they flood the spawn and they make Fnatic pay. They condition them to expect all-out aggression even after the first kill. This time, they get their kill and go, screw you, we're going back. And they go all the way to the A side. They leave C completely, because do you think Fnatic are stupid? They see 3 players push C for the second time and they go, let's push C against them? No, they're gonna go the other way. And Liquid know that. They're so confident in that they stack up the other side of the map. And Fnatic are playing against a stacked hand. The house always wins, and Lohan and Yao-Zin are the house in so many of the matchups. It's it's really impressive the level of prep Liquid come in with. It feels like everyone's on the back foot against them.
The only reason your analogy doesn't work is because he has such a wonderful head of hair. You call him Lex Luthor.
Oh, I see. Okay, that is
Unless it's a wig, which
I should have known better.
I've never tested.
I should have known better around you.
Yeah, exactly.
Not going to take that representation away from you.
Stop claiming things that bald people have done, which is being a supervillain in a film.
Lohan needs to shave his head.
Okay.
He needs it for this.
If he wins champs,
imagery to work. He might if they keep playing like this.
5-2.
And what are they going to do next? That's what Fnatic are thinking. What is coming our way? I have no idea. The change up again. Cypher set up on B this time. They'll fight the extremities. Info on one side with Kix able to just get around that corner if he sees anything. And of course, even up against the low buy, Purple's happy to take a risk. Go away. Okay, he's ran. And Trex. Okay.
Yeah,
most teams would get punished for that immediately, but they've gotten away with a spam through the smoke for an insane amount of aggression against an eco. Fair enough.
Well, this is it. It's just disrespect.
Again,
he's disrespecting all of their utility. He doesn't give a
He's got a dash. He's got his dash.
Yeah, cool. It doesn't need it anymore. There's no one left to kill.
No, he actually immediately popped it to go on top Rubble. The second he got it, I looked at the HUD and went, oh, did he not get a dash? But did they change the game? 2 kills. No, he used it so quick. It didn't even pop up.
He's picked up a stinger.
Oh, man. And it goes back to last map, what Lohan said. We're styling on them. And at that point, they absolutely were. We come in here, 2-0 start for Fnatic. Looks like we're in for a bit of a competitive game, or maybe even a map 3. And Liquid's defense has tightened up. This is an incredible display. If Purple gets something with the Stinger here, I think someone on Fnatic's going to break the desk. And he's gone around for it. Basically took Alpha out, 31 HP. Trex might clean up.
Well, they know he's here. Although at this point, they've got no time. 15 seconds left, and what Trex is like, all right, you could be the aggressor, I'll be the safe pair of hands. 10 and 2, not really dying, getting a ton of kills. Can't really ask for anything more. And 6 rounds in a row now for Team Liquid. This one's definitely not anywhere near the most damning of the bunch, but it kind of shows you, yeah, there you go, the display.
Like, no hesitation, man. No hesitation. Oh, we've got an advantage and they haven't got much money? I got my dash back, mate. He's going for it. And it's going to be so frustrating to play against this from Fnatic because it's not just like, I'll run at them. They have constantly shifting ideas. Back to the C play. I guess the main thing is...
Oh dear. Alfia forced back by the Paranoia, and there's the swing to kill him. They're ready for every little piece. Everything that you think, okay, I can avoid that now. Well, there's another player ready to take him out. And they actually got 2 from that as well.
Yep.
The A site is now fully stacked. Look at the A site. Look at it.
Exactly what happened last time. Unless Fnatic get the read that over-rotate happened, that C was left open, which they would have to be completely guessing, they're going to run into way more players than they expect at this point. Liquid are playing Fnatic like a fiddle! It's a masterclass on the defense. You said this is where Boaster does his best calling, and I bloody agree. Historically, that's been the case, and it's not the Fnatic are playing a dog water game. They are being met by an unstoppable force. Liquid are evolving round after round, adding layer after layer to this, an onion defense that Fnatic, well, it's going to be bringing tears to their eyes, seeing this happen every round, 7 in a row.
Yeah, and an in-zone flawless as well. That is a confused-looking Boaster. That's not something you see too regularly. By the way, they've had almost all of their ultimates on for about 5 rounds. Like, they just haven't had any opportunity to use them. Finally, they managed to kill Purpo. An opportunity that they need to grasp with both hands. They've got weaker weaponry, but just throw things in at this point. Go for it. Into the site. Camo, wait, still, he's now got a showstopper. It's going to kill Boaster before he goes down. Now, Kix is not going to have a weapon, at least for the next few seconds. They know where he is, needs to try and escape, has support from Nats. Looking to hold down the line. Already, 2 of those ultimates are gone, and now the Nightfall comes in as a response. Nats tries to get ahead of it. All players tagged up, but not really any damage-dealing abilities to get rid of them just yet. Even still, though, Kicks ahead, and he gets 2! That glimmer of hope fades. The candle that was seen at the end of a distant tunnel has been blown out. 8 and 2. This is filthy from Team Liquid.
This is not the game I expected to see here today. Like, it was impressive to see 5 rounds in a row with how they were playing them. But to keep on building, to keep on pushing. Well, this round started with a loss of Purpo towards the A side, like in the round where they're playing 2-1-2, Cypher set up on B. The pressure put onto that C site should have been enough with 5 ultimates to work with, and Fnatic still can't get anything done, a dent at best. And look at this aggression. Okay. It's beautiful up close, but hold on! Trex, I don't know what happened. I think he whiffed. He was in the smoke waiting. Players came in, but he gets nothing for his trouble. Camo's been the one to bail them out in so many of these situations. He's been showing up again and again, but only 2 this time. Still hope with Nats quickly on the scene. And look at this play from Purpo. He's waiting for the boom ball to break the step in. Everything Fnatic try, it's like Liquid are listening to their comms. It's like they've got their playbook in front of them. They're tracking every line.
Oh, Cloud's going to walk into Nats. He has absolutely no idea. Oh, it genuinely is like they are inside their heads. It's funny that you mention Lex Luthor, because I don't know if you've seen a Superman. For anybody who hasn't, yes, close your ears now. But there is literally moments where he is countering exactly what Superman is doing to a T. And this is what that looks like. Even when it gets funky, even when it gets messy, they lose 2 players within the first few seconds of a battle. Camo does incredible work to fight this back from here. Then Kayak, yeah, he tries to peek in off the back of the boom bot, but it's so ready. And then a full wraparound. Am I going again? Straight back in. Boaster would have been dead if not for the TP, but he gets out of there. Now he teleports behind them. Kicks has still found the opener. And you could see that they are looking behind. At least Trex was for a second, but they look to go forward, continue this pressure. Surrounding Alfia once again. He is having to fight, being boxed in. He is cornered. And Trex turns and kills Boaster as well. Now it's all left on to Alfia. They're just ready for every swing, every punch, every fight, everything Fnatic has. 10 rounds in a row for Team Liquid.
Switching sides.
That's one of the most dominant defensive halves I've ever seen.
That was genuinely sensational from Team Liquid. We go to the halftime 10-2, but before we come back, let's take a look at Boaster's journey through stage 2 so far. I'll tell you what, they might leave this one out of the next video.
Spike down A.
Squash.
I'm sick of seeing these EMEA teams go to internationals and do nothing with their opportunities, so I really don't want to waste this opportunity for my teammates, and I'm going to work my socks off as soon as I get off this camera and head to office. Obviously, I want to be the GOAT IGL, the greatest IGL of all time in Valorant, and make my mark.
1, 2, 3.
Group collective of like wanting to achieve something together, and I really love that, being a part of something great and magnificent. This year, you know, it's not been the easiest year. It's been a hell of a ride, but I think there's still one more journey to go. Barcelona first, I really want to go compete on that stage. I think the reason why I still do this, obviously causing me a lot of grief right now, but I think the ultimate reason is for the win.
Well, the only team that's yet to face a loss in a series here in stage 2 may just be about to join the rest of the pack. Team Liquid are 10-2 up. For Fnatic, while pistols have been good, certainly over the season, much better than what we've seen from Team Liquid, who've picked up 3 so far, 2 of which were in the previous map. But even winning the pistol in a couple rounds after, this is going to be a comeback that even Mini might not believe in.
No, I don't think there's many that will be believing at this point, and I'm almost starting to wonder if Nats could take another week off, honestly, if he needs some extra space, because right now, no offense, Lohan, but the way your team is playing the second you're not in the team is unbelievable. I think you are doing a great job as a coach, but please never step on this stage ever again, because this is incredible stuff.
Never touch the mouse again.
Yeah, no.
Unless it's to unmute your mic.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I love what you've done. I love what you're doing. And you know what? I'm sure Lohan's probably sat there thinking, I don't want to hear any more from this guy. So let's listen to Liquid.
Water forward.
Guys.
Spike
I'm doing God plant, okay?
I'll hold some. Guys, play all main, everyone main. Yes. Let's secure the round. Don't give them shit, bro. We have nade, we have satchel. Just leave everyone. I'm gonna spam on site, I will TP out, guys.
Okay.
Can you just jiggle cross top side?
I have the cross. Can you pick me lower, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not jiggling.
Water and side.
Like, chill. Don't pick. I'm good. Minus 50 raise, guys.
Pushing both.
Last player standing.
Oh, блять, I trolled, I think. Kurwa. It's okay, 4v2. Let's relax, boys.
Well, it's a good job they trolled, because Fnatic needed that round badly. And now, 10-3. Things are looking up.
I did enjoy the don't peek, and then an immediate peek from Purpo. Now, the guy is feeling very confident, and I can understand why he said, I think I might have trolled, but yeah.
I like that he put the think in there as well. It's possible.
I might have trolled, guys.
That was my fault.
Did you say don't peek? I'm not sure if I heard that.
Nobody can be certain whose fault it was, though.
Oh, Cloud's having a good time. And on for Kayak.
We can do it.
They're starting to believe.
I'm sure that's a completely legitimate
Hey, you know,
opinion
win both pistols,
shared.
win both second rounds, and no other rounds. We'll have to wait and see.
Somehow I don't believe in them winning
See
this.
you later,
With the nade on the
Purpo.
Purpo, maybe I do.
Yeah.
It's a strong buy for Fnatic. They've got everyone bar one with a weapon in hand, couple SMGs, 3 in fact, but considering what they're up against, should absolutely mince them. Problem more so comes in the next round in terms of what you're bringing, especially with Liquid so close to victory already. That's one pick and nothing else, surely.
Down A.
Okay.
Camo is very, very good with this gun.
Oh my god.
Very, very, very good with this gun.
This is now doable. He's been seen again.
Okay, Alpha's now got a Guardian rather than just a pistol. Long wrap around from Cloud might not be expected.
Oh my god.
Very, very, very, very good with this gun. Only one more standing. Okay. It will just be 4 Veris. Just 4. The Camo almost pulled off 1v4 ace. Woo! Woo! How you doing, Fnatic fans? How's your day going?
Well, the Bandit almost stole the round, and I think might have stolen a lot of hope from the Fnatic fans. That's a very, very big blow dealt. Look, it's very nearly a round win, which is the first problem. That should never have happened. But also, when we get back, look at the smile on Lohan's face. When we get back in, just take a look at where the credits are at. And take a look at the weapons that Fnatic have. I said they wouldn't be as well armed as their opponents. That's true, but they have given every credit they have to make this buy happen. A loss here is likely 12 for Liquid. Hell, it might be 12 for Liquid either way. Very soon, but if this defensive side comeback is to happen, this is the round they need. And Nats has turned on aimbot.
Yeah, he's kind of been chilling for the majority of this game. Hasn't had much to do. He's the second layer to what's been in a very aggressive defensive side. And
Where are you?
well, if you've not needed that more passive layer, you don't get to do much. So now he's having a bit of fun on the luck. See you later, Crashies. He's trying to escape the nade, gets spammed out. Again, the awareness from Liquid has been on point, and well, Cloud won the 1v1 to deny what was a 1v4 ace. Now he needs 1v4 of his own. And it's a difficult scenario of, do I hold on to the rifle and then we have 1 rifle and pistols? Or do I go for this and then we probably have no rifles and just pistols? Unless I win, in which case we have a chance. And that's why he's going to go for it.
Showstopper still to work with for Liquid.
Was it?
And it's not really needed. Even a couple of picks there, and I think that still falls apart. But now the Showstopper's online for the next round. This is tough. Nat's hitting shots like this. That's a crazy flick. Immediately Justin's ready for Alfier to swing out. And Purple even missed that shot on the Crashies. I think they got lucky a little bit there, and then that look ran out immediately with the season spam that went through. It genuinely feels like fate has chosen a side in this map, in this matchup, sorry. Like, Summit was all about the space that was being taken, the flanks, the control of the map. This is ridiculous. It's still control of the map, but it's ridiculous heads-up duels from Liquid, where on the defensive side, they are pushing exactly the right spots. They're putting varied pressure on round after round. Showstopper here is going to get Liquid into the C site. And look how far back Fnatic are playing. No one wants to mess with that. Now, the question for Fnatic, Tom, is with these weak weapons, do you burn a Showstopper of your own to try to get back in?
I think at this point you have to. I think you've got to go for something. All right, saving it for the next round and trying to get 8 rounds in a row. It's not going to happen. There you go. Showstopper popped. It needs to get a kill. Normally we're happy with space, but there you go. He's at least taken 1. A weapon can be found. Another kill coming for Alfier, but the trade back once again. Kicks a good angle, and Trax has found another. An unstoppable force in this game. He has been unbelievable this series, and that just isn't changing anytime soon. 12 and 4, a chance for an even more dominant map than the last. And I asked the question earlier on is, will this be Purpo's revenge? I almost think Eng might just be sat there like, I told you this kid was good a long, long time ago, but now we're seeing that deliverance of Purpo finally being as good as he can be.
Yeah, and Camo's having a good game. 20 kills and 10 deads, but it's Trax. 18 and 5.
He's just not dying.
All series long, this guy has looked like he's come back to this roster with a point to prove, and the point is very much proven at this stage. Purpo deep after an opening pick. That's how confident they're feeling, and for good reason. It feels like outside of pistols and ecos, Liquid cannot put a foot wrong. It's smooth sailing for the attacking side. Now, 4 versus 2. Cloud at least able to deliver
Down
a 2v2 with the spike down. He's delayed Liquid, and he has given a vital spark of hope to Fnatic.
Yeah, spark that even just in this round alone needs to be fanned into a flame. Let's not even talk about the fire trucks that are coming to put out that singular candle you can see flailing in the wind. And it's patient, maybe for the first time this game. And that patience, okay, it doesn't pay off this time. Cloud has done incredible work. And now pushes Camo into the hands of Alpha yet. And I thought for a second he was going to get a chance to correct. Not quite. 12-5. Again, the mountain to climb sits ahead of Fnatic. And, well, feels like a very, very long way to go.
Well, outside of the rounds that we call a coin flip a lot of the time, the pistol, and then in the second that you should be winning if you take the pistol, this is the first round we've seen Fnatic win.
The car's having a good time.
I think I'm going to need subtitles for that one. Sounded like he started the orcish war cry. We've got a 40K fan over here. The WAG is on. And perhaps they'll need that bending reality to their will is probably the only way Fnatic are getting back into this series. 7 rounds in a row as Camo steps in once again, the biggest warrior of all for Liquid. He's found himself and the team, the man advantage. Steps close to the smokes, so the near side won't matter, but Alpha does well to find one, but, well, that hope doesn't last very long. Again.
Where are you going? They need to put him on a leash at this point. Although, with the way the game's going, maybe not. Boaster and Crashies, Brashies, trying to save face from what looks like an embarrassing defeat for Fnatic. We've seen them lose many a game, but I can't think of the last time I watched them get battered like this. With Boaster's confused face, the last thing that Liquid will see today, other than the victory sign. Team Liquid, 13-6, 13-5. An absolute clinic. And I almost want to rescind their defeat from the first week because of Nats coming back and them looking like this in multiple games. What a performance from Liquid. And well, for Fnatic, it does seem like it might be back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it's a good job. Boaster had his lock-in swim shorts on here today, but unfortunately, they couldn't swim. They sank all the way to the bottom. Here on map 2, we said, it's not going to be like map 1. This is Lotus, this is Fnatic, and this is their pick. We know what they can do. Well, it wasn't like map number 1. It was so much worse. Team Liquid, the level of prep, and I cannot stress this enough, they looked ready for everything their opponents did, not just with one plan, but with multiple plans and multiple variations of those plans, dishing them out so you could never get comfortable. Oh, hey, they're doing that thing again, but it's different this time. And Liquid, they earned this win. Blood, sweat, and tears clearly went into making this playbook and refining it to the level that we saw down on that stage.
I think this may be the best I've ever seen Liquid look. Like,
100%.
Genuinely.
100%.
Everybody had their moments. Everybody had their standouts. But then also just the plan. And everybody following it to the letter as well, other than that one round where Purple peaked. Every other round, you could see that everybody was all in on whatever was being set forward, and Fnatic just had no answer to it, which is a rarity. Nonetheless, that is enough from us. And, well, I want to hear from Kix, but more specifically, the man with the plan. I want to know what Lohan has to think about that one.
Lex Lohan.
Lex Lohan, they're calling
Lex Lohan, they're calling you. Lex Lohan. Yeah, you're undoing every plan from Superman there. Yeah. You had an answer to everything they showed against you. I gotta say, I know you guys were feeling confident about this, but did you expect it to be that comfortable?
Actually, no. I mean, we didn't have a lot of expectations coming to this game. We're just going game by game, trying to progress throughout the group stage. I mean, it was very dominant from us. It was good to see, honestly.
It certainly was. Let's start at the beginning of the series, right? Let's talk about the Summit. That Summit has to have been a great way to debut on a new map here, Kix.
I mean, yeah, it's. I think we had a good start on the map, like just how we see the map in general. Like, I think we have a good take on it, and we've been feeling really comfortable on it so far. I think we were all confident we're gonna win it, no matter what, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, anyway, it feels nice to actually see it happen in the official, you know, you never know until you try it. But yeah, I think we were all happy with how it went on first map.
I showed my biases by thinking that Fnatic's comps were maybe a little bit better, but you guys were playing very comfort today. Is that the approach just in general right now? Because Lotus was very similar to Summit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're prioritizing comfortability over optimization in the comps, I would say. I agree that Fnatic comp is quite good on the map, but as you can see, as long as you play towards your identity, I think you can always make it work, honestly.
Speaking about that identity, I mean, you mentioned it in the coach confessional, I think we had as well, that you had played against that kind of a comp in some of the scrims, some of the matches that you guys had had. What do you think it was that you matched up well against it, even if it is a strong comp?
I mean, it's just understanding the strengths of each comps, obviously. I think we basically have a game plan on how to play against these specific comps. Even we have to adjust a bit the way we actually approach the map. And I think it worked. We just follow the game plan, and it worked. That's it.
When you got to Lotus, on your defense side, you ran the same man push 4 times in the same half. Who was it that had the balls to call that for the 4th time?
What do you think it was?
I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know.
It wasn't me, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. It's Ayas. Ayas, or not, yeah. He was calling it. I mean, I think we're saving the playbook or something like that. It just felt like, well, let's do it every round, and we did it. I don't know.
It won every round, I think, as well. They called them out every time.
I think, Purple have got the same kill, exactly the same kill 2 times. That's weird.
Yeah, so that shows to me a little bit that Fnatic may be not ready for some of that stuff. Like, what do you think about them today?
Yeah, I mean, I think even from the start of the year when we are playing that very super aggro playstyle on defense, that we know that they struggle against aggression. I mean, not every map, I think, and today, I mean, on Lotus specific, I think IS felt, okay, they're struggling against aggression, let's just do it until they have an answer, and apparently they couldn't find an answer.
I want to ask you, Kix, you've been on a few teams now. Bluntly speaking, you're new to this team. What do you think the strengths and weaknesses are of this team compared to previous teams?
I think what we have in this team that I didn't have probably in any other team was we haven't had a long time together, but I feel like we figured out our identity and our strengths really early. We know what works for us, and the vibes are really good in this team as well. I mean, I always like good vibes in the team, and the fact that we actually have a strong identity and again playing to our strengths, like sometimes more towards comfort instead of, figuring out what's the biggest meta cook on any map.
Sure.
I think it's something that I didn't really have on past teams. It was a lot of always finding out the best way to play Valorant. And I think that can work, but with the time we had as well, we didn't have so much time. We just have stage 2 together and that's it. Like, I think it was the right decision to have this kind of approach.
When you talk about vibes, I don't know how to word this, but it's like on the camera sometimes I feel like you guys don't have... You're not as loud as other teams, and sometimes on the desk we're like, yeah, maybe the vibes are down a little bit, and we're kind of commenting on it, and I look like a fraud afterwards, because you're now saying that, actually, no, everything's good. Like, is that just the way you prefer things?
I think, yeah, we're maybe not just as loud and we don't show it, We're not standing up every round, but I'm having fun in this team. Everyone is having fun, I think, and... maybe in the Eternal Fire game, the vibes were not so good, but, we forgot about this one.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, like, maybe not everyone is screaming, laughing, standing up, but, like, everyone's laughing during practice. And, like, when we're calling these rounds as well, like, it's only because we're able to have this kind of environment where we know it's going to work and we, like, all trust each other, and it just works out for us.
Trex has been playing extremely well recently, a man of few words, but what do you guys think about him, what he brings to the team? Once again, because he was on this team before as well, right?
I think, I mean, if I can answer this, I think it changed a lot this year compared to last year. I think he's more, even as a person, he's more open. I mean, I'm super surprised how well we vibe with each other, honestly. Inside the team, it's a really good environment to come to the office every day, and everyone wants to be there, which is really good to see. And him individually, obviously, he's performing very well. And I think, comparing to last year, I think the integration that we did with him inside the team, we also managed to do that a bit better. And I think overall just playing super comfortable, and I think this is where he shines.
Sure.
Yeah, like, I played with him now in Vitality and here as well. And for me, what makes him so good is just how he understands the game, not only from his agent perspective, like, what he does with Sova, what he does with Fade, but if you ask him a question, can you make this round? What do you think about this round? What do you think they're going to do? He's always going to have an answer. And I would say majority of the time he's right as well. And that's something that he has that just most people don't, like, especially his micro understanding. Like, if you want to have a round where you want to know how to take space, you want to know how to make a pistol round work, a solo round work, like, he's always going to have a really good idea. And a lot of times it's a unique idea that you can tell is not even like, oh, he watched the WOD, you know, some other team did it, he's just going to copy it. A lot of times he's just like, goes into his brain, you know, finds something, you know, digs it out from somewhere deep and just cooks it up. And like, every time he has this kind of call, everyone trusts him. Like, everyone always knows, like, when he starts talking about a call like this, everyone shuts up and listen to him because they know it's a really good call usually.
Very good. Looking to the rest of your group and maybe later on, like, who do you think the real threats are now? Because you're looking like one of the strongest in your groups right now.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, you go for it.
I mean, I think Heretics was the hardest matchup, honestly. Without taking credit to either Giants or KC, which are the next games that we have. I think KC is doing real good as well, to be honest. But I think Heretics, on paper, should have been the toughest opponent, and even Fnatic as well. I think they should have done better today, to be honest. Yeah, from the next two games, I would say KC will be the hardest team, without taking any credit for Giants, obviously.
Fair enough, fair enough. I have to ask about a little detail that we've been noticing. You're doing all the skirmishes. What's the logic on that? You just want to get some reps?
I think we're just preparing for Team A every game, I would say. I don't know. The players don't want to disrupt their routine, you know. They have their own routine. And we don't really care if you're Team A or Team B, to be honest. I mean, just bring the coin back again. I'm not gonna lie, last game I lost 5-0 and I was like, okay, I cannot actually go 5-0 every skirmish. So I did some aim routine today, so I lost 5-3. It's okay.
Why don't you send Yautzen?
I don't think he wants to go. I don't think anyone wants to go. I'm just the one. Okay, I'll go. Who cares? I'll take it. I'll take
That's
it for
a
the
coach
team.
right there.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, as we've seen, you can apparently go quite far down the org ranks. So if you have anyone on the video team, if you've got like an audio guy, maybe whoever's making the coffee, you know, send them out for the next one. Yeah, looking at some of those matchups, right? The KC game in particular, right? We know they've been showing some different things. They've been debuting some stuff. They've been talking about changing up their calling style. They want to go for more of the like the looser calling style, perhaps calling things on the fly. You guys want to stick towards your comfort. Do you think there's maybe some stylistic links, some like philosophy links between leaning more in towards, I guess, I think I've lost myself here, but do you understand what I'm getting at? That like going for comfort or going for maybe a little bit more on the fly calling lets you be more flexible?
I mean, you can still play comfort and play loose, right?
Sure.
We don't really play very loose. We actually have some structure beyond the way we play the game and the ideas that we bring into the table. And we actually, I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but we actually did something quite different that me as a coach, I never did it before, which was bringing a bit of each identity of the players into the team. I don't want to, you know, leak the secret sauce here, but I think it's working wonderful. And I think we are playing structure, but the identity and the comfortability of each one of the players is actually showing on the server. Again, I think you can have both approach where you're playing loose and you still have your identity.
You got me really curious about what that secret sauce is.
I cannot go on too deep into it.
We'll hold it. If you guys, you know, you lift a trophy, maybe you leak it.
Yeah, maybe at the end of the year, I'll leak it.
We'll kick that down the way. But let's go ahead and look at tomorrow's schedule because we do have more games coming through. There's more action here in VCT EMEA. We got Pacific taking on Vitality. We got Eternal Fire taking on Giant X. Anything you're particularly excited for, boys, here on the couch? Eyes on that Giant X game, maybe?
I'm in Vitality versus Pacific. I think Vitality is just going to win it, but I think Pacific might sneak another, you know, like they always have these games where they're just getting an overtime, they win a map, maybe even have like a close second map, but then they always lose in the end. I feel bad for them, to be honest, because I feel like some people are saying, you know, maybe they're the weakest team ever, but like, I feel like they've had so many close games where, you know...
It sounds bad, but I call them the best, worst team.
Yeah, like, they are. I think I saw every game yesterday.
Like, it's not a nice statement, but they do win maps, and they should have won some games by now, I think.
Yeah, and Eternal Fire versus Giants, I think Eternal Fire is just going to send it, to be honest, and run them down. I think Eternal Fire will win 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Pacific, they're definitely not the worst team in VCT. I'm telling you. Like, I was watching Envy yesterday playing the game. It was crazy what I was watching. Not gonna lie. I'm sorry, but it's actually crazy what I was seeing. And
the comms were something else.
It was crazy what I was watching. And I think Pacific are better than that. And I really hope they can win a game still, this stage 2. And for the other game, Eternal Fire against Giants, I think Eternal Fire are going to win. I hope they win because I really want to face them in play-ins or playoffs, not gonna lie. Because we played against them with me playing. And I just want to get a proper rematch,
Yeah, understood. We're just sending out strays here on the couch. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us for the post-plant. Congratulations on the win. It's been a real pleasure watching you play. And it's also going to be a pleasure for us to watch these Razor end-of-day highlights. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow with more Valorant action.
Into the first gun round of this game. EBL have already thrown a pistol at it, but Lovers Rock wants a little more here. Oh, lovely stuff.
One enemy remaining.
Still going here, LaRock. Looking for an ace. He wants the ace. He's going to get the bait for it. And there it is. All 5 from LaRock.
Let's go!
He's trying to lock down B solo. Rocket in his face. BBL still in a position of authority here. Flood out and out.
Win.
Looking for a fight. It's Yatache they've walked into. And well, any player drops into vent, they're straight down the throat of Sociable. Easy enough for him.
Let's go! And that's the real hope in this round. Could go one step further. It looks like it's an ace to finish out map number 2. Crossfire established. A really good paranoia. LaRock. Oh, he's been caught. Yetache! Lovely stuff. Gets very close to Yetache though. Not cleared. Not caught. And he's got everything he wanted.
But it's too many.
Clean. Will win the Turkish Derby in 2026. They finally have their bragging rights back.
Crashies is waiting on the corner. They flash it, but they don't check. And give Crashies a massive opportunity.
Trying to avoid that one shot kill from Nats, but he will not do so.
Might just wait for contact and then look to swing, but Alpha is aware. Okay, there you are.
Alpha, you're the best. Let's go, boys.
Oldum arkaya. Purple was just hiding within the corner. He might be a nasty surprise, and well, he should have been. Instead, well, I didn't expect him to get Alpha, but he does. And even managed to escape.
A second lease of life, and Boaster waiting, biding his time, and striking. Come on! Still very much in place, but Kayak's managed one. Great work, but Camo's not being rooted from sight, and Trex won't give them anything.
We've seen them lose many a game, but I can't think of the last time I watched them get battered like this. With Boaster's confused face, the last thing that Liquid will see today, other than the victory sign. Team Liquid, 13-6, 13-5. An absolute clinic.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing.